Okie dokie. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. My OBS totally just died. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit for you guys. So I'm thinking today. I'm still working through Dr. K stuff. Hello, Sasiko. As you guys can see, I am officially affiliate as of Sunday, so very exciting. The founder badges are already gone, so sorry if you were hoping to snag one of those. But subscriptions are open, and I'm in the process right now of kind of working on emotes and kind of fun things. So if you hop in my Discord, you can always send me obnoxious or unattractive shot of my face if you'd like that we can turn into an emote. Um, Sorry about that. So yeah, we'll kind of see what you guys want to get up to today. I think I'm going to keep going through Dr. K for now, unless somebody comes up with something else that we'd like to talk to. As usual, I'm willing to talk about anything: dating, relationships, gender, education. Somebody asked if I could maybe talk about education a little bit and my problems with it. So we could talk about maybe that today if you guys are interested. Yeah. Maybe we'll start with yeah, let's start with Dr. K. Um, so I'm going to pull up a specific video that I was working through. Um, oh, I don't have my, hold on. I got to use something else because my, I should be better at this right now, but I'm not. Boop. There we go. I got a, someone sub, it's great. Somehow it says you've been subbed for 5 months. Mine says 1 month. Yeah, mine only says 1 month. Okay, so let's see. Let's do Dr. K. But I don't have. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm gonna pull up him in this way. What do you think about JP still relying on Jungian archetypes? I don't know why that would necessarily be a problem. I would say like Jung was pretty brilliant and insightful, and I wouldn't say that any new theorists have come up with better archetypes, and Jungian archetypes are really, really broad and generalized. I don't think he relies on like animus complex too heavily, or anything like that, like specific ones. We're starting the Jordan Peterson debate already. Yeah, I know. But I think like yeah, we love to hate on Jordan Peterson on Twitch, I've noticed, more than anywhere else. I've never had to like talk about Jordan Peterson to such an extent as I have on Twitch. It's been very interesting. Um, but I do want to kind of keep going through this Reckful thing because I am talking to Mr. Girl on Thursday this week, and he obviously wants to talk about Dr. K. I'm sure lots of you, if you haven't seen, Mr. Girl has been making quite the number of attacks and concerns. He recently filed actually a complaint about Dr. K to his medical supervisory board. Yeah, very spicy stuff. So he is on the mission. People get told who not to like and they run with it without fully knowing why. That's true. I definitely have at least formed opinions on that, and broadly I like to think that I try to form my own positions on things. I mean, not like my own. Like I'm not trying to pretend like everyone borrows positions from everyone else. Um, Early political arcs of Twitch. Almost all of Twitch during that time was against his political beliefs. Yeah, and it seems like everyone still kind of is, which is understandable. I just because I'm in psychology, it's like everyone wants me to defend his political takes, and I'm like, that's not exactly my forte. Peterson is a charlatan, but why hate the guy? It's stupid. I don't think he's a charlatan necessarily, but that's fair. I mean, I fundamentally am like, founder's bad, nice. Fundamentally, like, you can have your own position on Jordan Peterson. I'm not here to like defend all of his political takes, but broadly, I would say I'm more for Peterson than against. There's certain stuff that I haven't loved. seem it really insightful. I'm assuming you mean that sardonically. Political, whatever, but his science takes are so wrong often when he talks outside of his field. I'd be curious if you can submit me examples of that. Obviously, I would be a layperson in that field as well, so I would just be kind of guesstimating, but we can definitely look it up. I'm definitely all for just like researching stuff on stream with you guys. So maybe we'll start here. The most Joe Rogan, yeah, the most recent Joe Rogan I haven't watched in full. I probably should. I've seen clips of it that don't look great about like climate change and stuff like that, but I would need to watch it in full. I haven't. I've been watching a lot of Dr. K because yeah, I've never watched Dr. K, and I'm being asked to like talk about him now for the next like everyone just asked me about Dr. K a lot too, so I've been trying to like immerse myself in Dr. K. That's my subscriber sound. Congrats, Clubbox. You're the first to demonstrate it. There's only one type of eel. Okay. I don't know if you guys knew that, but there's actually only one type of eel. All other types of eels are just different stages of maturation of the single type of eel. Seems like Dr. SS hit water. You didn't hear it. Cringe. Okay. So I'm going to restart it from the beginning. Mr. Girl actually sent me this, which was nice of him to send me. I'm going to watch through. He was most concerned about the first 20 minutes. I am going to play it back on probably 1.25. And you guys just have to tell me if that's too fast for you guys to hear. And hopefully it's loud enough. I'm going to turn the output up so you can hear it. Let me know the sound quality. Okay. I haven't actually read. I get so distracted every time there's a subscription because that eel comment cracks me up every time. Thank you again, Nemesis, for the subscription. That's really exciting. It's way too low. Okay. I figured it was going to be too low, so I'll turn it up for you guys. Not audible at all. Perfect. Luckily, we just missed like the intro. Is this your first time watching Dr. K? And can you give a short summary on your thoughts so far? Sure. This is my. I've watched now. This will be the 5th video of his. You didn't hear the sub sound either? Okay. I think I might just tackle that one potentially later so that people aren't just like watching me figure my stuff out. That's kind of annoying. The sub sound is basically hilarious. It's just a guy saying sorry, I'm getting distracted. Stream elements. Can you tell that I have zero capacity for multitasking? I said I wasn't going to deal with it, and then I started trying to deal with it. It's basically the sub sound is somebody saying, did you guys know that there's only one type of eels? Okay. Fix it, streamer. We want to laugh too. Oh, no, I'm just going to laugh by myself, and then you guys can watch me laugh and be like, something funny was said, probably, maybe. Okay, let's try. Edit. Let's get in here. Alert box, settings, subscriber settings. Let's turn it up. Let's try like 80. Do you want to try like 88%? Okay, let's try that. I'm going to save it. I'm going to refresh my browser here. So hopefully that is refreshed and the sound will be better for you guys. Okay. Congrats on the affiliate. Thank you. Yes, it's very exciting. Definitely try to get the window sound figured out. Okay. Oh, I don't know. Watching new streamers figure out stuff is fun to me. That's fair. I mean, that's fair. I don't know the streamer hustle at all. You're supposed to take 20 minutes, try to fix it, and ask for new subs every time so you can test it. Yeah. Can somebody test it for me? The problem is that you guys might not. You guys should hear it if I emulate it. Let's try emulating it, so that nobody has to pay for it.
There's only one type of eel. Okay.
Did anyone hear it? I also got 2 subscriptions at the same time. Random psych question. Those founder badges went quick. Yes, for those who are wondering, I did post on my Discord first. I'm trying to build like community oriented. So I wanted to give people in the community first access, and then I posted on Twitter about it. But I apologize. They were gone within about 6 minutes of me gaining affiliate. So yeah, they were gone quick. Streamer 101, stalling is an art form, but stalling attractively, right? Did you guys hear it? I'm not truly stalling. I'm definitely trying to play it.
There's only one type of eel. Okay.
Did you guys hear that? There's only one type of eel. Okay.
There's only one type of eel. Okay.
How's that audio? It's still a bit low? Damn it. Okay. It's at 88%. I will turn it up to 100% then. Save. And refresh. Make sure that I'm not getting DMs from somebody screaming at me about my terrible... It's my system sounds. My output is turned up pretty high. The problem is that if I turn up my output any higher, like I'm sure you guys could hear that little blub, right? And if I turn out my output any higher, then my mic is so soft because I talk. I have a very soft voice. I now have tech support coming in at me. My Discord, you can find it on the link tree. That's probably the best bet. Inability to hear is my own fault. Accidentally unplugged my headset. That's super funny. Ooh, you got a founder. Nice. Wow. Very impressive. Okay, random site question while I'm just waiting for DMs. Is it still considered projection if somebody has disdain for another person because they remind them of someone in life that they've met? Usually, I believe, so there's a bunch of, you can go through it if you want. There's a bunch of defense mechanisms is what they're called. There's a list of them. And I think it might be considered displacement, because I think when it's like particularly negative, they might consider it displacement. Let's see, displacement. You direct strong emotions and frustrations. Oh, I hate all these ads. Towards a person or object that doesn't feel threatening. Nope, not that. Reaction formation. No. Is getting angry at your child because you had a bad day at work. Yeah, no. It must be just projection then, yeah. You may dislike your coworker. Okay. Would those feelings typically drive that person to attack them vicariously, as if they're attacking the person from their life they remind them of? Yes. So this is an issue we deal with all the time in like therapy, even in addictions counseling, which is what I've done more of. Yeah, it is not posted anywhere because I don't have consistent posting times, but I can tell you.
There's only one type of eel.
Did you guys hear that one? I'm just gonna keep laughing. I'll eventually acclimatize to it. Stardust is canceled actually. So Stardust was going to be Wednesday. It is now Mr. Girl on the 3rd at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. I believe. I'm digging around in my desk to find my agenda because that's where I remember everything. Yes, Mr. Girl, Thursday, the 6th. Thank you again for the subs. The Space Pope and Az and Solo Punished. Very kind. Very nice. 8 p.m. Is same time as, yes, right now. 8 p.m. Eastern. Or 6 p.m. now. So I will be having this at this time slot, but on Thursday, talking to Mr. Girl. I was going to talk to Stardust on Wednesday, but she is organizing a Hippy Dippy. 8 p.m. is same time as Hippy Dippy. Yeah, it's the time that Mr. Girl wanted to do, so I was fine with that. Broadly, I agree. I don't want to be on at this time. It's just trying to figure out the work-life balance. But I think I'd like to be on more around like 4 p.m. my time, so 6 p.m. Eastern, I think is a better time. What are you going to talk about with Mr. Girl? I'm going to talk all about Dr. K. I'm going to talk to him. He's, for those of you who are not aware, there's been a lot of kind of Twitter drama. Here, I'll pull it up. I'm literally only following Mr. Girl right now because I never use this. And Todd Half-Baked Takes, who's on Prime K's if you want to watch him. But Mr. Girl has been posting a ton about Dr. K. He believes that he's like slimy and unethical. He filed a bunch of reports. So he wants to talk to me about it just because he knows that I work in the field. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I am a psychometrist. So what the fuck does that mean? Who knows? Yeah, really interesting topic. So I want to talk with him about ethics. Um, He's got a lot of feelings about Dr. K, a lot of like malicious intent that he assumes from him, from my understanding. I've also watched through Mr. Girl talking with the coach, which was very interesting for sure. So yeah, I'm gonna end the follow goal temporarily. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing you two talk. Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I actually think we're going to get along pretty well. He reminds me a lot of my partner when we first started dating. Um, so yeah. Okay, how's the output now?
How am I doing? Yeah.
Can you guys hear
You
this?
know, today's great. But oh, yeah, I'm happy. You're
I'm
really
happy to
leading
hear
me in
that.
a good direction, honestly. How the fuck do I do this? Okay, so here we go. I like so Dr. K and I had an off-stream talk 2 days ago, and I was sober. I'd say I was sober because I take
Nothing?
something that I consider a medication for depression
Still
most days.
quiet.
Sure.
But I was sober when we
How about
talked,
now?
and I want you to describe it. What was your experience? Because your experience will be
Okay.
clearer than mine.
Of the conversation?
The problem is that I have a soft voice, which means I will never compete with this. So I think I'll just have to pause it when I want to talk. Thanks for putting up with it. It's a good volume actually now. Okay, good. Mr. Girl is more critical of than almost any. I know. It's very interesting to see somebody who has been. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. It's very interesting to see somebody who has been the butt end of cancel culture so much, going so aggressively after someone. I don't actually think he's trying to cancel Dr. K. I think his specific goals that he has said, based on what I've heard, but I'll ask him on Thursday, is that he wants Dr. K to basically recant and take off all of the things. Chud Logic is jumping on Mr. Girl Chain and going aggro. Really? Like Chud Logic is now anti Dr. K? Because that's my concern with all of this, is that it's going to turn into a witch hunt. And I think witch hunts and trial by media are very bad. I think that they often result in decisions that aren't actually upholding like ethics and morals, but they're upholding like pop culture. And pop culture and popularity isn't actually the best thing. So he hates him with a passion. Chud is super mad at Dr. K. Why is Chud mad at Dr. K? With some former Dr. K callers? Interesting. He's went further now. He wants Dr. K to lose his license entirely. Yeah, I saw that. Is remove his license. Interesting. Okay. Something like 5 hours ago, and he's not happy with what he found. Chud. Really? What is Chud? Check out Chud's tweet. What is Chud's Twitter handle? I'm such a noob. Is it just Chud Logic still? That would be simple. It's probably not. Is it Irrational Chad? It must be. Yes, it is. For those that don't know, I have an editor. Nope. It's probably not that tweet. Here's Dr. K claiming that Ayurveda practitioners can predict COVID complications through their dosha. This is insane. How is anyone defending or supporting this? Is that what he's saying? Okay,
The
let's
kinds of things which
listen to
were,
this
you know,
clip.
How about COVID misinfo? Does that tickle your fancy? Is that
how we're using it in these cases, absolutely. And it has all of the shortcomings of that. But it does appear that your Ayurvedic dosha actually correlates with genetics and other kinds of things, which were, I can go into more detail. But, even for example, like some of my Ayurvedic colleagues in India have been able to predict complications of COVID based on the dosha of the patient. So COVID is one thing, right? But whether this person needs ICU stuff, or they have cognitive stuff, or they have GI symptoms from COVID, appears to correlate with their Ayurvedic dosha.
I mean, I have no idea what Ayurvedic dosha is. It seems like a very spiritual term, which I know he's very engaged in, like, kind of, I believe it's more Hindu, but also a bit of, like, Buddhist beliefs. Ayurveda, thank you. Honestly, what Dr. K does isn't too far off from what I've experienced in group therapy. Do you think he phrases his advice the way he does to avoid legal troubles? Definitely, he tries to phrase things in that way. Chud does seem to jump into drama because he's trying to jump into Destiny's relationship drama with his ex. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Chud. Well, I do. I just don't know if I want to be publicly responsible for my opinion. I'm just kidding. I gotta get over that, right? I don't love Chud. I don't love him. I'm not gonna lie. And you might be like, well, why? And the answer is because I find he's a little condescending sometimes. Sometimes he like jumps into the middle of like he does a lot of like tone policing in conversations where then he'll like say really like offensive things and like be like, "Well, it's totally fine." And I'm like, how can you like don't police this thing but then like basically do the same shit? I don't know, it's kind of weird. He does a lot of things where he'll like jump in the middle of a conversation and give like a really like simple being like blah blah blah. He'll like say something really simple in like a really complex debate and then he'll like act like he's got like some serious chat energy and I'm just like, yeah, but that was like the most basic take you could have had. Like, you're not wrong. His content is entertainment. And apparently he's really good at video games. Based Chud logic take. Yeah, now I'm going to start doing it. Dosha is like personality types. He refers to Vada as a lot of personality type when talking to people about their ADHD. Okay, interesting. It's just something like, I don't know. Like, I think once somebody's talking about like spiritual stuff, calling it like medical misinformation is a little bit ridiculous. Like, by no means is Dr. K being like, you should go to these people I know and get them to predict if you're gonna like develop. Like, he's just somebody who's religious, and like lots of religious people do this all the time, right? They talk about their religion and sometimes they try to back it up with science because of correlations and stuff like that. And it's like, is it bad? Not really. Like, it's just religious, like kind of like speculation and thought, and I don't really have an issue with that. So I don't know. I feel like calling it dangerous medical misinformation feels like a bit of an overreach. But if like part of your benefit, like if part of like this is the problem with Twitch, right? Is you like kind of have to be really pejorative and extreme to like get views sometimes, or I think people feel like they have to at least. And so it's like it's tough, you know. Okay, apparently somebody just told me that so meridians are physical things that exist and act on your physiology. Okay, he's not. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. So Dr. K also talks about a spiritual practice in a mythological way, which I think is the most responsible way to do it. Absolutely, right? He's not saying that these metaphysical things are acting on your physiology. He's not even doing like the Christian woo-woo stuff where they're like being like, dear God, as I eat this Cheeto, like turn it into a carrot on the way down, right? He's just saying like he's seeing these correlations between a mythological experience and a physical experience, which if you're a religious and spiritual person, that's exciting and interesting, right? So I don't know. He literally says that your vacation is determined by your genes. I don't know. Again, I imagine that they're like Dr. K isn't stupid. He's a Harvard trained medical professional. Now I don't think that everything he says, right? People are going to fuck up. They're going to say things stupidly. He might even have dumb beliefs. Like I'm willing to give you guys that, but it's just like that doesn't mean that I think Dr. K is just a big stupid idiot who engages in like medical misinformation and we should go on a witch hunt and like get him like canceled and banned and doxxed. And not that anyone's advocating for doxing, but like getting his medical license removed. Like it's just like he's not giving medical advice of saying like go to these gurus and get treatment for them for your COVID. He's just saying there's a correlation between like this spiritual metaphysical thing and an actual thing. That's all he's saying, which is like religious people do it all the time, including religious doctors. I don't know. What is dosha? Don't worry, he helpfully explains on his website. Man, he's so angry. Just angry. I'm watching some of Dr. K's content. He is just straight up promoting pseudoscience and quackery. He said the science on homeopathy was mixed, not true at all, and he has read a study that is effective in treating enlarged prostate. This is fucking mental. I mean, if he has, That's not the end of the world. I don't know. This is just like again, he might say things that are dumb and incorrect. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that all Dr. K is promoting pseudoscience and quackery. Like, that's crazy. Is there a convo with Mr. Girl later today? No, it's going to be on Thursday at 6 p.m. MST. Hey, don't know if it was said, he is taking a look at things as this Ari Ruvide? Vita? Oh, somebody said it and I can't even say it again. Things he thought some of the things he had more research than actually are, and he retracted it. Yeah, which is great. That's really important. Like, if he says things and then he claims like scientific evidence for it and then he later retracts it, like, that's super important, right? He did not say it was mixed. He said there's a very little basis behind homeopathy and then talked about the study. Okay, yeah. I just don't think understood his point. Are links being blocked? Sometimes they are. Yours link finally came through though. Oh, but it's an alternative medical system with historical roots in Indian. It's Ayurveda. Ayurveda. Everyone's just trying to tell me how to say it. Ayurveda. Okay. He doesn't pretend that what he says should be the consensus in the medical community. Yeah, generally I find that he's really, really careful with how he phrases things because he's aware of the fact that he is towing ethical lines, even just with this kind of like, it's not therapy, but he's kind of doing therapy online. And he's not stupid. He's a Harvard-trained medical, like, practicing psychiatrist who's probably deeply trained in like ethics and all these things. So it's like, I don't know. Okay. More Dr. K. I'm sure are you guys sick of listening to stuff about Dr. K? Like, is that annoying? Oh wait, it's Thursday, Hippy Dippy is Friday. So no conflict like I mentioned earlier, my bad. That Friday. No worries. Yes, it is Thursday. Probably Mr. Girl booked it, so he probably realized that Hippy Dippy's on Fridays and tried not to co-book. That's a skill I have yet to learn, and we'll learn how. No, it's interesting. Okay, sweet. Am I going on Hippy Dippy? No, I'm not. I've never been invited to Hippy Dippy. I'm not a big enough deal to go on Hippy Dippy anytime soon. So, maybe one day. I'd welcome it. I'd be down. I doubt it. Okay. We're 58 seconds in. We got this. Okay.
So how much context do we want to share about the conversation? Because I know there are some things in the conversation.
I don't care about anything in there is fine for me to share. So it's all up to you.
Well, at one point we talked about something where I have to sign an NDA, right? So we shouldn't talk about that.
Oh, okay, just that, yeah.
Right. So, okay.
But I didn't go in depth, so it's fine.
Okay. I just, so I wanted to just.
Interesting.
So what was my impression of the conversation?
No, you can actually say anything you want to say about anything in the conversation because I didn't talk about the part of the NDA because you hadn't had you sign it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so whatever you want to say.
So, but what was your question?
Fuck, I forgot at this point. Okay, I want to update the viewers on what happened off stream because they missed one therapy session that isn't therapy.
It's not therapy, right? So
yeah,
that's actually what we talked
happened?
about, right? So I think my impression was we were talking about clarifying what our relationship is.
Yeah.
And whether this is therapy or this isn't therapy.
Okay.
And what our options are in terms of how to form a relationship. And I think that, the last time we talked on stream, we had a conversation about abandonment. And then I made a very bold claim because I got emotional as well.
Right.
And I felt like I wanted to be there for you so that...
If you guys don't know, the bold claim that he made was basically that he offered to be more or less that person in Reckville's life who never left him, who was always there for him through thick and thin, and was going to walk through him with everything. Hippy dippy, so much drama. Have your beverage of choice nearby. Oh, maybe the NDA was to the game he's developing. That's true. I never thought of that, but yeah, he was in the midst of developing it. Thanks for the tip. I've heard Dr. K go from being very careful to being much less responsible and then back again, which put me off of him ages ago. Alternating means you can find good and bad clips, and the sum total is probably grayer than either. Yeah, I think that's the issue, is I think Dr. K is probably self-aware of that. I imagine it's one of those things that he started out, and the problem is that anytime you do a new venture, there's a lot of growing pains that come with it. The problem is that for a lot of companies, their growing pains aren't publicly available in every second in high resolution detail. And the fact that he doesn't take down even the Reckville arc is showing that he's at least willing to be transparent, right? He's not trying to be above of like, he's not trying to say like you can't critique me or bring anything against me. He's displaying it all, and I think like the ethical evolution and growth of Dr. K is going to be necessary, because the reality is that like psychological ethics aren't set up for technology. We don't really know how to handle it. I mean, there's the question of what is therapy is legitimately a problem that we have in the field. It's actually a question that I wrestle with, that other people in my field wrestle with, that I talk about with other people in the field all the time, because it's so unclear. Like, is therapy just a conversation about emotions? Is it only therapy once you agree to meet weekly? Is it only therapy when there's a specific therapeutic contract signed? Is it only therapy when there's a specific contract signed and you've planned to meet weekly, and you've established like a client practitioner relationship verbally and contractually, and they're paying you, right? Like, this is the problem. He begins addressing criticisms every stream nowadays. Oh, really? I thought he usually doesn't try to address them. That's interesting. I haven't actually watched his live streams. I've been trying to just like get caught up on all of this content that Mr. Grow particularly was interested in talking about. So yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
You no longer felt this way. And I think
I really
sometimes what
appreciate that.
happens amongst people is that they have different kinds of complexes, and I have them too. And one of the things that happens with me is when I see someone hurting, I want to make them better. And sometimes I will, in that moment, say whatever I think I can to make them feel better, but sometimes that's irresponsible. And I think in a sense it was irresponsible, but I think from our perspective, we're trying to understand, like, what is this for you? What is this for me? What are we doing on Twitch? This is like kind of a new thing. And I think a common perception is that if you're talking about feelings with someone, then that is therapy. But I think we can kind of say, like, so Rekful also shared with me that he had a great conversation for several hours with Pokimane. Am I saying that right now? Right? Where he also talked about feelings and things like that. But I don't think that I don't think that Pokimane is your therapist. I don't think I'm your therapist. I think you can talk to another human being about feelings, and you can explore things that are authentic and important to yourself, and that doesn't necessarily make you a therapist.
I think like one thing I would challenge Dr. K on this is like, he's talking about more than just feelings with Rekful, at least in what I've seen. He's talking oftentimes about childhood trauma, which obviously there's feelings wrapped into that, but there's also like kind of like like if you guys have ever seen the movie Inside Out, like those core memories, there's like the trauma is like a core memory, right? It creates what we would say in CBT is like a core value, which is like intrinsic to who you are. It's therapy when insurance companies are willing to pay for it. Yeah, potentially, right? Like the question of what is therapy is super unclear, because like he said, talking about your friends is therapy. But I think what he means is it's therapeutic, right? Talking with your friends about your feelings is therapeutic. Is something
There's
that
only
is
one type of eel. Okay.
something that is, thank you for the subscription 30 to 1. Something that's therapeutic isn't necessarily therapy, right? Or is it? Dr. Scholl's insoles are therapeutic, right? But that doesn't mean that they're like therapy for like foot related illnesses and diseases and like structural problems. The question is, where'd you go? Oh, it keeps disappearing from me. The question is whether he would have talked to him if Dr. K wasn't a professional with a background in therapy. Yeah, that's a good question. He definitely probably wouldn't have, right? I think part of the incentivization for Rekful to talk to Dr. K is Dr. K was a pretty new streamer, is my understanding at the time. I was not around at this, so if I'm incorrect about any of the details, I've done my best to research it and understand like even just the chronological like nature of the relationship and stuff. But my understanding is that Dr. K was a decently new streamer at the time. He wasn't super huge, and as a result of his conversations with Rekful, he blew up. My understanding then is that Rekful would have been incentivized to talk to him, maybe in part just because Dr. K was becoming popular and people recommended he talk to him. But I imagine a distinct interest, when Dr. K started the whole thing, he says, "What are we talking about?" And Rekful immediately said, "Well, I have depression and bipolar," right? I don't think those were verbatim like what he first said, but that was kind of how he led into the whole conversation. So it's so complicated because it's like okay, I'm a psychometrist and a licensed addictions counselor, which means that in large ways I am actually a registered mental health professional. So if I have a conversation with somebody one time about their feelings, and I even give them some psychoeducation and potentially some advice about like, here are some really simple like
There's
acute
only one
tricks.
type of eel.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the gifts. Thanks, Contrast. If somebody, I keep getting distracted by that voice thing. If I talk with somebody one on one, which I have with lots of friends, I've even talked in depth about like what they're feeling and kind of done like a quick, like almost like intervention type conversation where I outline what they're feeling. I outline like more or less like what the situation is, things that they've tried already. I kind of do like a really fast synopsis health, and then we brainstorm a couple of strategies. And because of my education, is psychoeducation therapy? Arguably it is, because as I would say, as somebody who's been trained in multiple like therapy techniques and stuff like that, not that I'm not a registered psychologist or a therapist, but I'm a licensed addictions counselor, which means that necessarily I need to have therapeutic techniques, and I was doing individual counseling overseen by a psychologist for a really long time. So here's the thing. One of the basic tenets of therapy is typically what they recommend is you want to start with psychoeducation. You want to make sure that you and your client are on the same grounds about what terms mean, how different systems in your body work, how emotions work. If you're going to do CBT, for example, cognitive behavioral therapy, you're going to outline how basically cognitions are the landscape of your feelings. And so if you can change cognitions, you can change those reactionary feelings. And that you can basically train yourself to have cognitions that lead to feelings that are more easier to manage, right? And you can challenge certain cognitions that lead to really unhealthy feelings, basically. That would be like one premise of CBT. And so when I'm working with a client and say I'm going to do like a CBT practice, I'm going to have to psychoeducate them on it first before I give it to them usually. So psychoeducation is a necessary part of therapy. But you could also argue therapeutic rapport is part of therapy. Just building that like warm, like what we would call like zim-zum between us, where they feel emotionally connected. Hashtag dodged the sub. You guys are talking about nonprofits. I'm too behind on that conversation to jump in. So yeah, it's a very gray thing, and I imagine that there are definitely examples of him potentially going past the line. I don't think he's going to lose his medical license. I think it's extremely unlikely. Doctors notoriously overprescribe things like opiates and stuff like that, and they still never lose their license, and like have like contributed directly sometimes to people like overdosing and whatnot. So it's very unlikely he'll lose his license. I'm pretty sure you have to basically be charged with like a serious crime. But if the witch hunt gets big enough and there's enough pressure on the Massachusetts Medical Board, they could possibly suspend his license, because a lot of professionals are kind of cowardly in that way, and that they'll just kind of like deke out of a situation by doing what like the crowds say, so that pop culture stops bugging them and they can kind of get back to their research and like their work, basically. If I were seeing a professional of any field and they said zim-zum, I'd walk out of the room. That's fair. I probably wouldn't call it zim-zum, but I think zim-zum is a good Hebrew. Like, here's the thing: is if you want a therapist who's like very, very like somewhat mythological in their language, that's what you're going to build. If you want to find a therapist who's going to be really, really scientific, that's also fine. There's lots of different psychologists who have very different styles. I probably wouldn't say zim-zum. I don't think I've ever said zim-zum to my clients. I think the only reason I've said it is because I've been using the word zim-zum between like personal conversations recently. That's probably why it was on the tip of my mind. But I actually think it's like a good mythological characterization of like the nature of a relationship that's like warm between people. If you in the field of psych provide advice to a friend, as a friend, are you ethically responsible for the potential outcome by taking your advice? I mean, we are not. So this is why this is tricky, right? Because therapists, like, we do a lot of this liability gymnastics, because here's the thing, right? Insurance is it's only concerned with not getting sued. It's just worried about liability. It doesn't give a shit about helping people. It doesn't give a shit about anything. It just doesn't want to lose money, right? And so if you're in the field of psych, we say that we don't provide advice ever. right? And we're also, when we're trained, they'll say, never give advice. But here's the thing, if I prescribe homework for CBT, if I prescribe certain breathing techniques, okay, is that advice? I'd say it kind of is, right? But we don't call it advice. We say it's maybe recommendations. Or we might say, well, part of CBT is that you are prescribed certain homeworks. It's part of the therapeutic process. It's not advice, it's techniques, right? So there's just a lot of like language gymnastics that happens in all of psychology because of liability, right? So like that way we're not ethically viable, like responsible of saying like the main advice we don't give is like if somebody comes up and like, well, should I leave my husband, right? I'm not going to be like, yes, you should, or no, you shouldn't, because that's like very specific advice that you could be liable for. And the reality is like therapeutically, I would argue the client needs to come to that decision on their own, right? And so like if a friend takes my advice, here's the thing, most psychological advice is not going to lead to like particularly negative outcomes in and of themselves, because most psychological advice is going to be doing things like challenge your fears in like rational and reasonable steps. Do meditation daily, right? You might get recommended like write in this journal some thought challenges every day, right? Like what's the worst outcome that's going to come from all those things? Like nothing's going to help, right? That's like the worst possible thing. So yeah, it's hard to be ethically responsible because, again, even in psychology, it's pretty hard to prove cause and effect, right? Obviously, like if I directly tell somebody like, yes, you should quit your job and move to Nova Scotia, and they do exactly that, I could be, and then they it like ruins their life, I could potentially be sued over that for sure. But that's like advice that like somebody who's worked in the field, like therapeutically, I would just never give that advice, because like major life decisions like that shouldn't, your therapist shouldn't be making those. Like I wouldn't say those are advice. I'd say that's like your therapist making decisions for you. But we would call that like advice. I wrote in my journal passionately and now I have tendonitis. Thanks for the advice, Miss Therapist. Yeah, fair enough. But again, you can't claim that it was writing in your journal. It could be because you were a server and your wrist was bent back and it was going to develop inevitably, and you maybe were in school and you were also writing school. Maybe it's all the gamer, maybe you've been like gaming all the time and sitting like this with your wrist like bent, like just like a T-Rex playing video games. Maybe that's why you have tendonitis, you know. It's hard to prove cause and effect. Reckful from the beginning of his time on the internet web. This thing does not want me to scroll up. From the very beginning spoke heavily on his mental health. It was a long battle that a lot of people saw. This Dr. K talk didn't happen until the very end of his life. Yeah, that's my understanding. It's good to know. One question I actually did have for those of you who watch more Reckful was, had Reckful ever told his stream about his brother and like the trauma kind of around his brother's suicide and everything? Or was that the first time that it ever came out in that conversation? He did? Yes. Okay. Overwhelming yes. Okay. Interesting, because that was one thing that Mr. Girl talks about that I think is like potentially a legitimate critique, is like the bringing out of trauma. But if he had already talked about it, then it was already publicly available. You can't like put that on Dr. K of like pulling trauma out of people when they maybe otherwise wouldn't have shared it. He even told everyone about the book by his father wrote about it or influenced by it. Okay. He seems very open. I just wanted to check because I don't have time to also go through all of Reckful's content to prep for this conversation. So it sounds like the conversation with Dr. K, if you were like a Reckful diehard fan, it wouldn't have been like the information that came out in it wouldn't have been like new information that you had never heard. It's probably just the way that he engaged with that information would have been the different piece. We left highlight my message only 100 points, GigaChan. He even told everyone about the book his father wrote about and shared a video his father made in tribute to his brother on YouTube, which is still up. Interesting. So it's like super, super open. I feel extremely called out because of this. I know. I've always heard that streamers get like the worst posture. So that's my goal, is to sit in my chair properly and not develop streamer posture. Because I've worked so hard to not have like nerd neck that I don't want to develop it again. I think Mr. Girl's other take is that he finds it unethical that Dr. K behaves functionally as a therapist. But but does it publicly while also running the coaching service and the nonprofit. Yeah, that's his kind of his newer takes is like being like, I'm concerned that he basically like promotes with this dramatized therapy in like the 2-hour sessions. People are like, well, this is amazing, so I'm going to get your coaches, and then their coaches offer a totally different service. Definitely is not the intensive thing, which like in fairness, I would say I've been looking, let's look a little bit. Healthy gamer coaching. Okay. I can't get more info on the coaching before I book it. Like there's the guide, but I don't want the guide. They know me. This is a problem, right? So if you go book coaching, okay. So let's look. Do they advertise? Okay, recommended. You want to work through a specific challenge, feel like your situation is unique, prefer a one-on-one. Move your own page, build tailored strategies for personal growth, dedicated time to process your past experiences and emotions. Okay, so there's nothing in here saying we are going to treat your mental health problems, which is kind of what he was arguing, is that they like talk about how they're going to treat all of these like mental health problems on the website, but then they don't because personal coaches aren't professionals and so they can't. But I don't see that anywhere. So perhaps Mr. Girl has access to something, to information that I don't, because this is definitely not like the most in-depth advertising. Healthy gamer coaching. Okay. They've got a blog. Okay. Let's put some music on in the background while I'm blabbing at you guys. But I'm going to turn it way down. Okay. Also, this song is really annoying, so I'm going to skip it because holy crap. Discord and piano keys. Discord and piano keys. That's what it sounds like to me. Dr. K makes clear distinction between coaching and therapy. Yes. I've heard Dr. K say therapy is more about helping people who don't need therapy with mundane problems. Coaching, yeah. They may have removed it, but Mr. Girl said the coach said he interviewed both and said the site specified helping with depression and anxiety. Yeah. So hopefully he's got a screenshot of that because I definitely don't see it anywhere, and I would have been very surprised to find that. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna disappear for like 2 seconds. I just need to get more water. I'm like dying of thirst. But do read this and then tell me if you see anything and then talk to each other. We'll be right back. Okay, hey. Sorry guys. Sorry about that. I know there's nothing more annoying than just sitting and having to listen to this boring music. So, what is healthy gamer coaching? That's the real thing. Blah, 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 blah. But what if you're not sick and want to be healthier? Okay, so they kind of approach it of this. When was this written? Will we know? Let's see if it's at the bottom. Of course not. Ah! I hate when sites don't say, like, when it was last made. Are you doing the conversation with Mr. Girl today? No, I am doing it with him Thursday. Yes, okay. They've got group coaching. Coach is a facilitator. Personal coaching, but from each group member has a massive AoE healing effect. Do you think that someone else is going through the same things as you? Seeing your problems in someone else and helping them through that, and then realizing, hey, this is something, yeah. I mean, that's true. He's just listing some of the benefits of group therapy. So altruism is actually a noted benefit of group therapy. Takes time for a group to figure out its pace. True. Not everyone gets equal time. True. Groups take time to come online. True. You definitely want to go long term if you're doing group therapy. Okay, chat. Who is trolling and spamming Discord messages during the stream? That would be Jacobus. Just screaming at me that I'm an idiot. Just kidding. He's making no. Okay.
There's only one type of eel.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thanks for the subscription. I feel like you subscribed in the most boring moment today, where I was just like grabbing at my lips, doing a arguably inappropriate movement by accident. I wasn't intending to. Should I follow? Oh, I did follow him. Good. I gotta start following Heem. Should I follow Heem? Sure. Follow Heem. I fucking love the sub screen. Yeah, it's good, hey? Okay, let's keep going through this video. Cause yeah, I think I gotta get through it anyway, so.
And so we were also talking about the other options in terms of like, what are we? Are we like colleagues, like that stream on Twitch together? We'd sort of talked a little bit about, things like viewership and stuff like that. I raised some concerns about favoritism. So I want to try to treat people equally. And I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that if one person is coming on stream over and over again, are we doing a disservice to other people?
Which I think you are. So I think I shouldn't come on stream over and over again with you every week.
Yeah. So I think, and so I think that too, for me, feels
like how sad he is. Here's the thing. Here's my biggest critique I have of Dr. K so far as a practitioner. Is in the moment, he made a really big claim that he was going to be basically Reckful's hero. He was going to be there for him through everything. He was going to basically help carry him. He recognized that Reckful sometimes couldn't be enough for himself. And Dr. K said, I will be that bridge. I will come in between when you can't be enough for yourself. Which I think is a very, very huge offer to make, both literally and spiritually and emotionally. He's basically saying, like, it's something that a parent would say to a child, right? Like, in like the most ideal circumstance, where the parent will say, I will literally do anything to make sure that you get to the other end. I will see you through. They really are. This is why in my therapeutic relationships, I would not say something like this. I would say, I can only put in the effort you do. Dr. K basically said, even if you can't sprint anymore, I will carry you during that period, right? Which I'm not saying is necessarily wrong. It's just not usually the place of necessarily like a therapist, because they can't do that for everyone. Should he have said that? Not if he didn't mean it. He shouldn't have said that if he didn't mean it, because I think it meant everything to Reckful. When you looked at the face of Reckful, like he so appreciated it, and when they're talking about their new DTR, he looks sad. Like,
with you every week.
Yeah. So I think
he's not looking at the camera again.
For me, feels like it's closer to a doctor-patient relationship, which I think becomes really complicated.
I think that like existential feeling, like, man, like not even Dr. K could do it for me. And so here's the thing. My main critique is probably he shouldn't have said that, but he did. So he probably should have followed through on that promise, because you don't make promises like that lightly, and if you do, you need to think about that. And the reason why he made that promise is because I actually think that these two had a very unique connection, right? A lot of people, like Dr. K, will be like, well, this isn't real therapy. This is a dramatized therapy. That's not true. I have absolutely had sessions like this with clients that they have where it's like super powerful and like heavy and intense, and a lot of really good work gets done really quickly. But those were clients that I just had like a really unique connection to. And I think they had it. And the fact that he offered it meant that he like felt that, he felt that this was special between me and Reckful, there's something unique going on here. And that's why I think he made the offer. And so, honestly, I think after he made that offer, he should have held up his end. I actually think that, which I know is like kind of a big claim of being like, what do you mean? Like just move to Texas and all these stuff. I don't know what it would look like, but he should have upheld his end of the bargain there. That's probably my biggest critique. And as a result, I don't think he should have taken it back. Obviously, in the ideal situation, I think if you can't meet that promise, you should have never made it. Obviously, which is I think what Dr. K is doing now, is kind of being like, sorry, I made a promise that I couldn't keep. I shouldn't have made that promise to you, right? Which is fair. It's fair. It's not bad. Just hear me out. I am not saying this as a critique of being like Dr. K is bad because he didn't commit to following through on that promise. It is never bad to say, like, to be somebody's like literal hero is incredible. But it is not bad to say that I can't do that or I'm not willing to. It's not bad. It would be nicer if you did, but it doesn't make you a bad person. So this isn't a critique of even saying Dr. K is bad in this case. And it's just unfortunate that he said it and that he couldn't commit to it, right? It just sucks. It's sad. It's kind of just tragic. And this is why you have to be really careful about the promises that you make to your clients. I have an open chat. I think he's still in contact with Reckful every week. No. Yes, but he basically pulled back, and like you can see on Reckful's face, like he knows, right? He knows that Dr. K is saying, I can't actually be that person for you. And all Reckful wants in all this that I'm watching, all he wants is family. He just wants people that he is connected to. You guys are going to hate this word because I'm going to say it again, but he wants to have zim-zum with someone, which I know you guys are going to like hate. But, well, not all of you. A couple of you didn't like the word zim-zum, which is totally fine. But he wants to have that like deep, infinite level of connection where like the two universes are just like connected, and there's like truly this like as unconditional as like humans can get love and acceptance between two people. And Dr. K offered it and then couldn't give it, and that sucks, right? That really sucks. That doesn't, I'm not saying that Dr. K is responsible for like how things ended with Reckful at all, like at all. I'm not saying that. That's a really, really, I would argue, like, apparently I say the word inappropriate too much, so I'm trying to not say it, but I actually feel like that's a space where I would say that is an inappropriate conclusion to jump to in the Reckful situation. I wonder if Reckful ever shared that he was taking meds for depression. He said that he was taking psilocybin. He was microdosing psilocybin. I can't help but feel so bad for Becca. Imagine the guilt she must have felt. I know. Yeah. It wasn't micro? Okay. Yeah, he calls it micro in the clips with Dr. K. He said he was microdosing. He was only taking 1 gram. But yeah, I've heard from a lot of other people and other sources that he also said in other streams that he took a lot more. There should be a zim-zum command. Yeah. That'll be my word. Who knew I was going to accidentally, and like somebody like cringed when I said it, and now I'm going to say it all the time. Because apparently like zim-zum. The Destiny blushing face, that's funny. Okay, I'll write it down. I'll send it to my group that we need a zim-zum something. Some sort of button or an emote that I can press or something like that. Okay.
Hate it if you're kind of working with someone week after week, you know? And I think the other thing that we expressed is that, like, so I want to be Reckful's friend, right? So, but if I'm your friend, then can I be your doctor? Do I want to be your doctor? Do I want to be your friend? And I think the reason that this kind of relates to Reckful is because I think Reckful he's a very warm, open, and caring person, and also tangles up his relationships with people. And it's something that I actually do too. So I tend to tangle up relationships with people. I tend to not see things in terms of black and white. And that's the reason I started. Sure. That's part of the reason I started streaming anyway, because like no one talks about feeling like, no therapist or psychiatrist has come live on stream to like talk to people about mental health or their feelings. Or maybe it does happen and I just haven't heard of it. But I think that's a little bit unorthodox. And so we basically had a conversation about like, what are the bounds of our relationship? What's acceptable? What isn't acceptable? I don't think I mentioned this to him explicitly, but this was kind of running in my mind. So people forwarded me this clip where Reckful said that he would pay $1 million to see me do psilocybin. And we didn't talk about that, Reckful, right?
Yeah, I didn't know you saw that.
Yeah. And so I think that's a good example of like, what does that mean, and like what's going on there. So like, what are you looking for? And like, so our relationship could get real muddy real fast, right? So when people start, and it's not the first time this has happened where people will offer me vast sums of money for X, Y, or Z, and that just kind of makes me concerned, because like, what are we really doing? So we just had a conversation that was, since in the spirit of relationships, and a couple weeks from Valentine's Day, we had a DTR conversation. You guys know what that is?
He's such a boomer when he says that. That is such a like old school Christian thing to do. I don't know if you guys ever grew up in like youth group, but DTRs, man. Had all sorts of DTRs growing up. I always assumed Dr. K held up the promise off stream and was just saying that he couldn't give more of his stream time. That sucks for Rethel, though. He looks sad. I don't think he did entirely, because he didn't like move to Texas. Like, he couldn't actually become Rethel's therapist. I don't think he could. He has a family, a kid. He had a psychiatry practice in Massachusetts, right? Like, there's a lot of reasons why he couldn't, which is why I'm not saying it's bad of Dr. K. But I'm not sure that he held up here's the thing. The fact that he's saying this now live on stream means that he's not willing to fully hold up the like literal, spiritual, emotional weight of what that promise means, because he's recounting his promise. So that means he himself is saying, I can't actually give that. I can't commit it. So I do know that he was available to him offline and all sorts of things. But the fact that he's pulling it back, the fact that he's saying that he's pulling it back, necessarily means that they're cleaving that. Did you see Dr. K recently address concerns about him propagating pseudoscience? No. I've just heard Chud getting mad about it. That's all I read. But apparently he's starting to address like pseudoscience and like critiques on his stream, which is probably wise at this point. I think like once there's like a bit of a witch hunt for you. Here's the thing. There's a mixture of, sometimes you want to actually like sometimes when people are challenging you, you do need to defend yourself. But if you can defend yourself quickly, you need to just do it. But if you defend yourself too much, you look bad in another way, And so, like, not that this is exactly a person that I want to be modeling in my life, but if you ever watch Donald Trump dealing with accusations, like, damn, he just didn't care. Like, people would be like, that was a really terrible sexist thing that he had said, which it was. And then he'd just be like, meh, and then move on. Like, he would just be like, no, and then move on, or be like, okay, and then moved on. Like, he didn't defend himself at all. And it actually like worked impressively well. It was extremely dissatisfying, but it actually showed up being like, man, sometimes the best defense is just like to be like, okay, and then move on with your life. Because the reality of like media is that like things are moving so fast that if you don't engage in it. But I think I can understand Dr. K wanting to come in and address certain concerns now. And GigaChad. I think, yeah, I can really understand it because the fact that he's addressing it proves to me actually the opposite of the intentions, which is that like Mr. Girl feels like he is potentially like a very manipulative, bad person. And I think anyone who is a good person and genuinely cares about their practice is more likely to become defensive. It's actually a good sign of like, not always, but like in forensic psych, like one tell that somebody might actually be like not guilty is if they get like really defensive and angry at certain like accusations you sling at them. Whereas people who are guilty tend to try to like weasel out of it, or they'll do the like they usually won't do an and because that would be like a confession, but they'll like try to weasel out of it, or they'll distract, or they'll move to other things, or they'll like, they try to like gish gallop their way away from it. Whereas people who are people who are not guilty of something, when accused of it, they'll get really angry. Trump also used the technique of saying so many insane things. That's true. He just he used what we might in psychology call the technique of flooding. He just flooded the media. Like, he just was always saying so much ridiculous shit that they kind of just got traumed out, and they couldn't say anything anymore. I don't think he's a bad person, but I do think he's got a significant ego and buys into the religious stuff a bit too much. I wouldn't challenge him on the religious stuff. I think in general, I think in North America, we're really, really dismissive of religious and spiritual practice, and I think that it is to our detriment at this point. Not because I'm saying you should be a Christian or you should be a Hindu or anything. I just think that in general, there's a lot of important universal truths that have emerged in religious practice. That's why religions have become so broad. And so I think like we become so materialist that we like critique anyone bringing up anything religious in any scientific venue, and it's like the problem is when we try to say that religion and science are the same. I think the fact that they're separate is really important. I'm very pro separation of church and state and stuff like that. So yeah. Let's see what this is.
Part of the reason that we've sort of scaled back on our Ayurvedic discussion recently is there was once again another post.
Okay, I'm just gonna play that again. Ayurveda. I'm gonna play
discussion recently is back on our Ayurvedic discussion.
Ayurvedic. Okay. I'm never gonna say this word right. No, that's not true. If I say that, it'll become true. Not because of like The Secret, but because of like self-fulfilling prophecy.
We sort of scaled back on our Ayurvedic discussion recently is there was once again another post that offered a lot of really good criticisms about some of the scientific studies we were citing and the low quality of those studies. So I don't know if y'all have noticed, but we've sort of taken a step back from Ayurveda. It doesn't mean that we're actually actively revisiting it. So we're sort of looking through the research and really trying to read tons and tons of articles to really figure out, okay, what is it? What can we say? That's like sort of scientifically valid, and like, what is like more of our interpretation? Which, by the way, I'm totally fine doing, right? So I'm totally fine on stream, and I hope I make this pretty clear that sometimes what I'm saying is very supported by science. Sometimes what I'm saying is more supported by clinical experience, and sometimes what I'm saying is not based on medicine or science at all, but is more personal or spiritual in nature. And I think a lot of the people that appreciate our community are ones that sort of appreciate the spectrum because there are different ways of looking at things. Part of the
Okay. Fair. I appreciate that in response to complaints about him going too hard into it, that they did step back a little bit. That's probably right. I don't know much about Ayurveda, so maybe I'll feel more negatively. Maybe I won't go down my like religious grandstanding if I read more about it. It's possible I might not actually feel the same way once I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. Sanskrit, describing medicine. Okay. Central theoretical ideas developed in the mid, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Buddhism, blah, blah, blah. Balance is emphasized. Suppressing natural urges is considered unhealthy and claimed to lead to illness. For example, suppressing sneezing is said to potentially give rise to shoulder pain. However, people are also cautioned to stay within the limits of reasonable balance and measure when following nature's urges. For example, moderation on food intake, sleep, sexual intercourse, attacking other people. Some urges should be controlled. Fair enough. Ayurveda. A human body is composed of tissues, waste, and biomaterials. The 7... I'm going to not say any of these words because I'm not going to pronounce them correctly. Oh, dhatus. The 7 dhatus are plasma, blood, muscles, fat, bone, marrow, and semen. Interesting. This reminds me of Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive. They're like different rubies and stuff and what they're connected to. Like the medicine of classical antiquity, Ayurveda is historically divided by the substance into 5 classical elements: fire, earth, water, and ether. There are also 20 gunas, I think if I said that right, which are considered to be inherent in all material matter. So what is the actual practice? Diagnosis. There's 8 ways to diagnose. Nadi, Mutra, and Mala. Oh, no, other ones too. So it's through pulse, urine, stool, tongue, speed, touch, vision, appearance. Okay. So I guess my question is this mostly like, is it an ASMR stream? Are you guys hearing me just chewing loudly on things? Wait, are you not using phrenology? No. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for all the views. It's probably my ASMR chewing, right? I should not say ASMR. Apparently that's wrong. ASMR. ASMR. Yes! I'm a genius. I'm going to create a new dialect of English called Kyla doesn't know how to talk well English. So is it mostly like massage and like like medicinal herbs and stuff like that. Like it's kind of almost like witch doctor or like an herbalist, like that kind of stuff. But obviously like rooted in a different background, in like a different like cultural history, so it's going to use like different herbs and have slightly different practices. Is it kind of like that? Homeopathic medicine, okay. Here's a YouTube video where he talks about it. Okay. Eastern humors. That's kind of the vibes that I'm getting. Sure, we can go here. Is it long? Oh, it's long. Oh no.
Interesting, because I think that for those of you that are like relatively familiar with our work and have questions about Ayurveda, I think it's going to be fantastic.
Okay.
So this is kind of like thinking about, we have psychology and we have psychiatry. And psychology is like a basic science that studies the mind.
Your dosha
And
is not your
psychiatry
Pokemon
is a
type.
branch of medicine, right? So it's
Oh,
about
okay.
the application and pathology of the mind. And so in that same way, in the Eastern system, you had the Ayurvedic folks who were medical professionals, and then you had the yogis who were like sort of the basic science, here's how the mind works. So a lot of what we would call Ayurvedic psychiatry is actually found in like yogic texts. So this is kind of all a roundabout way of saying, I think that what I'm talking about has some merit. And at the same time, I'm not actually like formally trained in it. So you got to take it with a grain of salt. Okay. So let's kind of start off with this. So our structure today is going to be, we're going to look at a couple of Reddit posts. And I love these Reddit posts because, I think they speak to deficiencies in what we've explained so far. So like sometimes when we'll teach about Ayurveda, because I do simplify things, there's like a lot of people who are like, wait, but there's stuff missing here. And you're absolutely right. So there's absolute deficiencies in what we've shared with you. There may even be deficiencies in my learning. I'm not sure which one is, more accurate. But so today what we're going to do is like do a deeper dive into like a couple of subtle concepts around Ayurvedic doshas. And more importantly, we're going to explain like doshic combinations. Okay. And the way that we're going to kind of explain this stuff is going to be like actually more from like a corporate consulting standpoint. So one of the things that I do is corporate consulting. So I'll go to a company and I'll teach them about Ayurveda, because the basic idea that I'll share with them is that, not all people are the same. And if you look at Western psychology, I know it sounds kind of weird, but sort of has the assumption that all people are the same. So if you look at like psychiatry, they will diagnose a person with depression. And the depression is a disease that is independent of the person, right? If you look at like something like cancer is an independent process
like a
that can
medicalized
affect
form
people,
of mental
but is
health,
not
yeah.
intertwined with the person. And so we've taken that medical aspect, which also has to do with like, was informed, like our system of science and medicine was heavily informed by things like, microbiology, where there's like an agent that causes an infection and the agent is independent of the person. And we took that idea of like disease as an independent process that we found in Western medicine, physical medicine. And we also applied that paradigm to psychology and psychiatry, where we said anxiety is an independent process. You are you, and the anxiety is over here, and the anxiety affects you. The two are not actually intertwined. So Ayurveda is a little bit different. And Ayurveda says that you can't have a disease outside of a person, that there are specific aspects of your doshic balance which will affect the way that the disease manifests within you.
See, sort of, right? I would say like that is always has god tier hair. True, he has very nice hair. Of his view on like Western medicine. That's good. I'm glad that I have this video then. Here's the thing, is broadly, yes. There's a really, really good research article that I can never find. But maybe I'll email my supervising prof again and see if he can just send it to me. I think he sent it to me like 3 times. But I've also had a lot of laptops break and stuff like that. So I've lost it over and over because apparently Google Cloud is an insufficient measure for me. But there's a really interesting article that actually critiques the over-medicalized view of mental health and how like a medicalized view of mental health became popular in North America with good intentions, particularly through the National Mental Health Association. They really popularized viewing mental health from a purely medical lens. And there's actually a really good like a spiritual critique of this and like the problems that it's led to, particularly like hopelessness, stuff like that. Yo, prof, draw me that link for that article. You know the one. He probably will because I've asked for it so many times from him. But is Mr. Gross' problem with Dr. K not more about Rectal than the homeopathic stuff? That's true. So not great prepping for Mr. Girl conversation, but is important just to understand Dr. K, I think, more wholly. I like try to always view people as a complex person, and I think like the Rectal conversations are one thing, but he doesn't get a ton actually into more of this like spiritual stuff with Rectal at least. So yeah, one of the strange pseudoscience-y things he said about do I want to go? Just Chud. It's Chud Logic. Uh-oh. This is going to be the most, like, cherry-picked example. Because Chud Logic is on, like, a rampage about him.
How we're using it in these cases, absolutely. And it has all of the shortcomings of that. But it does appear that your Ayurvedic dosha actually correlates with genetics and other kinds of things, which I can go into more detail. But, even, for example, like some of my Ayurvedic colleagues in India have been able to predict complications of COVID.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, we already watched that. Not that you, not that I mean, like, we already watched that, dummy. Like, I just mean, like, we've already seen that. We kind of outlined, basically, like, the issue with claiming this is, like, deeply pseudoscientific is that he's not saying that, like, based on the doshitic whatever, let's just say the metaphysical claim that there's like a prescription for a medical treatment. He's just saying there seems to be this correlation, which religious people do all the time, where they say, hey, there's this religious thing, this religious finding, religious thing that we value. Here is a medical science that broadly overlaps and correlates it. Is that any different than astrology? Not really, right? Here's the thing about astrology. There are weird correlations with certain like birth dates and certain like mental health developments and stuff like that. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean that astrology is science, right? The problem is that a lot of times metaphysical claims do have correlations in material findings. It's just the problem when you try to prescribe metaphysical things for material problems, right? That's where we start blurring the line of being like, is this medical advice or is this spiritual advice? You can give people spiritual advice if they're looking for it, but we shouldn't claim that spiritual advice is medical advice. They're obviously different, and I think it's really important to separate those two things. Straight appeal to authority. My Ayurvedic college is in India. India, the place for spirituality. Wink, wink, trust me. My conversation with Mr. Girl is this Thursday at 6 p.m. MST or 8 p.m. EST if you prefer EST, because apparently Twitch just runs off of Eastern. Does Twitch run off of Eastern just because Destiny runs off of Eastern and everyone just like kind of has jumped to that, or I'm not really sure. Yeah. Personal belief in worldview is 100% going to seep into therapy. Absolutely. It absolutely does. I did buy the Yeti. I did buy it. It's on its way. I have not received it yet. So yes, my mic topping out. You guys are going to actually be, a lot of people are like, your mic sounds really fine. It doesn't. This is not an accurate depiction of my voice. I've listened to recordings of me with this mic, and it is very tinny. You guys are going to be like, wow, your voice sounds like dewdrops of rain in the summer once I get a Yeti. I expect to see precisely that compliment once I get my new mic. Just kidding. But yeah, it does top out a lot. So if there's only one thing going on, one big bang, then from motion of parts of the whole motion, other parts can be inferred. Yes, I don't know what's that. The East Coast is where things in the U.S. happen. I feel like the West Coast, though, like Cali is like such a massive... the chat will be writing poetry, dewdrops and stuff. You guys are gonna be so lured in. You didn't think that this was a thirst trap channel? You're gonna be wrong. It's just gonna be an ASMR thirst trap of my voice. I'm just kidding. I'm really setting the bar high, and then I'm gonna get like the new mic, and you guys are gonna be like, it's not that different. It's probably just really different to me because like you're always your own worst critic. Okay. Remember how I was attempting to watch this video and I've gotten in 6 minutes?
Is it a DTR?
DTR. I don't even know what that is.
Oh yeah, I paused it because of a DTR.
DTR.
Tell us.
Define the relationship.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yes.
And so I think it's important, right? Because like people, like I want to be careful about what we're doing on stream. I want to be, we're here to help people, but I also don't want to send the wrong message, and I also don't want to leave people hanging. And I think at times I'll let Reckful share sort of what he remembered about it, but I think at times the conversation did get pretty emotional, and but that's for him to share.
Yes, I
said my piece.
He was saying that he wanted to be there for me for the next 2 years, and that but the problem is that he kind of said it in a flurry of emotion. I don't know if flurry is a good word. While streaming, he was getting emotional himself. He wanted to be there for me, so he said it, but he hadn't actually thought it through and what that entails, because he is not a licensed therapist in Texas, and just a lot of things, because you'd have to live in Texas to be my therapist in Texas. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so we also did talk about, whether you want me to be your actual therapist and what that would entail. And the other
Yeah.
thing is that bit of research, which is important to remember, is the research on people on BPD. It's 2 years of someone who's actually a romantic partner. So it's unclear whether a friend.
So
can
yeah,
do
I
that
need to
for
get
you.
in a relationship with a girl for 2 years and have it actually work out, and that might cure my BPD. With
Yeah,
saying I
and
have
so
BPD.
this is what we also kind of talked about. I don't know if
Interesting. I wonder. I don't know what. I wonder if they mentioned that research offline or it just like zoned out when they talked about it. But I wonder what that 2-year
you remember,
research is.
but
I
like,
haven't heard of that.
it's not about curing and the relationship working out. It's about
I
developing
have
the
trouble not thinking in these terms. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so exactly. So that's what we need to change, right? So you think about things in terms of working out or not working out. I think we had talked about, so what's going to happen as you enter relationships is that there are going to be stressful parts and not stressful parts. And if there's a stressful part where your samskar of abandonment gets triggered, then you may act in a different kind of way. And we can talk about that. Like, I'm curious about, your prior relationships and things like that. And as that samskar activates, it causes you to do things that you normally wouldn't do. And those are kind of driven by that fear of
Samskar is the
abandonment.
unprocessed trauma.
Unprocessed trauma. Great way to put it. Right? So some of the trauma of losing your brother, one brother and then another brother, like you're terrified that like you'll lose someone else. And so you try to,
My other brother's still alive. He just means he's not around.
Yeah. And so I think what we need to help you do is like use meditation or psilocybin or however you want to, but to gain perspective on those moments and essentially ride out those emotions so that you can like not do something that negatively impacts the relationship. So we need to help
Now,
you.
my mind is stuck on certain things right now.
Yeah. Tell me.
So I'm stuck on. I like to get these things solved, I guess.
Okay, I understand that. Dr. K is telling Rockful, if you do X, it will cure him. Yes, he is. Whether a consistent relationship for someone for 2 years helped people's BPD. Absolutely. BPD being bipolar disorder, I think we're talking about. Or are we talking about borderline personality disorder? Because I heard that he might have diagnosed him or like changed his diagnosis. I'm not sure if that's correct. I wonder if what that would entail. It may have been discussed off stream, including reporting his potential harm to himself and sending him back to the psych ward. Yeah. I never understood why Dr. K never did more follow-up videos about suicide and grief. He is talking about borderline. Okay. Maybe I didn't listen to all of part 4. Or did he diagnose him with borderline? Because Reckful is diagnosed at this point, my understanding, with bipolar type 2. Did he get diagnosed later with bipolar? Or did Dr. K diagnose him with, sorry, not bipolar, borderline? Because all Byron has said is that he has bipolar. Yeah, Reckful said that he had bipolar. He was diagnosed with bipolar type 2. There is no BPD diagnosis ever being talked about, but usually when people say BPD, they're meaning borderline. Now, it could just be a mess up because sometimes when people say BPD, they mean bipolar because they seem like they'd have the same acronym. We can go back. Oh,
Not do something. I think at times the conversation did get pretty emotional.
That emotion? True. No.
You want me to be your actual therapist and what someone who's actually a romantic partner. So it's unclear whether a friend.
So
can
yeah,
do
I
that
need to
for you.
get in a relationship.
The research on people to be your actual therapist and what that would entail. And the other thing is that bit of research, which is important to remember, is that the research on people on BPD, it's 2 years of someone who's actually a romantic partner. So it's
I feel like he's meaning borderline. This sounds like borderline because I don't know, from my understanding of bipolar type 2, which is like decent, but I wouldn't say like I've reversed myself on bipolar type 2 specifically and relationships in the last like year. But based on my like basic understanding of the etiology around bipolar, is I don't know how a stable relationship would correct that. Whereas with borderline, a stable relationship is necessarily corrective because a lot of abandonment and fear of rejection issues stem for borderline people from some form of early childhood trauma. Here's the BPD video. Okay, thank you. So he's explaining it. Is he talking about it specifically with Reckful? Like, does he diagnose Reckful at any point? Because why would he be telling Reckful about the 2 years?
So now I'm seeing a couple of questions about mental health. So let's talk about this. The first question, I'll get into borderline personality disorder and abusive behavior in a second. But first question is, what's the difference between bipolar and borderline personality?
Sorry, I'm going to skip this for now.
Self-attitude, which means that they think that
Which I know I'm being about head if you're curious, but the link's up, so if you want to watch this
They
video
kind
on
of
your
like
own.
think that
Please do.
they're able to perform actually at a very high level. Interesting side note is that at Harvard College, which is the undergrad, the incidence of people who are hypomanic and bipolar is like 3 times the average population. So sometimes bipolar disorder people are actually like way more productive than the average human being, which is kind of bizarre. But so they can have periods of time of like kind of hyperactivity as well as depression. And then you get up into true mania, which is like when you're so high that like you don't think straight. So people who are manic will sort of like think that they can do things that other people can't do. They'll feel superhuman. They'll have all these amazing trans amounts of sleep. So people who are hypomanic can usually run at a pretty high like caliber in terms of efficacy with like 4 hours of sleep a night, whereas people who are truly manic will be able to go days with sleeping very little to no sleep, like 1 to 2 hours. This isn't like I only got 2 hours of sleep overnight because I was tossing and turning. A lot of people have something called sleep misperception. So with people with bipolar disorder, unless they're depressed or manic, they are like completely normal. So like I could have bipolar disorder and I'm completely fine today, and tomorrow I'll be depressed. I'll be depressed for a couple months. I'll come out of it and I'll be completely normal. Some people are asking, so people are asking about time frame. So yes, so bipolar disorder. So in order to be diagnosed with like depression and bipolar disorder, you need like a 2-week block where you're pretty much depressed most days.
Yes.
And
Blah, blah,
also
blah, blah, blah.
that happen to
Sorry.
you, like I was saying earlier, are things that you are. So if we think about someone who's like a narcissist, you don't wake up one day and for 2 weeks like exhibit narcissistic behavior, and then the narcissism goes away. Like a narcissism is sort of like part of your personality structure. Doesn't mean it can't change. Doesn't mean it can't get better. But it's sort of like part of the way that your psychological makeup is. And borderline personality disorder is like that. So it's part of someone's like psychological makeup.
Okay. Why does he
People
talk
with
about?
BPD, the thing that's on the inside is like really, really, really weak, or even they don't really think it's there at all. So they don't have like a persistent sense of who they are as a person. And so what that means is that the way they feel is determined by how other people reflect them. So if people treat me well, I feel like a good person. And if people treat me poorly, I feel like a piece of shit. And this is true of all people. Like everyone's going to feel a little bit bad, but with BPD, the swings are huge. So if, for example, I send a text
That's an interesting way to explain BPD.
to the person that I'm dating and they don't respond, I start to think that like, oh my God, this person like doesn't care about me at all. They're going to break
That's a
up
good
with me.
explanation.
They don't care about me.
I don't
Even though
have a
it's just, like,
problem
they just
with
didn't
it. It's a
respond to
good
text right.
explanation.
Not that big of a deal. But for the person with BPD, they
Like it's a simplified explanation, but yeah, I think it's actually like I'm being like, that's a good way of explaining it to people without like getting into like all of the like dumb stuff that I get into, like
interpret
really
that, because
esoteric stuff.
if you think about like if I send a text and then no one responds and like why don't I get freaked out about it? It's because I have a sense of basic confidence that who I am as a person matters and that this other person cares about me. Like I'm sort of settled in that.
Sometime in part 4.
People with BPD don't have that
Okay.
foundation. So when they
I
say
obviously haven't fully listened, or I was like painting or something during part 4 and just zoned out. So he does diagnose him. When is Mr. Girl Talk? It is Thursday, the 3rd at 6 p.m. at Mountain Standard Time. I'm only assuming it was Dr. K who diagnosed him since the tweet was from February and it fits the timeline of Dr. K and Redfall. Okay, interesting. What are my general impressions so far? My general impressions are probably overly positive, actually, which I think Mr. Girl's going to be disappointed by because he's really anti Dr. K. I don't have a lot of concerns. I think Dr. K is, first of all, so I'm going to use a lot of language to describe things that are going to sound, if diagnosing Redfall is where his anger comes from, which would be interesting because it would be like, again, diagnosing somebody is, again, entering into a client-therapist relationship, and you probably shouldn't do that with somebody that you don't plan to be a therapist for. That he might have BPD? Okay. That would be the most in line with his position on trans people. Okay. Get ready for Mr. Girl to say you're lying. That's fair. I think we're going to get along actually better than maybe people would expect. Because he's very interesting, and he's very, very honest. I know what to do. I know how to handle honest people. It's people who are like very implicative and they don't always say what they mean, and I get really thrown with, and I'm always just like, just say what you mean. Isn't giving a diagnosis irresponsible in and of itself? Not necessarily as a psychiatrist, right? And so giving like a line of like, hey, you might want to like go check this out is completely within his purview to do. It's just the issue is because he's a psychiatrist, he knows that Redfall keeps referring to him as his therapist or therapy. He should probably be careful. Is the conversation between the two of them happening? Between Mr. Girl and Dr. K? I don't think so. My understanding is Dr. K has not responded to any of the requests by Mr. Girl.
Be in detention so much?
beautiful
Yes.
emotions so that you can like not do something that negatively impacts the relationship. So we need to help
My
you.
mind is stuck on certain things right now.
Okay, he must have diagnosed him. the treatment that he is offering right now is very in line with what you would say to somebody with BPD. We need to figure out how to get those reactions to perceived abandonment under control so that you don't do self-fulfilling prophecy damage to your relationships, because that's often what happens with BPD people, right? I'm going to get them messed up. Borderline personality people is that when I say BPD, I'm always going to mean borderline. If I'm meaning bipolar, I'll usually just call it bipolar, or you might call it BP1 or 2 for bipolar 1, bipolar 2. So that's something to note down is he kind of like pseudo-diagnoses, then treats. I'm making some notes for BPD. Now again, he's not saying he has BPD, and he has definitely shifted it, but he hasn't approached the treatment from a lens of you have BPD, so this is how we fix it. He's approaching it from these are the behavior patterns that we're seeing and we've talked about, and these need to be addressed so that your relationships don't fall apart, right? Which is true. It's just the treatment that he's recommending is something that I would broadly approach for somebody with BPD, but it might also be how I approach somebody who's maybe subclinical BPD, or somebody who just has like certain like abandonment issues but doesn't have BPD. So it's not like a true dig at him. It's again just being like, it's pretty obvious. Like my biggest thoughts on okay, you guys wanted to sum. My biggest sum on Dr. K is obviously the ethical lines of therapy or not therapy are completely blurred here. It is unclear. The relationship, the like nature of their relationship is blurred and entangled, which they both admit to. Dr. K fundamentally believes that by doing this free and like mass AOE mental health education, he can help more people, and he recognizes the absolute desperate need. I'm glad you're going to help Mr. Girl in this video he's going to make. I don't know if I'm going to help necessarily, because I definitely don't want to join a witch hunt. I am not for a witch hunt for Dr. K. I don't think Dr. K has done anything so bad that he should get medically disbarred, and I definitely don't think that we should build a witch hunt against Dr. K to get him canceled or deplatformed. Now, I'm not saying that Mr. Girl wants to deplatform Dr. K. I always mix up their names now, but the twit longer. Okay, I'll try to find that the clip about his roommate. Erdays is going to have the best take on Twitch, 100%. Aw, thanks. Overall, what I think is that the ethical lines are blurred. It's obvious. However, I don't think Dr. K is stupid. He went into this entire process, not just with Dr. K, but with his streaming, knowing that there were going to be ethical blurs, because the ethics of psychology and psychiatry are not adjusted to deal with modern technology. They're just not, right? There are absolutely ethical blurs around nature of basically practitioner-client relationship. Establishing the do's and don'ts within that relationship are not super clear. Mr. Girl has a degree in psychology? Really? That's interesting. I'll have to ask him if that's true. However, he basically takes on the liability risks anyways, because Dr. K fundamentally thinks that what he is doing could help more people than him being nervous about these takes pose, basically. And I think that even if we disagree with his decision to do that, it's still a brave decision. Now, brave doesn't necessarily mean that he is extremely noble. We do lots of brave things that don't work out, right? You can do a brave thing that's well-intended and have it have bad outcomes. So it's possible that we still need to talk about the potential outcomes of Dr. K. But I would say fundamentally he is absolutely brave. I don't see any obvious signs of malicious intent at all. I'm new to your channel, so I hope it's not rude to ask. It's never rude to ask me questions, ever. But do you have some expertise in psychology and psychiatry? Yes, I am a psychometrician, which means that I am trained specifically in psychological assessment, so IQ tests, stuff like that. I also have an undergrad, and I am a licensed addictions counselor. And I am going and taking my master's in September in clinical psychology. So I am not a psychologist. I am not a psychiatrist. However, I have more training than just your average. We need a psychometrician command. Yes, just so I can like put it in and people can have the answer. And when is my next talk with who? She's mildly qualified. I mean, by the time being considered like a licensed addictions counselor means that I'm like decently qualified to talk about like most mental health things. I just want to be careful because even though I have like this training, I also try not to engage in appeal to authority, whereas like I'm a psychometrician and a licensed addiction counselor. I'm a mental health professional, so you should just take my opinion on things and I'm right, right? Because people with PhDs are wrong about shit all the time in their own field. Do I know my own IQ? No, I was trained on IQ measurement before I actually had mine formally done, and so I don't know it. I can like guesstimate it, but a guesstimation of like 14 points either side is not the best guesstimation. How much does an IQ test? Depends on where you're from. I think in Canada, which is where I am from, it can be like upwards. Now we know you're a Giga Chad, not so erudite. I'm right about everything. That's going to get clipped and thrown in my face, but I'm just kidding. I'm not right about everything. I'm wrong all the time. The thing is that I'm not so married to my ideas and my thoughts that if you tell me, good idea, prepping for Mr. Girl conversation, oh, genius. Who said that? Tam, you need the VIP. If one of the moderators want to give Tam VIP just for that fucking suggestion alone. Genius. Already ready, already clipped and ready to be shipped. Nice. It'll become my like next ping noise after like my subscription sound. On Thursday, February 3rd. Done. That assumes people yes, but now when people ask me like just check out the stream title, or somebody in the chat can go just check out the stream title. I find it funny that this all started after my post on Dylan's YT. What was your post on Dylan's YT? Okay, 9 minutes in. We're doing
tell me.
So
really
I'm stuck
well.
on. I like to get these things solved, I guess. I don't like to be in detention so much.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so I'm in the tension of, is he going to be my therapist or are we going to be friends? Because he said if he's my therapist, we can never travel together anywhere. Like, it changes how it is. So I was thinking it'd be cool to go to Japan with Dr. K. You know, that sounds nice. Yeah, that'd feel nice.
Yeah.
Just see how he experiences things and have fun. I don't know.
See, here's the thing. I don't think Reckful wants Dr. K to be his friend. I think Reckful wants Dr. K to be his like brother. Right? Like I think he wants that like deep familial relationship with him, which is super fair. I think like Reckful has probably never been so understood, and I don't know Reckful. I obviously have not watched all of his content, but he seems like a deeply honest and vulnerable person. And I think on stream, especially in like Twitch spaces, is that there are a lot of people who stream on Twitch, from my understanding, that are not themselves on their Twitch stream. Right? They kind of create this persona that is more entertaining, that they kind of fall into and act out as they're on stream, but the more popular they become, the more time they spend in this like persona and the less time they spend in themselves, and so then they actually lose their sense of self. And so I'm sure if you're somebody like Reckful who's craving familial relationships and all of his friends are mostly streamers, he's probably never had such a deep connected person with somebody who is like Dr. K seems psychologically grounded and healthy, right? He seems to be a pretty healthy person who has a very strong sense of identity, right? And part of that identity is coming out in some of the claims coming out against him, like pseudoscience and stuff. Part of his identity is fundamentally like a deeply spiritual religious person, which is like not necessarily a bad thing, right? And that's going to come out in how he talks. And I think for Reckful, it's probably the first time he's had such a deep, intimate conversation and relationship with somebody who is like so authentic. And it seems like Reckful is a pretty like honest person and pretty vulnerable. He's like one of those lucky Twitch streamers who his like actual personality and his skill is what people seem to have fallen in love with Reckful specifically, whereas a lot of people have to cultivate something. I could be wrong. Again, I'm brand new to Twitch. This is just, I guess you're getting the like outsider coming in perspective of like what Twitch streamers can tend to be like and what relationships on Twitch kind of look like. I've always been curious about this. I am autistic and have always found IQ tests very nerve-wracking, even though I do fairly well on them. Is there some link between the two? A link between autism and IQ? There's actually no link between autism and IQ. People with autism can have basically very low to very high IQs. There doesn't seem to be a strong link. If you're worried about nervousness and IQ test taking, part of, as a psychometrician, I'm trained in giving a test, right? I would argue an IQ test is not valid unless you have a proctor delivering it who is trained to give it. So part of my job is to build enough rapport with you that you feel really comfortable doing the tests and giving you enough feedback so that I'm not saying good, that's right, because I don't want to give you misinformation saying that's right if you gave like an incorrect thing, or saying that's right if you gave me a correct answer, because then it might like cue you to like what answers to give or something like that, and then that wouldn't be an honest test of your intelligence. It would be a test of like
There's
your
only
ability to...
one type of eel.
Thank you,
Okay.
Frostilic. And so if you're wondering like nerves and stuff, I would argue like a good proctor should reduce that a lot. If you still maintain like a lot of nervousness throughout. Oh, look, we got a follower goal, 1,200 to 15. Let's see if we can get 1,500 tonight, guys. If you are listening to this and you don't want to get in chat or anything, there's no pressure. But if you want to give me a follow, I'd super appreciate that. Trying to grow this space a little bit. Tam, you are now required to optimize all further stream titles. True. Thank you. Thank you for all the sudden follows. I really appreciate that. I totally understand AFKing, kind of just listening to things, but yeah, the follow always helps. You can always unfollow later if you're like, this bitch is boring. That's super fair. The IQ test was part of my diagnosis. Yeah, so what they're doing with that is if you have some sort of like significant learning disorder, not autism, that's contributing to maybe some of the problems that you're having, part of our testing for autism is going to be to include an IQ test, because IQ tests were actually originally developed to help figure out children who are basically like cognitively impaired or had learning disorders, because those show up in a very unique way on the testing and they can cue us, right? And so if we see that your IQ is actually really high, but you're actually struggling in a lot of like areas like math, but all of your like functioning in like your block design, your numeracy skills, all those things that we might test in IQ are really high, then we go, okay, well, there's something else going on other than just cognitive ability. So usually IQ test is included in any sort of autism test. It's highly recommended, and learning disorder.
There's
just
only
to basically...
one type of eel.
Thanks
Okay.
for the follow and the subscription. And so does that answer your question without me just like blabbing and monologue? I mean, I guess all of streaming is monologuing, but I don't want to like over talk a point that you understand. I'm also new here, but wanted to chip in. Have you watched Dr. K's combo with Melina? Mr. Girl seemed to have some huge issues with the Dr. K conduct himself there, mostly surrounding his response to Melina's polyamory. No, I have not. Interesting. And this might be a case where like, say, I haven't seen it at all, but say Dr. K is pretty opposed to polyamory. This could be a case where his like personal views are like bleeding into his, basically his therapeutic practice, which is a valid critique, but it's a valid critique of almost every practitioner. It happens. It shouldn't, but it happens. That notification is amazing. The subscription thing it's super funny. It makes me laugh every time. Thanks for the tears, Glovebox. Already gonna quit her job in 2 weeks like Mr. Girl. I'm contracted until like May 7th, and they don't have anyone to replace me. So if I quit my job, then the mental health program that I like have designed from nascence will just disappear. So I probably won't quit my job, but it'll be nice to have a potential like other source of income set up and ready to go for when I go and do my master's. Plus, then you guys can like get to read like all sorts of exciting forensic psychology papers. There's lots on pedophilia and other really fun topics. So that'll be an exciting time for everyone. But maybe not. Who knows? Maybe none of you would like that, but that's probably a large part of it. And I can talk to you guys about like the training. I have to go through a specific training to go into forensic settings as a psychologist and not get basically conned by psychopaths. So I'm really excited for that, and flags to look out for so I can like pass those on. That'll be fun. The guy who gave me an IQ test had to fuck up and give me way too high of a score. What a dick, hey? Rude. Yes, that explained it a lot. Perfect. Glad I explained it well. And I also stopped. He was making sure Melina was 100% on board with her polyamory decision because it was causing a lot of suffering. Okay, interesting. I'll write it down. I'm watching so many Dr. K videos. the thing is like, because it's like it's kind of like therapeutic in nature. I don't enjoy listening to them that much because I did like 2 years of just like that, like one-on-one counseling with like 6 clients every like I mean, I did like group counseling, and I was working at a long-term women's recovery center where we did individual counseling and group therapy and psychoeducation classes. So I don't enjoy listening to Dr. K that much, mostly just because it feels like listening to my own work. Did you intentionally call it practice? Probably not. It's a Freudian slip. Nick, is that hubby or the soundbite is actually from like a long time ago when one of our moderators, Yakovus, was streaming, and Nicotine got in the Discord chat and started telling all of his streaming followers about eels, because they're actually pretty interesting. If you ever want him to come in here and tell you about eels, we can do that, but I'm pretty sure you're here for psychology and stuff like that, so I don't know if you guys will be interested, but we can. Specifically in regard to Melanie, and Dr. K at one point has some technical difficulties and in frustration says, we were just getting to the climax. Mr. Girl takes issue with that language. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I've noticed. So here's the thing, when I was listening to the Mr. Girl and the coach talking, is that he has a lot of issues with basically like the style of basically, so what therapy often will do is like he has an issue with basically he thinks he makes people cry and then kind of brings them back up and makes a joke, which is valid, but then you have to have an issue with most basic therapy, because that's what we do all the time. That's basically building what we would call emotional tolerance. Is you typically you do a bunch of techniques like mirroring and chaining and reflective engagement and certain kind of key timed questions to get at core values, to bring the person down to core emotions that they maybe don't normally express. Because a huge issue in North America is people are afraid to express emotions. And then once they're experiencing them, you try to keep them in that space for as long as you think that they can tolerate, and then like a tiny bit more, because you're building their threshold of tolerance for these emotions, so that when they leave your office, they can go into these emotions on their own or with people in their life and be okay about it. There isn't people paying subscriptions to make them cry more. I don't know if I would say that people are paying subscriptions to make them cry more. I don't really know how a subscription is going to get people to do it. Is he doing this in his practicing therapy? Probably. Actually, he's probably doing exactly this, where you'll often bring a client down, and then once they get to a point where they can't tolerate the emotions anymore, you bring them back up gently so that they start to learn, I can experience these emotions, be socially accepted by somebody, and come back up, and it's all okay. That's a nice opinion. You got any empirical evidence for the like process of therapy? Probably. Is there empirical evidence that that's why like therapy is effective? No, but that's a really hard factor to like statistically disentangle from a therapeutic session, because that's just one of the things we do. We also do psychoeducation. We also just have therapeutic rapport. It's just this like huge question we have of like what actually makes therapy effective, and there's probably lots of things, and this is one of the things that we talk about. So it's more I could give you theoretical pieces, like people kind of postulating. Is there evidence for it? Probably, but even the evidence I could find you would like obviously be weak, because it's like going to be so correlational. You're very well spoken. I like the way you explain the thoughts. Thank you. I do a lot of education and training and stuff like that, so theoretically I should be good at it. He is doing therapy work in front of an audience for donations. He's incentivized to make the show as entertaining as possible, aka make somebody cry. Absolutely, which is that ethical blurry line of, is this legitimate? However, there's nothing I've read from Dr. K that says that he's so malicious that he is intentionally doing that. It definitely seems like he has a genuine heart to help people, and he thinks that this could help, and people are going to cry when they talk about deep heart stuff, right? That's just inevitable, and that's healthy, actually. They should cry. Now, obviously, public crying, the reason why, like, in part, like, we're reacting like it's so bad is because, in general, in North America, we have a really bad view towards crying. But crying isn't bad. You're allowed to cry. Even if you cry on stream, it's fine. The fact that people get engaged more, it's very similar to group therapy in this way. And when I run group therapy, I'll point this out, is that you can actually watch people's body language, and as you see somebody cry or start really really expressing honest, vulnerable emotions, everyone will lean in their chairs in group therapy. You can actually watch them. You'll see them all sitting back. And when somebody's telling a story, but they're not emotionally connected to what they're telling, you can look at all of the other group members and they'll be disengaged, they'll be sitting back. And then my job as the group therapist is to ask them cue questions to get them to connect into the emotions that they're feeling as they're saying things. And you will always see, regardless of the emotions, as they connect into these vulnerable spaces, everyone sits up. As they start expressing more emotion, they'll lean forward and they'll engage more. So yeah, is it potentially for entertainment? Yes, but I think it's pretty hard to prove that Dr. K is trying to make people cry. Because if he was, he could say things in a lot worse way. He could pull things out in a much more dangerous way. Whereas crying accepted though. Like that's the problem, is that crying isn't accepted when it's like, it's not a big deal if people, it's totally okay if people cry. It's okay if people cry on his stream, right? Obviously, if he's trying to make them cry, that's an issue, especially if he's being malicious about it. But encouraging people to cry, it's like very similar to like semi-public grieving, right? At funerals, right? We want people to be able to cry comfortably at funerals if they'd like, because expressing a certain level of like emotional vulnerability in a semi-public space can be really, really healing. I mean, you said in North America it isn't accepted, but is it accepted anywhere else? Yeah, I would say like in a lot of like more like Middle Eastern countries, like particularly like Israel and stuff like that. Maybe not as much now, but at least historically there was a lot more space for crying. They actually like hired professional grievers to cry. So it's definitely like something that's become more and more negative in like modernity overall. Yeah. Does that answer it? You could disagree. That's fair if you disagree, but yeah. I've heard somewhere, where is this? I've heard somewhere hopefulness is just as vapid as hopelessness and helped me a lot. Funny enough. Fair enough if that helped you. That is what I meant. That's that. So higher leveling, do you feel like I answered what you were saying? You don't have to agree. I just want to make sure I was understanding what you were saying and responding to it accurately. And while I do that, I'm going to put this back on.
Yeah, so I think it's
actually,
good.
I really want a friend, but then I'm thinking longer term. I'll have friends. So what I need is a therapist, maybe.
Yeah, so I think rather
There's
than
only
resolve that
one
issue,
type of
Retful,
meal?
I think the
Okay.
important thing is that you said something really, really beautiful, right? Which is that you do not like the tension.
It's a big problem in my life, yeah. I
That's
don't like the tension. Every time I'm around a girl, I like to just have it resolved right away that, okay, this is not going to be anything romantic for sure, or it might. Like, I
So-
just want to get it out of the way.
Is it okay if we talk about that?
Yeah, that's a big problem for me in my life,
Okay,
for sure.
so why do you need to get it resolved right away? Let's
You
think
don't
about
like
that.
well, okay, let me.
What don't you like about being in the tension?
I don't know. I have to figure it out. I have to
No,
figure it
no,
out.
no, we're talking about it. We're
You tell
talking
me.
about it.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
Oh, dude.
So absolutely, right? So let's think about this, because like here's the thing: if the girl decides to date you, how
I think it's really funny that I wanted you to figure it. Yeah, I think they're probably laughing. Okay.
yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, I have an answer for you, but I'm gonna try to get you there on your own.
Yeah, you want to get me there, yeah.
Yeah. So if you are, so how comfortable are you if she says yes?
Dude, there's some problems. Hold on. I'm a boomer. How the fuck do you scroll up in Twitch chat now? They changed something. I can't scroll up. I just keep scrolling down. What is this? And also, someone said my mic is too loud. Press control. Now, is my mic too loud? Because this is important to get fixed right away. And someone said I'm cutting him off too much. Okay. Oh,
You're cutting me
it's
off
not
too
too
much.
much. Yeah, I don't think I'm cutting you off too much.
Never
Okay, I need to
understood
stop
what
reading it.
people
Okay,
mean
so
by
close it.
Yeah,
Everything's working.
tension.
Close to a chat.
Close the chat.
Does
Okay,
anybody have a response? What does
Hello.
tension
Okay.
mean?
So Rectal,
What
tell
do
me,
you guys
how
think?
comfortable are you
I'd
if
be
she says
curious.
yes?
Like I have my thoughts, but you guys have your thoughts too.
Very comfortable. Yeah, I was really thinking it through.
How comfortable are you if she says no?
Also comfortable, actually.
There we go. Right. So this is important to understand. You'd think, and the word that I'm using is important, right? So there's comfort. So why are you comfortable with her saying no?
Because I don't have to think about it anymore. It's not what I want to happen. It's not my desired result. But at least my mind isn't in the tension. I'm just like, oh, okay.
Let's be clear.
I can write it off as something.
Yeah, you can write it off, but she's rejecting you, right?
Yeah.
And you're somehow okay with rejection.
Yes.
What? Like,
It's not my.
it's not your desired result. I completely agree.
Why
How
am I
are you
okay with it? Because it's fucking better than sitting there and wondering all the time.
That is a given, right? So we're saying that the tension is the problem. But
Yes.
why is outright rejection better than being left wondering? Which I think a lot of people can relate to this. But let's just think about it. Like,
Logically, it's worse.
I want to respond
Yes.
to it.
Logically, it's worse because now I
Yes.
have no chance.
exactly. That's what one would think.
Chance is
But
good.
Okay, I think the tension that he's talking about here is actually important, and I think it's a good question. Tension, in my view, if you're like pretty sensitive to kind of emotional things going on, tension is kind of that space of ambiguity. I think somebody said space where like there's blurred lines and it's unclear where the boundaries and the rules of social engagement are, which is definitely a form of tension that we have, right? And it's stressful. It's very stressful because we like to know the rules of the landscape that we're working with because it tells us the confines, right? There's this famous example. I think I actually had it done to me in school, but I've heard Dr. Peterson talk about it as well, and I know everyone's going to bring up Dr. Peterson as soon as I say it, where they basically, I had this happen to me though, not to me specifically, but I was in a class where it was in cognitive psychology, and our prof turned to us, and they're like, hey, the game begins now. And then you like freeze, because you're like, what game? Like, what do you mean? You know? Having the rules of the social landscape clarified is very safe feeling. It makes you understand where things are going. It allows you to predict in the future, right? When you're in that tension stage, say in a dating relationship, right? So you're starting to pursue somebody, you're interested, you think they're cute, they got a nice booty, right? All these nice things. Hi, nice person. There's this tension. Some people really enjoy the tension. It gets them excited. It's this question of mystery and chaos and all these fun things that come with it, right? It might work out, it might not, but you don't know. And there's kind of some romantic excitement to that. Reckful is obviously explaining he hates that. He skips right past that, and he just wants to get to, let's not do the tension. Are you abandoning me or not? I just want to know. Just tell me now, so I know the rules of the landscape. And the fact that he's so aversive to tension means that like there's kind of these basic systems within our brains. There's these basic mechanisms of behavioral approach or behavioral avoidance. Our behavioral approach system motivates us to move in towards things, and oftentimes it's a result of a reward or curiousness, whereas a behavioral inhibition system causes us to want to pull away. We draw away, we shut down, and it's often as a result of some negative experience with it, right? So for Reckful, tension, his brain immediately goes, there is a negative outcome incoming, potentially, and I don't want that. There's something negative for me around tension. And it's not just the negative, because in part he says, even if they say no, it's fine. But probably part of this is because when he had his family fall apart and everything, he lived in social tension and ambiguity for the rest of his life. You know, it's that nothing was talked about syndrome that I think a lot of people actually have, where it's just like, we don't know what the rules are entirely. We've kind of figured out some of the implied ones, but we never actually talk about it. So who knows truly what the rules are? That's scary. That's scary because it feels like it's like you're doomed to fail. You're doomed if you do and doomed if you don't, right? Oftentimes. Everyone loses, you're welcome. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels, right? Which is why he's afraid of tension. And that's why some people can enjoy tension because of kind of that titillating emotional high that they get from it. Even if it's negative, some people just like kind of crave any emotional high. People with who experience addictions a lot kind of talk about this, that they really enjoy those beginning tension spaces. Serial cheaters as well. They really enjoy that beginning tension in a relationship where they don't really know where things are going. That's the most exciting part. Because it's kind of like making them feel something. Whereas people who seem to not like tension probably like more structure. They like the rules really clearly set out. They might be more high anxiety individuals, stuff like that. Maybe people should engage with CBT a little more. Part of my therapy was recognizing those feelings and moving forward anyways, because each given situation is independent. Yes, absolutely. I agree that most people could benefit from what you're talking about is kind of a blend of CBT but also ACT therapy, acceptance commitment, where you go like, yes, these emotions are happening. And I am just going to commit to moving forward anyways. He made way more as a private psychiatrist and had less expenses not paying coaches. Interesting. I wonder if is that like true or your speculation?
But
It's really
actually,
funny. Actually, I love this conversation. Let's think about it. Okay.
yes,
So,
let's absolutely think about it. There's no hope if she leaves. If she says no, right? At least like in the tension, in theory, there's hope. And one would think that hope is better than rejection. That's what one would think.
I know why.
Let's hear it.
Okay, because then you're going through your days and little events happen, like a certain text or like an emote or like stupid things, or just like a person you see them if this is a real life thing, and then you wonder like, did this mean something? Did that mean something? And it clogs up all this mental effort for you to be wondering all the time, and then for it to just be a no, actually makes your life easier in all those ways because you can think about other things.
I completely agree that is
God
the
damn it, I'm
effect.
still not there. Fuck.
No,
okay,
no,
I
no,
get
no,
it.
no, no,
It's
no.
just
You're,
okay.
you're there. You're there. So that's what's
I'm
bad.
there.
You're defining what's bad about being in the tension and how you feel relief when you get rejected. So I'm not disagreeing. You're completely right. I think you're just missing one thing. And the question is, why in particular, Reckful, are you? Why are you afraid of hope and okay with rejection? Right? Because that's another way to define this.
That sounds fucked up.
It does.
That's me.
Yes.
Fuck. Okay, I'm afraid of hope, and I'm okay.
Because
with
that's
rejection.
because the tension. So sure, there's like a mental burden of you wondering,
That's a-
right?
I'm afraid of hope, but okay with rejection. I'm afraid of hope and okay with rejection.
Comfortable with rejection.
Okay is a nice word. I'm afraid of hope.
Why do you prefer certain failure to uncertain success? That's another way to think about it, right?
Close my eyes and think about it. Let's see. Why do I prefer certain failure?
So this is where when he says, we just talk about our feelings, I'm just your friend and we talk about feelings, I'm like, but that's not really true because you're not talking about feelings at all. You're talking about a core like psychological operation that matters. And it's fine. It's fine if you want to talk about it, but like, man, does it ever matter, you know? I'm going to actually shut this door because it's going to swing back open. Except I shouldn't shut it because it's inevitably going to be scratched at by a little pupper pretty soon here because she doesn't like doors being closed on her. She doesn't want to be in here, but she also doesn't want to not be allowed the option of coming in here. Isn't a failure more secure guarantee, if that makes sense? I think so. I think that's where it's coming to, right? And the important thing is that Reckful needs to get there. Reckful needs to know why, because that's what matters the most. Is Reckful to have these insights? That would be like my major critique of maybe Dr. K's therapy style. Is I think he gives his clients too much, and more so. How does your dog feel being psychoanalyzed? Probably good, because any moment my dog has any level of attention on her is her favorite thing. In fact, sometimes when I have friends over, she'll just sit in between us and block. Like, she's big, right? So if we're sitting on the couch and I'm looking at my friend this way, she'll sit in between us, so I just like can't see my friend anymore because she's like so desperate for all of my attention. Dogs do be like that though. Yeah, dogs are attention whores. Absolutely, they just they want it all.
Now, should I go back in my life really far, many years, or should I just think recently?
Wherever you want to go,
What
buddy.
the fuck I want to do? All right. Why do I prefer certain failure to uncertain success? Oh man, it's kind of like when I just stopped streaming on Twitch for long periods of time.
Mhm.
In the past, when I was like, just wanted to be a streamer as my main career. But the whole tension of the numbers going up and down, and not like on viewer counts, and not knowing it was too much. So I'd rather just run away and close it all, not stream at all. So I prefer
Very good.
to. Yeah. Okay. I did that. So you're right.
So what they're kind of trying to identify here is it's not feelings, it's patterns of psychological like responding, right? It's a pattern of behavior. I would call it behavior. It's just a lot of times when people think behavior, they think of like outward things like throwing a ball, right? Whereas I would say cognitions and like psychological responses are also behaviors. They're just like internalized behaviors, or like, yeah, internalized behaviors is fine. So what they're doing is they're not really talking about feelings, right? They're talking about internalized behaviors that are occurring over and over again. This is kind of the behavioral of CBT.
Well, I know you're right, but I don't know why.
Yeah.
I
So
really
let
like
me
the
ask you
sentence though. I prefer. Why am I afraid of hope, but okay with rejection? I'm gonna tweet that. Let's see if anybody knows.
Okay.
Can I tweet it?
Sure.
This is not helpful at all. I want to see
No,
what
no.
people say.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. I think
Why
it's fine.
am I afraid of hope, but okay with rejection?
So another way to think about it.
That's
is
how you worded it, right? Why am I
Yeah.
afraid of hope, but okay with rejection?
Yeah. Sure. So another way to
Okay,
think
I
about it
tweeted
is.
it. I tweeted it. Everyone answer. See
Okay.
what-
So another question is why are you? So why are you okay with rejection, but not okay? Why are you comfortable with rejection, but uncomfortable with conditional love? Right. So like unclear love. That's the other way to think about it.
Okay, I'm closing this. I'm getting distracted. Okay. Say it again.
Why are you okay with rejection,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yes, I am okay with it.
not okay with conditional love?
I'm not okay with conditional love.
Right. So like possible love.
Is that what conditional love means?
No, it doesn't mean that.
Can you
That's not
define
good.
conditional love for us?
So like let's say like possible. Like so let me put it this way. The
Yeah, that was
uncertainty
not a great
possibly
way of
getting
asking
rejected
it.
for you is worse than actually getting rejected.
And then just pop in chat, see what you guys are saying. Da 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 da. At first, it was phrased as certain failure versus uncertain success. Would that change the meaning of what he is saying now? No, I think he's trying to say the same thing in different ways to get Reckful to like understand the question. And because he wants Reckful to get there on his own. He wants Reckful to figure out what this core thing is. I don't know if it's like what some people might call like a vow, like it's basically some sort of core internal belief or core memory, maybe even if you want to use like that language, but it's a core central belief that he has that is causing him to always prefer certain failure over uncertain success. And so he's trying to ask it in different ways because he's like, well, it's because it's about love, right? In this case, it's about relationship. And so using the word success, I think he's trying to phrase it in a different way to avoid the word success because success doesn't always feel like the right word to use with like relationships. I think that's why he's trying to rephrase it. The problem is that his first phrasing is better. Gonna have a That's So Raven flashback moment. And then I knew, yeah.
I can see that this is a conversation you've had with people a lot of times, and it's not super stimulating for you, and that's distracting me. So I'm closing my eyes.
No, sorry, I just got a call and I need to make sure it's not an emergency.
Okay, so maybe I just assumed a lot of things.
Yeah.
My thought process is bad.
We'll
That was
talk about
weird.
that in a second too.
Fuck. Got a lot of problems.
Okay, so let me ask you another question, okay?
See, here's why Reckful would be a really enjoyable client to work with. And I've had a lot of clients with this that just free, like they just say everything that they think about, which is actually so much easier to work with in a lot of ways. It's actually like if you're watching this and you're thinking about therapy, these are great therapy skills because you actually need to learn how to be in therapy a little bit. You want to say all the thoughts that come to mind because otherwise your therapist has to keep asking, what do you think about that? How do you feel about that? That's why we ask it so much, is because people are not used to just saying everything that comes to mind. But if you tell us what immediately comes to mind, we can go, there was an environmental stimulus, Dr. K checking his phone. The behavioral response was Reckful assumed he's bored of me, he's had this conversation a lot, and he's not as interested in talking to me about it, so he's kind of waiting for me to get there, right? Also some implications, maybe I'm stupid, I can't get there. Maybe Dr. K thinks I'm stupid, right? There's some potential go-tos with that. But you got the stimuli and the behavior, which is really important for a therapist to understand because part of CBT is disentangling that to cause the stimuli to not have that internal behavior. And so if you're like thinking about therapy for yourself, this is a good therapy skill of just say everything that comes to mind. You're literally paying them to like you. So they're not going to like think you're a bad person, and who gives a shit if they do? They're still paid to like you and like be nice to you. So whatever, just say everything that comes to mind. Maybe fear of rejection because he's not interesting enough to. Yeah, maybe a fear of rejection, which is because it seems like he said that he doesn't fear rejection from others, but if they're diagnosing with BPD, fear of rejection is like an abandonment are pretty like intrinsic fears that they have. So I feel like when he's checking the phone, it's not so much a fear of rejection, but it's a fear of like Dr. K is abandoning me emotionally in this moment. He's checking out when even money isn't enough to get someone to like you. Yeah, but they have to act like they like you. Otherwise, you can find a new therapist. So, and really, the line between actually liking somebody and making yourself like somebody for long enough is blurry. You know, I think that's how some marriages work sometimes. Like especially when they're trying to get through like really rough periods, is they don't really like you, but they're convincing themselves to like you enough to get past to a place because they like love you, something like that, right? I'm not really inspiring any of you for therapy right now, am I? I apologize. I do wish Kay would is make a better distinction between which concepts are foundational and which are more surface level. He delivers everything with such authority. Yes. I think because, to be honest, I think Dr. K really understands Reckful, really understands it. I think he's probably reflected on his past sessions and been like, oh, I'm handing Reckful too much. I should let him figure out some of these things on his own because it's really important for clients to figure things out on their own a little bit too. It's just part of like the self-growth. And so he's delivering it all with authority because he's really certain that he has Reckful pegged, which you could argue is another potential problem, because if he's wrong, right, which he may or may not have been about certain things, right? There is some questions around like hypomania that I have that have never been addressed by Dr. K from everything I've seen. Although apparently I just didn't watch episode 4. I'm pretty sure I did. I just must have like zoned out most of the time. Paying people to pretend to like you. My friends pretend to like me for free. I don't think your friends are liking you, are pretending to like you for free. That would be counterproductive, because why would they be incentivized to pretend to like you if they're not getting payment for it? That probably is proof that if your friends like you, it's because they like you. That's why friendships are important. Imagine paying people. Like teachers who want you to show your workings. I always hated that. Yeah, your parents are paying them for the clout.
Yeah.
How much XP do you have? What if we had to say you have different skill levels, right? Like you've gained XP at like being in a relationship, being rejected, and being in the tension. How much XP do you have in each of those environments?
Oh, I have a lot of experience being in a relationship.
Very good.
I have experience being single.
Mhm.
Actually, more experience being in a relationship though.
Okay.
And then very little in attention. Yep.
Right.
So I'm low level. I'm bronze at being in attention. Okay, if we're using for some reason I like using the League of Legends things. The bronze, silver, gold,
Sure.
plat, diamond. They had in StarCraft too.
Yeah.
Also, StarCraft also. Okay, I'm bronze at being in attention. I might be like gold or high silver at being in a relationship. I'm not very good, and I'm not that good at being single either. I'm not really good at any of these things. Okay, so but
So
I'm the
we're
worst
not
at being
just-
in attention for sure.
No. So, but being
Yeah,
single
you're
is not what we're talking about. We're talking about rejection. That's not the same as being single, right?
I'm okay with rejection. Yeah, I'm chilling.
Yes, because you have lost
I've dealt with
people
that a lot.
before, Reckful.
Huh.
Absolutely, right? Because you have
Yeah.
lost people before, and you have
Yeah.
survived.
Yeah, I'm fine. I think.
So yeah,
I'm not really
because
fine.
I mean, so think about that for a second. You've gotten used to it, right? Like you've gotten used to people leaving.
Yeah.
And you can handle
Yeah.
that.
Fuck. Okay. Yeah. You're right.
Does that make sense? So the certain rejection is an area that you actually have a lot of experience in.
That's sad.
It is. It's very sad.
I'm gonna put you in the headphones.
Okay.
I want to hear you closer. I hate when
Okay.
it's tangled over here. Okay. Where is this?
I have 0 friends, but I'm happy. Explain that, science. You're content with yourself, I would imagine, but who
I'm
knows?
realizing that it's silly for me to untangle this. I'm doing it. Okay, I'm done. Now, hello.
So like if you think about it, your XP with rejection and losing people is actually like you're super high level there. Right? So it hurts. There's no question that it hurts, but your capability to deal with it is good.
Actually, I'm fucking diamond at getting rejected.
Absolutely.
Thanks, bro.
It's sad,
Funny.
but like you started learning that at a very young age. Right? You started learning rejection and loss when you were super young.
Uh-huh.
And then each time it happens, you level up a little bit, and so you become more comfortable with it.
Yeah.
What's terrifying is like you don't know if people are going to stay or leave. Like you can deal with either camp. You can be in a relationship or you can be rejected from a relationship. You can have someone say, "I never want to see you again," and it's painful, but you survive because you know how to do that because you're actually really resilient. And you have like winning and losing is doable. It's the hope, right? Because this is like you can only like let yourself hope for relationships so many times, and like each time someone ends their relationship with you, it hurts like more and more and more, and it gets harder and harder and harder to like try to love again.
You're right.
Right? So it's like you just need to know because like the possibility that they're going to say yes is just so terrifying. Because the flip side of uncertain acceptance is also uncertain rejection.
Okay, I can definitely understand the BPD potential diagnosis then, right? Like this is an exact conversation that I've had with multiple BPD clients about like the deep fear of being like left is so huge. You know, people leaving, coming and going relationally is actually a very normal thing. People are going to come into your life. They're going to leave your life. That's just normal. That happens in relationships all the time. The issue is that for some people, the leavings become so deeply painful and they never actually have good, healthy transitions out of a relationship that that leaving becomes so terrifying for a lot of people, but particularly for BPD people, right? BPD people particularly can't even imagine a world where somebody leaving you is a good thing or a neutral thing, right? Whereas, you know, if you've had lots of exposures of people coming and going both healthily, neutrally, and negatively, you're more likely to be like, yeah, sometimes when people leave, it's really awful, like a really, really painful, messy breakup, right? But sometimes people leave just because of natural progressions, right? Sometimes relationships just fade, your lives don't cross over anymore, you're not really in the same circles, and it's not that you guys hate each other. And if your paths cross again in the future, you'd probably be more than happy to re-engage a relationship. But right now, yeah, things just like don't really work out. And that's okay, right? That would be like a neutral ending. And then there's sometimes positive endings. Like, for example, like a teacher, your junior high teacher kind of saying goodbye and seeing you off and being like, hey, we might not ever see each other ever again, but like, I'm so proud of you. I'm so excited that you're like leaving me to go into like this next really positive step. And this is a really good thing for you. And even though it's like probably bittersweet because you're leaving something that you loved, you're excited for all the potential new future. And so it's kind of like a positive ending because it's ending in a natural, healthy, positive way, right? And it seems like with BPD people, especially when I talk with them, I try to be like, like relationships can end and that can be okay. That's just like, they're like, what? They're kind of like, what the fuck do you mean? Like they look at you and they're just like, there's no fucking way that that's possible. Leaving is terrible, it's awful, and shut up, I don't want to hear about it, basically. Do you guys think that Dr. K has a dominantly... So Twitch, my understanding of Twitch is mostly it's like men, like cis men. And then there's like kind of our LGBTQ community, and then women. And I don't know how it breaks out. Like, part of me wonders if Twitch is actually bigger for LGBTQ people, and like there's even less like just cis women. I don't actually know. I don't know if anyone knows. I'd be curious because I'm curious to. I wonder if Dr. K appeals particularly to like a certain demographic of people. Is the favorite person aspect of BPD an actual thing? What do you mean by favorite person? Oh yeah, my mom divorced 4 times, my dad divorced 3 times. I just expect people will leave. It sounds like you expect that they will leave, but that doesn't sound like it's a positive thing. Like, yeah, they're all gonna leave me anyways. It's more like it's like a bitter like thing that you've come to acknowledge versus like sometimes relationships end and it can be like a new chapter of your life, It appeals to depressed loners who spend their life on the internet. I think it mostly appeals strongly to the degen gamer kind, not to type anyone. Yeah, they do have like a favorite person, but it's very much because they have like unstable senses of relationship, right? So they have like a favorite person become an unfavorite person. So like their favorite person changes, but when you're their favorite person, they love you so much and it feels super good and they're super, super nice to you, and it's like, and they like romance you like crazy, and it's like a kind of a whirlwind if you're like the receiver of that. But you can like fuck up even like a little bit and they hate you like a lot, and it can be like really, really scary for somebody on kind of the receiving end. Yeah, they kind of love bomb you. Well, the tricky thing is they can go from hating you to loving you again like pretty easily, which can be just really confusing for people, right? Where they're like, I don't know how you're going to feel about me today specifically. Sorry. Especially if the reason why... Sorry, I'm doing ASMR again, aren't I? I'll spit it out. Especially if the reason... like why they get mad at you seems to like change and vary and is like decently small. It can be really confusing. Let's just say, particularly for people with BPD that are like untreated and unaware of it, they can really treat you like that. I don't want to like contribute to the aggressive villainizing of BPD people that happens online. That happens for an understandable reason, which is that a lot of people who have experienced untreated BPD individuals experience a lot of really ASMR. I mean, there you go. And so generally with one person back and forth with those love-hate feelings, or can they go from loving and hating you to a new person? Absolutely. It can definitely change and vary. Broadly, I would say because of this volatility, there are going to be some people who tend to be like a lot more passive, especially again, I'm going to be talking about BPD people as untreated, decently severe. Okay. This is going to be like the worst case scenario. Oftentimes it is going to result, they're like loving and hating is going to result in most people leaving that relationship, because most people are like, this is bullshit, I'm not dealing with this, goodbye, basically. The problem is that there are some individuals who tend to be like highly agreeable. They might be helper types who like recognize that this person is in need and has a really like gentle, loving heart and like wants to be there for them, so they don't walk away. And they kind of go up and down through the roller coaster. And so that person can oftentimes be like their main, like their best friend or something like that. I shouldn't put air quotes. It is their best friend. And it can be really confusing. I was in a relationship like that. There was 3 of us. One of the individuals had BPD. At this point, it was pretty severe and untreated. They were aware of the BPD, but they didn't have any money to pay for like treatment to get the skills that they needed to manage it. They have since done so. I ended up stepping out of that relationship eventually because I was like, I couldn't handle the emotional roller coaster. It was really like there's a lot of things that happened that BPD individual did to me when they were in like kind of a hating phase of me that I just couldn't let go of anymore, and it was damaging our relationship too much. And then the other friend was like highly agreeable and kind of like barely ever misstepped, but also like had no boundaries with them either. And they're still really close friends now. And this individual did eventually go and get treatment. They're doing much better. It seems like they're a much more like well-rounded person. They've also had that 2 year they got married. So they've had like a stable relationship for a long time. So they're in a really good position where like there's 3 of us. When I'm still friends with the other girl who didn't have BPD. And when I check in, it sounds like some of that roller coastering isn't happening anymore. So yeah, which is good. How many of you here is Dr. K actually going to talk to Mr. Girl? No, I am going to talk to Mr. Girl. Okay, I saw a question up here I wanted to answer. BPD is borderline personality disorder. Thank you. I need a chat command to go and answer that question for you. Maybe I'll get like one of those little like creatures on the side instead. I was nearly that person with someone I met. Yeah. I can't remember. Were you the person I saw on Destiny stream with a psychology background? Yes, I was. Probably. There's been a bunch of them. But if you're talking about like the most recent one who looked like this, then yes. What's the normal goal of therapy? Usually it is to see a remission of symptoms, whatever those symptoms might be. So there's new forms of therapy that are kind of focusing on, so most therapy is focused on getting people from like a -8 to a 0. There's kind of a new branch of therapy and psychology that's trying to focus on getting people to go from a 0 to like a +8. Okay, that was you then. I wasn't sure your name sounded familiar. Yes, thanks for joining us here. When are you speaking with Mr. Girl? It is in the title. I put it there after people asked me that because some smart person named Tam suggested that. What are my thoughts on Mr. Girl? He's a really interesting person. I think he's really, he's quite smart, and he has very interesting takes that most people don't have. Points upwards. I guess the title's down, hey? My title is sitting up on OBS. That's why I pointed up. But yeah, the title is down. The answer's
only one type of eel.
Down here somewhere. Thanks for the gifting again. That's very nice. From my experience, Dr. K does a lot of good for the gaming community. Yes. Broadly, that seems to be the view. The problem is that true, or is that like people feel like he's doing good and he's not, right? That's valuable. Diddle, is actually up. Yeah. So yeah, the goal. I'm an ardent wow. Yikes. I'm an ardent Mr. Girl viewer. Looking forward to seeing you challenge him. You seem like a good contender. Yeah, I think this is one where we're probably going to differ a lot in, because he's got a really strong dislike for Dr. K, and I would say there are certainly things that I unquestionably would look at and be like, yeah, there's some problems here. But overall, I don't have a really strong negative feeling towards Dr. K, like at all. And so I guess that's just kind of is what it is, I think, a little bit. Yeah, there's not much to like do about that. Other than talking about it, I guess. But I think Mr. Girl is actually pretty reasonable and smart. I think we're going to have...
There's only one type of eel. Okay.
Thanks, Glovebox. That's very nice of you. I think there is a lot of... there's a lot of negative sentiment towards Mr. Girl, because he wants to ask questions that like people are just like unwilling to talk about, and I think that's cringe. The cringe, not that he's asking those questions, that people just like immediately are like I saw like the one conversation where people were like coming at Stardust for like platforming him, and it's just like, why? Like, platform whoever you want. Like, the way you dismantle like dangerous ideas, if you think his ideas are dangerous, the way you dismantle them is by talking to them and arguing against it. The only reason you're going to cancel it is because you either think he's right or you think he's wrong, but you think you're like incapable of like arguing against his perspective. And it's just like, that's not super good like cognitive accountability. Like, if you actually have a problem with somebody's position, you should argue against it. If you don't know how to argue against it, spend a lot of time researching it. You don't have to talk to him right away. Just research for like You could spend like 20 weeks researching it and talking with people and building this case. But if you actually care about a topic and you actually think it's dangerous, then fucking talk about it and prove why it's wrong, right? The reason why flat Earth died away wasn't because we deplatformed flat earthers. It's because they're wrong, and it was easy to argue against it because you just like need some basic evidence to be like, yeah, but it's obviously not flat, and then like obviously not all of them will contend with you, but it's like it's not hard to actually talk about these ideas. You just like can't be a vitriolic douchebag. That doesn't work super well because unsurprisingly it just devolves into like defensiveness and argument and like ad hominems. Yeah. In my opinion, from my uneducated perspective, Dr. K promoting mental health understanding as well as introspection and meditation helped me personally. I can see him helping a lot of other people. Yeah. Overall, I would lean towards that. I think like there's some legitimate ethical concerns to bring up, but we have to remember that something that is unethical because of insurance liability, it doesn't mean that it's immoral, right? That's the line we have to toe. Flat earthers are pretty advanced these days. It's true. Have you ever seen my father-in-law is a flat earther, actually. So I've seen his fancy camera he has for it. I mean, he's not like a true flat earther. He's just like very dubious of the government. The Earth is flat, though. Reminds me of the debate Destiny had with pedophilia. Oh gosh, that debate was the most mind. Anyone who tries to like have intelligent debates about pedophilia, bless them, because it seems like no one is able to have an intelligent conversation of being like, okay, but here's the thing: we want them to stop offending, right? Right? And everyone's like, yes. And I'm like, okay, so what are actual solutions that like will reduce harm? How do we do that? And then people are like, murder. And you're like, okay, well, you can't just kill them all. And what are you going to do? Kill them preemptively? You can't kill people preemptive of a crime. But if the crime happens, you don't have a reduction in victims. You have the same number of victims. And now you also have just dead pedophiles who victimize people, right? So, not that, yeah. Why talk to wrong people when you're the wrong, when you can let their wrongness fester behind closed doors? Platforming bullshit. The platforming bullshit is so stupid. It is so dumb, and it is the most anti-science take you can have. If you actually think that not platforming something is actually going to reduce the like likelihood that people are going to have this idea or cause that idea to become more balanced and nuanced, is stupid and broadly shown empirically to not be true. What we see is when you cause mass ideas like major groups to go underground, they fester, they engage in groupthink, and they become more extreme in their position because of their groupthink and their echo chambering. Ah! You guys got me on a... Sorry, I just busted your ears again, but it makes me so angry. Do you also feel this way about misinformation around global health crisis? That we shouldn't cancel but should challenge bad ideas? Yes. I don't think we should cancel basically fucking anything. Except for like actual like inciting violence, hate speech. But even then, we shouldn't cancel it. We should report it to like the FBI, because if people are engaged in like actual like planning terrorism, we shouldn't like cancel them. We should like report them to the proper authorities and get them canceled by getting them in jail. You know, that's the only form of canceling I'm for, is putting people in jail, right? Oof, birds aren't real. Jesus, that's wacky how far conspiracy theories can go. Here's the thing. We have to be careful when we say conspiracy theorists, because on the left that has become like a buzzword to just dismiss anyone. And the problem is that sometimes conspiracy theories are fucking right. Like Epstein, right? Epstein was a conspiracy theory until holy shit he fucking wasn't, right? And he literally had a private island of child abuse, right? And so whenever we're talking about like conspiracy theorists, I try to be careful, because in my mind, when I think of conspiracy theorists, I think of people who like literally think that the government is run by lizard people, like alien lizards, right? That to me is like a conspiracy theorist that is just like, to me, born out of like some like detached from reality delusion, right? But a conspiracy theorist saying like, hey, the government maybe is lying to people, that's not really like a conspiracy theorist. That's just like the government. We've seen evidence of the government doing that time and time and time again, right? So, yeah. What branch of psychology deals with getting to a +8? Positive psychology is concerned with getting people to a +8. Sorry, I think you posted that question twice now. I apologize. I saw it and then meant to come back to it, and then I got distracted. LOL, let's make them afraid of talking about their desires with professionals. Exactly. Right? It's the same shit that we did with addicts for a really long time. With people with addictions for a really long time, we stigmatized it. We basically said, like, dirty, you're gross, bad, poo. Okay, well, now we have an extreme reactionary left that said, if you ever shame anyone for any form of behavior related to their substance abuse, you're a terrible fucking person and fuck you. You should die in a hole. Okay, well, neither reaction is what I would argue the healthy one. Something, I'm not saying it has to be exactly in the middle because we don't have to be moderates here, but something in between, right? Some sort of dialectic of the two is probably more helpful. When we started normalizing addiction and treating it like a mental health problem, then they were able to get help and we were able to get them off the streets, and it reduced crime and it reduced victimization and it reduced child abuse, because yes, part of why people thought addiction was so dirty and all these things is because it was correlated with high rates of crime, high rates of child abuse, things like that, right? Child neglect. But if you offer them treatment instead of just telling them that they're dirty pigs, you're actually going to see some of the most nefarious behaviors associated with that disorder, whatever that may be, reduce. Now, I'm not saying that we should normalize pedophiles and like put them up on pedestals and be like, look at how wonderful and beautiful and majestic they are, unicorn, right? Which is where we've gone with a lot of mental health disorders that I would argue is too far. We have to do something in the middle, right? Like even with depression, it's like unheard of to talk about the fact that like living with somebody who has depression is really difficult, and they can often be really irritable and mean sometimes. Doesn't mean that they're abusive, right? Mean is not the same as abusive, it just means mean. I feel like in 2022 we've forgotten that people can just be mean or dicks and not be like narcissists or abusers. But yeah. Am I going to get blown up now for being like in support of pedophiles and everyone's just going to come and fucking attack me? Because just so it's clear, first of all, I have worked on both ends with both victims and actual young sex offenders. I'm very opposed to child abuse and any form of it. I think it's fucking horrible. I have many close friends who have experienced it. I have personally experienced it. I am not for pedophilia in any way, shape, or form. I am for reducing the likelihood of them offending. Whatever that looks like, I'm open to talking about it to an extent. I think there are certain things that maybe would reduce certain things by more, but it has other potential like ethical or moral quandaries that come with it. Like supplying them with child porn, stuff like that. But as foretold by Peterson, oh no, don't start the Peterson conversation again. Mental illness is just a trendy label for some Twitter folk. It seems to be like, yeah. As somebody who's really passionate about mental health, who has a really big heart for mental health, who thinks it is a very legitimate issue, conversations in social media spaces about mental health enrage me. And enrage me more because oftentimes I've had people in social media spaces tell me that I'm like bigoted or an ableist or all sorts of things, when it's like, I've been advocating and working with these individuals for so long, and I care so much about them. Literally, fuck off. Like, you don't know anything. Yeah, or if it blows up on Reddit from a big streamer reacting to it. Can't platforming certain views directly lead to the further spread of bad ideas? Do you support hate speech being PLSY? Can you explain what you mean by PLSY? Either I don't know what that means, or you did a typo, and I'm not smart enough to think myself around the typo. Can platforming certain ideas lead to a spread of further ideas? Absolutely. That is absolutely a major risk with free speech. However, if you allow free speech to spread, so here's the thing. We have to figure out how to do free speech with social media, because spreading bad ideas is one thing. Spreading bad ideas on social media that creates an algorithm that actively tries to put you in an echo chamber is a whole other thing. It's actually why I'm decently, while I'm not overall like super aggressive into like government intervention and like all sorts of like private business affairs. I think it might actually be worth talking about allowing government mandating around certain social media things, particularly like banning certain algorithms that promote groupthink. Because there's definitely this issue where you have bad ideas spreading, and I really appreciate you bringing up the point, because I think anytime you want to challenge an idea, like how I'm vehemently against cancel culture, you need to understand what is true within cancel culture. What are they tapping at? Even if you reject the whole idea wholesale, there's something in there that's true that a lot of people are catching on to, which is the spread of bad ideas in echo chambers and algorithms that promote echo chambers. And I think that this is an important thing that I genuinely don't know how to solve without government intervention. I'm open to other interventions, but I genuinely don't know how do you resolve that without basically government saying, these are the type of algorithms you can and cannot use. You cannot use algorithms that use a bunch of cookies and all sorts of things to figure out what precisely this person likes, and then only showing information that caters to that. I think the cancel culture has come as a response to basically social media companies creating these extremely irresponsible algorithms and then never correcting them. I think cancel culture has been kind of that reactionary snap back to manage that, because it has proliferated a lot of really bad ideas to a lot of people who are high fantasy prone, high gullibility, or maybe just like certain, it seems to be like certain bad ideas cluster on either end, and both ends have them. There's certain bad ideas that like leftists get really engaged and like caught up into, and certain bad ideas that conservatives get really caught up to. And then there's also certain bad ideas that like anyone who's like super anti-government gets really caught up into. And I'm sure there are more areas of the spectrum. I realize that, but I'm just going to stay with those for now. So yeah. Are you going to be challenging Mr. Girl or talk about, or what is your talk? We're going to be talking about Dr. K. So I think I am going to be ending up challenging him, but I respect Mr. Girl enough to not just like, I don't know. I don't think I'm ever going to like come in hot and just attack people. I want to ask him, because his reaction to Dr. K feels disproportionate based on like what I've seen. And this is something that I've noticed Dr. Girl, shit. I keep doing this. Mr. Girl has. He'll probably hate that if I call him Dr. Girl, because it's like alluding to like the Dr. K crossover, right? I think in general, Mr. Girl is very smart and quite reasonable. I think he's got like a couple of ideas that I disagree with, and I think are like strange that I disagree with, but in general, he's kind of a like weird, unique individual who's got a lot of like strange ideas about things, which isn't bad. Like strange isn't bad, in my opinion, I should say. And so what I want to do is try to understand, like Mr. Girl will every now and then have reactions to people in a way that I don't expect. He did it with Lauren Southern, and I think he's doing it similarly again with Dr. K, where again, he's reacting in a way that I just genuinely didn't expect. And I want to know why. Like, I genuinely just want to know why. But I'm nervous because I'm worried he's going to think I'm psychoanalyzing him. Because I'm not trying to, like, I guess, like, to some extent I'm psychoanalyzing, but I think everyone does this, where they're just, like, trying to understand why this person is the way that they are. That's what I want to do. And then, yeah, I want to challenge him. I think some of his, like, positions on Dr. K are too extreme. And some of them I think are actually legitimate concerns. So, yeah, I don't know if it's just going to be, like, an outright, like, assault between us. It's probably going to be a mixture of everything. So we'll have to see. Dr. G. Yeah. Dr. Girl. Dr. G is the name of one of my doctors growing up. How do you feel about Mr. Girl's take on trans people? I've only heard people talking about his takes on trans people, which is you never want to take your opinions on things from Twitter headlines. So I have no idea. I'd have to like listen to it. My understanding is he talks about how his girlfriend wanted to was gender fluid or trans, and he said no, and then got her therapy instead. I'm not totally sure. Again, Twitter headline. So I don't know what my position is on it. I need to look it up more. Not sure if this is useful information, but FYI has a zero interest in engaging with the Dr. K's are not good. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair, because the line of like he's a net good for society isn't something that I can prove or disprove because I don't have evidence. And I think like when you're talking about net goods, like you can be like, yeah, it seems to be the case, but that could just be a selection bias based on like his viewers, right? At face validity, it also appears that he might be doing good. But when it comes, like, especially when I'm talking about like psychological interventions, I just like understand enough of the time that there's so many psychological interventions that we've created that seem like a good idea. They seem nice. People often self-report that they really enjoyed them and that they benefited them. And then when we do like closer, like more objective analysis of it, it's pretty ineffective. Carl Rogers' humanistic approach to therapy seems nice. It's very nice therapy. It seems good. All of his clients reported loving therapy with Carl Rogers. Then we did an analysis on the actual efficacy of his treatment approach. Wasn't super effective, right? So I don't really want to get into the line of discussion of like, is he doing a net good? I want to get more into the conversation of, is it moral or immoral? And clarifying some of the things, like he talks about how, especially around like the coaches, I think he's got a really, really like, by the time I think he started doing research on the coaches, he was so negatively primed against Dr. K that he's necessarily kind of imbuing his bias into like his analysis, which I think is just causing some like unfair interpretations of it that I want to clarify with him, and I'd be curious if he'd be open to like exploring it with me, basically, which he said he is, and I believe that, and I genuinely actually like Mr. Girl Fahrenheit. Does Mr. Girl stare into your soul at times? I think hopefully it seems to be a thing he does a lot. Interesting. What time is your conversation taking place? 6 p.m. Mountain Standard or 8 p.m. EST. Don't give in to the Mr. Girl stare. I probably won't. I once had a client in a forensic setting who we suspected was like really high on the antisocial, so like kind of like sociopathic scale, and he did that stare a lot. I've had two that were like that. This one was one that didn't really intimidate me because he was just kind of like, it can be either really scary or it's just kind of like something you just like wait out. And I find that his stares are very much like, they're not like his facial expression stuff, whereas like when like the one person I worked with who was really, really high and it actually made me really uncomfortable, had like a really high violence history, a lot of violent assaults against staff, and when he stared at you, there was just like these dead shark eyes staring at you. Whereas when like Mr. Girl does his stares, like his eyes are very, very like emotionally engaged and stuff. So I imagine it'll be okay. You seem to favor communication and understanding over just getting your point across. I know, I'm never going to do well on Twitch. I'm hooped. Just kidding. And you aren't easily triggered or defensively attached to ideas. So I think you'll end up finding a lot of common ground with Mr. Girl. I think so too. And I actually like, I have a like soft space for him. I think he's been like absolutely unfairly treated in the Twitch community. I think like he's not always the best. Like he definitely says things in a provocative way. But he's trying to agitate people, like, and this is go back to like, is agitators good? Agitators are good sometimes. I would definitely challenge Mr. Girl on his agitator style. I'd be like, I don't know if it's as conducive to opening up these conversations. You might have more success in these conversations and getting people to move if you were less provocative. Especially right now when we have like such a highly like politically and like socially charged culture with COVID. Like nobody has anything to do but be fucking mad at the internet right now. So, yeah. But that might also just like, I think he's like talked about it with Destiny. I think Destiny has said similar things to him. Yeah. And so it's like, if he wants to do advocacy for his ideas, he probably needs to figure out like better like communication styles. And like tweak his rhetoric to be a little bit less like inflammatory. But if he doesn't care about advocacy and he just like wants to inflame, then he's like effective at that. I just, again, that like calls into question, be like, you can't say that you care about certain topics and then inflame it a lot, but he's not necessarily saying he cares about all these topics, right? So it's like, I don't know. I don't really moralize a lot of these things. Like I think it just is. Broadly, I don't encourage agitation right now in the political sphere, particularly because we have such a politically divided culture that I think like adding extra like fire to the flame is just like making a dangerous situation more dangerous. But I don't think agitation is necessarily always bad. It's just a tool. Do not do that. People have done that with him like 4 to 5 times and it just pisses him off at that point. Okay, that's fair. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like we're not really talking talking about his style of social media presence, right? If he wants to talk to me about that, that's the position I would have. But he wants to talk about Dr. K. So I'm going to talk to him about Dr. K. I'm not going to be like, hey, before we talk about Dr. K, can I just give you all the things that I think you're doing wrong? Like, I'm not going to... as far as, like, being a good, like, communicator, I would not put that in the top 5 list of things you should start out with as an icebreaker. He's been told that several times, and he says that he doesn't care. Okay, fair enough. He doesn't care. Then basically I'd be like, okay, yeah. I broadly like think it's better not to, but not morally, just because like I actually care about like bringing people into my ideas and like convincing them of things that I think are like more true. That's all, right? So it's like, yeah, if you don't care about doing that, then you don't need to. Lumi, he didn't seem like he was transphobic. He's gender abolitionist and said it was okay with social transitions, but that he thought hormonal therapies, etc., was caused by social pressures on gender identities. Right. He's gender abolitionist and sexuality orientation abolitionist, I think, as well, which is very interesting. How long do you think it will take you to get through this VOD? I'll probably have to watch it when I stop streaming to get through it. I usually like paint and do house chores while I listen to VODs, and then I like run back. Or I play like a game on my own, like Red Dead, like some solo game, while I listen to them. And I listen to them faster, like 2 times speed, so I get through them a lot more quickly. And I take notes. Because, yeah, we're not doing great, are we? I'm saying we, like it's your guys' fault, but it's my fault for not managing my time better. Okay, let's play some more. The thing is that,
the
like...
possibility of rejection.
Is it that interesting for you guys to watch me listen to this? No, it's mostly my reaction to it that you guys are interested in, so I'm trying to give that. But I guess I literally react for an hour and watch
is
5 minutes. So.
Than rejection itself.
Sorry.
It's the not knowing.
Yes.
Right? And so even now, like
a girl told me really recently that she was telling another girl, and she told me that she did this, that
we will stop asking questions. We will stop engaging in chat. Wench, how dare you? We put you on mega tangents. It's my fault. I'm wondering if streaming is going to destroy my social skills because I'll be so used to just going on long tangents about stuff that I'll just stop checking in to see if other people want to talk because I don't have to do that right now. And then I'll just become a really socially weird person who no one wants to invite to hang out with because I just talk for 2 hours straight. And then I'm like, okay, thanks for listening. Bye. Which is terrible.
that I'm really weird in that tension spot. She didn't use the word tension, but in like that I want to just know right away that it's not a relationship thing. She was telling another girl that I'm weird like that, and the other people are comfortable just being, hey, maybe this will be it, maybe this won't.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I can't do that.
That's what we have
Right
to
now.
teach you how to do.
Yeah, I want to be able to do it.
Okay. So I'm tempted to actually ask you to meditate because I wonder if,
Let's do it.
in your state of mind, this will maybe something you can appreciate. Have we talked about the moment where inhalation becomes exhalation before? You seen this? We're talking about this.
The moment when inhalation
Becomes
I don't know
exhalation.
inhalation. Wait.
So
I'm having one of
inhale-
those. I know there's this weird moment. You know when you're looking at a word for a long time and it starts to look like it isn't a word. Have you had that happen before? Never had it happen in your life?
Where I look at a word for a long time and
You stare at a word for a long time and you're like, wait, is this actually a word? Is this how you spell this word? You've never had it happen.
I
I
don't
can't
know.
believe you've never had that happen.
I mean, maybe I have. I've had that experience with things besides words,
Okay.
but just maybe not with a word.
Okay.
'Cause
Anyway.
I don't know if I've just stared
Inhalation.
at a word.
Inhale. Exhale. Inhale.
Yes, because exactly. Luckily, I'm not dating. I don't have to date right now, so I don't have to worry about it. Beep, beep. Sorry, I'm just I'm just clicking way too many buttons. I only have one
Exhalation.
screen,
So
and
you
it
have
just
inhalation and you have exhalation, right? So close your
Yeah.
eyes, sit up straight,
messes me up
Yeah.
sometimes.
and find the moment where inhalation becomes exhalation.
We need to pay channel points for question while you're watching.
Is this
No.
straight? This is not that straight. Is it straight enough for you?
Your spine should be straight. You can be leaning back, that's okay, but your spine should be straight.
That is straight, I think.
Yeah, that's the most
Okay. So
I am
You guys can
streaming
try
off
this at
one
home, too.
monitor. It's terrible.
we're going, and then there's this moment here. The parabola.
Cough.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we're
So-
finding.
Find the moment. So in the parabola, there is a smaller parabola, right? Because at the beginning of the parabola, it's
I get it,
inhalation.
I get it,
and
yeah.
yeah. So zoom in and find the moment.
Okay, got it. I found it. What do you want
Okay.
me to do?
So you found it. So are you finding a point or is it a parabola?
It's a parabola. I think.
So then how can you find the moment if it's a parabola? Because a parabola describes a range.
I found the range.
find the moment, because at one point it's inhalation, at one point it's exhalation, right? So there must be a transition.
We must step back here and discuss this. Finding a range to me is identical to finding a moment, because we can keep dividing moments.
This is a really weird way of describing
amounts of time,
mindful
whatever.
breathing, where you're trying to catch
Even if
the
you find a
moment when
moment,
your
it's not.
breath switches from in to out.
I mean, it can be divided further, right? So we're just looking at it as a range. We
How
find a range.
comfortable are you with it being a range and not a moment?
Super comfortable.
Super comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because a moment is the same thing. A moment is a range also.
A moment is a range.
Yes,
sure
a
about
moment is a range.
Okay. So
I mean, logically, yeah.
no,
I guess
forget about logically. Just I'm asking about the conviction of your belief. I'm not trying to poke holes in your argument.
Yeah, a moment is a range.
Between her saying yes and her saying no is what?
Between her saying yes and her saying no is tension.
And what is that tension?
A range.
Between inhalation and exhalation, there's what?
A
And
range.
you are looking for. You cannot sit in that range. So you must practice sitting in the range, because I know you're capable of it.
I see, but it's not exactly my issue. My issue is I know this range exists, and I'm comfortable knowing it's a range and don't have to know any further. So with most people, maybe that would be the issue, but that's not mine.
What's your issue? Why are you uncomfortable with the uncertainty?
I don't know, and we're still trying to figure it out, right?
So I think it's because you can be comfortable with a range when it comes to the breath, but you are not comfortable with a range. That's what the very definition of the uncertainty is. You want it to be a moment.
This is an interesting. This is not the way I would have explored this. Like if if I was working with him. But I'm curious to see it play out, because it's a really difficult concept that he's trying to get into, which is like the tension space. What goes on in the tension? What goes on in relational tension that distresses you? Because obviously the tension in breathing, right? Like I'm like, is there tension in breathing? You know, Dr. K is like really obsessed with breath. Obsessed. I shouldn't say obsessed. He's like really passionate about breath work, and I don't really like. I wouldn't conceptually view like the space between an inhalation and an exhalation a tension. I don't know what I'd describe it as, I guess. But I would have a hard time translating that to like relational. Like it doesn't translate well to me for relation. Like it's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad, obviously. It's not what I would necessarily. How would I approach it? That's a good question. I think I'd probably let him sit and like. What I notice, so Dr. K will often jump in when he's like struggling with something. Oftentimes I will just like leave clients to like think, and I'll just like restate the question. I'll be like, what are your thoughts right now? Like I'll get them to walk me through their thought process. I like to do like chaining. That's my favorite way of getting down to like a core value. I find it just like works really well because it's just really like direct. Chaining is just leave the room. I'm like, why don't you think about it, and I'm gonna go get some Cheetos. Thanks for paying me $200 for this. Ruffle wasn't a client because this isn't therapy. Yeah. But it kind of, it's therapeutic, right? We come back to the question of what is therapy. Because by all extents and purposes, this is therapy, but they're saying it's not therapy, which is valid, because maybe therapy is just a legal thing and contractual and
There's only one type of eel.
Thanks for the subscription,
Okay.
Sour Armored Hero. I appreciate that. So, yeah. Lots of guttural noises for that. Because I've looked into a lot of psychological, like, theoretical writings trying to figure out, like, what therapy is, and it's, like, so ambiguous. It's so ambiguous. I'm joking, it was therapy. Clearly, that joke went right over my head. I'm so much in, like, psychoanalysis mode. I apologize. Cringe, Kyla, cringe. Yeah, so I think how I would approach this with him, or with anyone that I'm trying to get them to understand some core thing, is a process called chaining. Chaining is really easy. It's basically where you go, if that thing were true, what would that mean to you? If that were true, what would that mean to you, right? And so you have to adapt it. So for like every situation, I'd have to figure out like how would I chain with this? Can you psychoanalyze D's? Is that Justin Trudeau? That looks like Justin Trudeau's face. I don't know what it is though. To define therapy, we need to first say what it's not. I'll start. Therapy is not feudalism. Holy shit. It's also not cookies or other food items. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'd probably do chaining. I don't know if it would work. It might be something. It might be something though as well that I'd like leave with a client to like think about because he might not be able to figure it out. Oftentimes, if he's using meditation, especially, you can have really good insights by like getting into your body about this stuff. So I might have him like do like some sort of like um, meditative deep breathing exercise, some sort of like exercise to get kind of connected into his body, and then get him to try to answer again. Why do you prefer? Because the whole question, I know it's been 2 hours since we watched before, but the whole question is why do you prefer certain failure over uncertain success? The emote means you're being sarcastic, FYI. Well, it means Justin Trudeau to me, which is basically sarcasm. So, I mean, Justin Trudeau is one giant lump of irony.
Moment. I don't like the word there, but
Okay.
I want it to be. God, my camera got so bright. Why is it auto adjusting like that much? That's not good. I'll just be dark. I want it to be.
I'm impressed. On the third one with Dr. K and Reckful, Dr. K was getting pretty annoyed with how distracted he is, because he really tries to like avoid the feelings. It seems like a lot. Like as soon as he's like, "Come on, feelings," he's kind of like, like the chat and the microphone and the light and which is like Dr. K's getting frustrated, and this is where I'm saying, "K, but it's not therapy, it's a stream. You can't get frustrated on that stuff. The reason you're getting frustrated is because you know it is like inhibiting the therapeutic process." So that's something, again, I would say. We're calling it not therapy, but it is kind of therapy. It's a therapeutic conversation with a professional. Yeah. What?
I want to know I'm accepted.
Absolutely.
There
I
we
completely
go.
agree.
It's simpler than what. Yeah. I just want to know.
So
Well, why am I
understand
okay
this,
with getting rejected then?
because you just want to know. It's not about being accepted or rejected.
There might be a point, Ertl, where I might tell a client if they're not getting it, but it's sort of like the lessons that you learn on your own and like the moments, when you have like aha moments where like a light bulb goes off, those are often some of like the most important moments because again, I like the inside out image because like that's what becomes like a core memory. And that's what can allow, especially an aha moment that you have, to challenge a really like unhealthy psychological like core belief that you might have. If I give it to you, it's going to be like, aha, but it's never as impacting as when the client comes to it on their own. And so in general, for backward chaining, so building from a core, I don't know what backward chaining is. Maybe I am dumb? ? Backward chaining. Is an inference method. It's working backward from the goal. Okay. It's an OT and like special needs thing, it seems a lot. It's at least like the top stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Backward. Another strategy is called backward chaining. So we're backward from the goal. For example, the goal is to put on a t-shirt. You break it up into several steps. Then you have your child work backwards, starting with step 4. Therefore, you would do the majority of the tasks except for pull shirt down to waist. To provide positive feedback for your child. After your child masters the skill of pulling the shirt down to the waist, then have them, okay. I know what this is. It's a really old behaviorism technique. So basically, with this, in the case of a child, you basically do all of it for them, except for the last step, and then you reinforce them for the last step. So you do this a lot with dog training when you're teaching them like tricks. So say you're trying to teach your dog to give you their paw. You might do everything as far as like lift your dog's leg up and hang it in the air and put your hand underneath. And then the dog's paw is just going to like fall and hit your hand. And then it'll be like, yes, good job. And give them like a little pat on the head and give them a treat, right? That would be backward chaining. And you work backwards where like maybe you'll prompt now. You'll like pull at their leg to get their leg to lift it. And you'll kind of move your hand to catch it, right? That would be like forms of backward chaining. You asked what are the benefits of it? I'm glad you're as confused as I am. It's a really old idea. The benefits of backward chaining is it's a very effective way to teach certain simple behavioral schema that somebody is struggling with. That's why you might use it with somebody with like special needs and stuff like that. It's a really great way of breaking down a task that maybe has like, so what we would call it is a script. So it has a pretty decently complicated script of maybe 6 steps. So for a child, right, cleaning your room is actually a process that has like, it's a script of probably like 25 steps, depending on like how messy the room is in part, right? It includes like picking up toy, putting it in specific bin, right? Walking back to toys, focusing on toys and putting them all away in a bin, and then making the bed. Well, making the bed is multiple steps as well. So backward chaining basically can teach children who have a hard time understanding what we call scripts. It helps them understand the steps of the scripts because the most reinforcing thing is both the head pats and also achieving the goal. Our brains love achieving goals. So you're basically shortening the time between the initiation of the behavior and the reward of achieving the goal. So it can be really effective for kind of teaching them how to do things. I don't use it a lot because I don't work with special needs people, but I do it with puppers sometimes. I am backward training this chat. Head pats, Peepo happy. Oh, sorry we don't have Peepo happy as an emote for you. Maybe we'll get one for you. And then it's lengthened and complexified. Yes, absolutely.
You just want to know.
So chaining, just to be clear, when I say I would use chaining to get him to go there, chaining is different than the behavioral process. Chaining, I know it's confusing. Chaining is a CBT process where basically say somebody says, I really hate it when I'm in that tension space in a relationship. And I would go, okay, let's imagine you're in a situation where you're beginning a relationship with somebody and you ask them directly, are we a thing or are they not? And they kind of dodge you. They kind of give you like a maybe response where it seems like you might be able to and you might be not to. Let's assume that this situation is true. What does that mean? And get them to answer it. So say then their answer is, well, that means that they might not like me, things might not be good, it gets me really stressed out. So I'd get them to say what it means, what the tension means to them. And then I'd say, okay, let's say it's true that all these things that you're assuming are going on. Let's say they maybe don't like you and they might be planning to reject you. Let's assume that's true. What does that mean to you? That's chaining. Where you take a statement, whatever their statement is, and then you say, let's assume that that's actually happening, that is a true statement. Now what does that mean? So you get them to walk down kind of the steps of their psychological like identity a little bit, and the goal is to get towards a core idea, which might be like, it means that all people are bad, right? And all people are bad is very much like a core value because it's very circular. I can't really prove to you at a psychological level that all people are bad if that's your core belief, right? And it's going to affect everything. Professional equivalent of yes, it is a professional equivalent of saying why. Sorry to answer your question. APM East, yes, thank you, Glovebox. You get the prize, man. I don't know how you're not VIP yet, mostly because I don't know how to make people VIP. I meant to make Tam a VIP. Okay, I think it's /VIP, but I'm worried it's just going to come up as /VIP. I guess I can try it, but I'm pretty sure that's not how I make people a VIP. Display a list. And I don't know if anyone
because in this instance you are not uncomfortable with the range, right? You're the very definition. If you say I just want to know, you want to be squarely in inhalation or squarely.
It is as VIP. Okay. Actually, Jacobus, if you don't mind making Glovebox a mod, that would be good. And then you can VIP Tam for giving me the idea about the name.
An exhalation.
I don't know if there's any benefits right now to VIP other than
the middle of the parabola,
badge,
but it's in that middle area where you are just intensely uncomfortable. Does that make sense?
Of course it makes sense.
The problem is that when you become attached to a relationship, you cannot see what otherwise you understand.
That didn't make sense. When I become attached to a relationship, I cannot see what?
You otherwise understand. So you are completely comfortable with the idea that there is no inhalation and there is no exhalation, and that there's something in the middle, which is the parabola. And that if we think about that, the parabola is like the uncertainty of the breath.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But right now, your mind is calm and clear, so you are able to live in that uncertainty without it torturing you. It's just simple. There's nothing to worry about. There's no inhalation. You're not stressed out about it. It's a parabola. And you say that with utmost conviction, that there is no moment, it's just a range, and you're comfortable with that range.
Yep.
And range is uncertainty, right? Like it's like kind of the same thing. Like that's what you're saying. Is that you cannot define it. It is like, it's a range.
This doesn't mean it's uncertain, though. It's there. There's the range.
Absolutely. And when we think about her saying, not saying yes or not saying no, there's a range.
That's uncertainty.
That's uncertainty. She could say yes, she could say no.
No, because there is a binary answer at the end. Whereas with the breath, there really is something in between when you inhale and exhale.
Then I encourage you, so I do not think both of those statements can be true. So I'd say zoom into the parabola even further and look for the binary answer. That's the whole point, right? So the point of the exercise is
I kind of see what he's saying though. Like there is something going on between an inhale and an exhalation. It's like mid exhalation, like there's like right, like there's like that sound and the air leaving you. Whereas when you're in between in a relationship, I guess you could argue there is something going on there. You're in between. You're like figuring out. So okay, genius, Dr. K, you got me.
Find
you got
moments
me
where inhalation
even.
becomes exhalation.
Oh.
Do I ever suggest meditation? Well, I worked for a super Christian workplace before, so I couldn't use the word meditation, so I said deep breathing exercises. But yes, I do recommend like meditation. A lot of people feel like that's super spiritual woo-woo, so in general I will tend to recommend breathing practices. I'm a really big fan. I thought he would have got advice from Destiny on how to lead girls on. Is there a difference? Not really. Although meditation can be taken to next levels, or it's also a spiritual practice, right? There's a lot of spiritual and religious institutions and whatnot that utilize the breath techniques for their spiritual practice as well. So I would say deep breathing, like meditation is the broad category, and under it includes like therapeutic deep breathing, but also like religious meditative practice. There's lots of different types. Yeah, I just started this Wim Hof stuff. Oh, thank you. Wim Hof is incredible. So usually the main breathing techniques I'll recommend is, I don't know if you saw, so he does it too, where you breathe in through your nose and then you breathe in on the other side of your nose. I'll do that one because it's bidirectional stimulation, which is great. I use meditation to calm my mind, a very effective tool to deal with my anxiety. Yeah, it seems to be meditation is great for anxiety because it is like necessarily antithetical to what anxiety is. Anxiety is a preoccupation with the future, right? It's the fear of future things. And meditation is necessarily present. You can't be engaging with the future because you're focusing on the now. So I usually do just like basic deep breathing techniques, like focusing on a part of your body. For people who really want to avoid the religious stuff, I'll sometimes do the nose stuff. The problem is that a lot of people don't like to do the nose one in public, so I try to give people deep breathing techniques that they can use like acutely, like if they're in public and they're starting to panic, stuff like that. But as like a daily practice, I almost always just recommend Wim Hof. I think it is like bar none one of the best like breathing practices out there. It's again a-religious. It's super wonderful. I always recommend it to people, and then I don't even do it daily, but I think it's really important. Really valuable. But other techniques are cool as well. I just like Wim Hof the most.
I guess it's a fun thing to help you zoom.
And if somebody wants to post in the chat a link to a Wim Hof breathing technique, go for it. I like sound-based meditations. I try to identify and focus on as many sounds as I can. Yeah.
And on the breath and anchor, right?
Sure.
Is that why we do it? Okay.
We do it for all kinds of reasons. That's one.
Part of why I really like meditation that focuses on breathing is because breathing is the best way to trick your sympathetic system into going into the parasympathetic, to like going into the relaxation stage, because you give it like a muscle feedback. Even if you're worked up and anxious, your breathing will get tighter. When you do deep breathing, you trick your system into being like, oh, I'm deep breathing, I guess I'm not anxious anymore, because your brain is like smart but also really stupid. So you can kind of like trick the old systems within it of being like, oh, well, our breathing is slowed, so I guess we're not afraid anymore, teehee. But then the cognitive part is like, yes, we are. Oh, gosh, we're still afraid. So you have to like do it a lot to bring it down.
Right there. Okay. I mean, I can find that center of the parabola. The range that is in the center of the parabola.
So zoom in further.
Then there's another range.
Absolutely. And another range, and another range, and another range. But you know at some point, like from a very simple, like physiologic standpoint, at some point...
If you do it, don't do Wim Hof underwater, you'll die. I mean, don't do any deep breathing. I feel having to do Wim Hof, yes, it does oftentimes. I've actually introduced it to specifically people with addictions because it kind of gives them that sense of euphoria that they can tap into in a much healthier practice, right? I also feel high when I hold my breath in the Wim Hof for the like hold breath hold. I just, yeah. It's like the one time in my entire day where I just am, and that's it. It's very nice. But there are, if you don't like Wim Hof, because there's a lot of like breath holding, there's other meditative deep breathing stuff you can do. Here. I feel like I keep saying this. I'm going to just show you guys a Wim Hof thing since I'm talking about it so much. This one's a nice simple one. It's also got an app. You can tell that I've used it recently. Copy. Oh, it's not letting me post it in chat through this system. That's very annoying. Ba, 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 ba. Hold on, I gotta go to this chat. Give me, not myself, but chat. There we go. There you guys go. Okay. Let's go back. Beep.
Point, you are not inhaling, or inhalation becomes
Oh,
exhalation.
fuck, you're right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right, right?
Okay, yeah. At some point, we're doing the other thing.
Yes,
At some point, like the vacuum turns on or whatever, you know.
exactly. Right? At some point, you're no longer inhaling and you're exhaling.
I see. You're smart.
So then there must be a transition.
That's cute.
And you can detect the range of the transition, but this is why you have to practice this technique.
But we can't find. Okay, then I counter that. We can't find the point, right? Because this is too small a range of time that we'd have to go to slow down time to find it.
Exactly.
Which is
So this is where, if we think about it, right? So like if we think about a practiced skill, when I play WoW Battlegrounds, my perception of time is way too fast.
just imagine you playing
Right.
a WoW Battlegrounds. That's so funny. I would,
And
I
it's
would
like-
watch. I was about to say I need to not stop saying pay, but I would fucking love.
Dude, I
watch-
used to-
Can you stream playing a WoW Battlegrounds? It's so funny, please.
Maybe one day, sure.
I just really want to see.
I used to-
People
I-
want to see. People
I
want
used
to see it.
I used to play Warlock, and I used to be, on the one hand, really bad, but also on the other hand, at times close to being a top of my server.
Wow.
But also really bad, like nowhere near like someone who's actually good at Battlegrounds.
I would love to
Or
watch.
no, not top of my server. What's the top rank?
Okay, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
There used to be like echelons, right? No, sorry, not Battlegrounds, in Arena.
Arena.
Yeah.
You were Gladiator? you would know.
No, I
Duelist,
was
maybe?
not.
Duelist, the one under.
Yeah, I was like duelist, and I had
It was
an
like a
option.
top
So I
three.
had a clan that was glad.
Okay, I don't care.
Listen, this didn't have the time. We weren't good enough to do it.
Sorry, guys. I just
Absolutely,
don't
completely
care.
agree. And may have not never been
If
good
you had
enough.
the time, you might have not made it either.
Okay, we'll
we
get
have to
to
think
that
about
in a
it.
second. But let's not get distracted. So my perception of time in Battlegrounds is way faster than your perception of time. Sorry, but not
Okay,
Battlegrounds.
going
PvP
fast.
Arena.
Okay,
Right?
so it feels like it's going fast. For me, it feels like it's going so slow. Yeah, I'm just like, oh my god, this game's like I'm just waiting for this kid
I
to get bored.
listened to a YouTube video of you playing Battlegrounds, and I was amazed.
Arena,
by
Arena.
Sorry, I was amazed by your ability to describe what is happening and what is going to happen next. It felt like it was slow mo. Like when I go into PvP Arena, it's just like I feel like I'm being dropped from a skyscraper, and then before I know it, like my Fellhound is dead and all of my mana has been drained.
Fellhunter. Yeah, I'll explain. It's because you just get to know all the abilities. Well, you already know this, but you get to know all the abilities of every character and their cooldowns. So you get to know that there's nothing that can happen to me in the next 10 seconds because Rogue doesn't have Kidney Shot and he doesn't have Vanish right now, and I cannot be stunned. I'm just chilling. So I'm not in tension because I know it goes back to the other thing. I just know nothing can happen to me, so I'm chilling. You know, and then but I know all their abilities of all three. And then
Yeah,
you-
so
you
your
play- you
ability,
play a lot.
your ability to process who is using what abilities on the enemy team requires a slowing down of time that I don't have. So I can't keep track. In 1 second, you can track 3 abilities from 3
Right.
enemies, whereas
This is
I
what
can
annoyed me.
track half of one.
This is what annoyed me actually. There were add-ons to just do it for you, but in tournaments at the time you weren't allowed to use add-ons, which I liked because then everyone was on a fair playing field. But there were add-ons that just tracked in the middle of your screen all the abilities the other team used, and I didn't play with any of that. I had 0 add-ons, and then the people were basically cheating in my eyes.
Yeah.
To have it, you know,
So-
because I mean, unless everyone has it on, then you're cheating.
So Reckful, let me just go back to the point. So I think the issue is you're saying that you have to slow down time, and I completely agree, right? So you need to increase
Okay, come on. Actually, I feel like you just got there.
and that comes with practice.
That was a
you
really
can do it.
long WoW rant.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I like that you took some time with the answer. Made me more comfortable with your certainty. So, I have a question there.
Okay.
So I hear a lot about how meditation will get people into a state of mind. Well, you tell me a lot. How it'll get me into a state of mind where I want to be, really. And it'll translate into my day-to-day walking around life, not just while I'm meditating, right?
Mhm.
Now, what makes it so when I meditate and when you meditate, we're doing the same thing. I completely have no, sometimes I get to the point where I'm not thinking at all.
Mhm.
Okay? And that's where you are.
Meditation is interesting because I feel like it's one of the few things in psychology that's kind of like exercise is to like bodily health, which is like, whereas like in most things that I can prescribe people, Yeti mic, I just got a text literally like 10 minutes ago that my Yeti mic has arrived. It's in town, so I just have to go pick it up. So yeah, that's fair. They are really hard to watch. Yeah, it's very sad. And you know, it's tough watching these and analyzing them with Mr. Girl because in all of it I want to be like making like what we would almost call like a sacred space to facing your weakness by directly going at things you suck at is like exercise. Yeah, but I actually think like in general exercising is good for everyone, right? If I prescribe as a doctor to exercise, for the most part, like in very rare circumstances, is exercise not actually going to benefit the health of a person. In psychology, a lot of prescriptions we give, like most of them probably won't harm, but a lot of them might not benefit somebody. It's a bit of a like throw things at the wall till something sticks with psychology because everyone's so different and unique that we have lots of prescriptions, right? Journaling, all sorts of things that we think broadly will help people. But we also have to tailor it to individuals, right? We have to go like, well, is this going to work for this individual at this time? Well, this person's a lot more like intellectual, so we'll maybe give them CBT, but maybe actually because they're intellectual, maybe they would actually benefit a lot more from like more bodily practice, like mindfulness and stuff like that. Whereas like something like meditation seems to just broadly benefit everyone. Everyone seems to just gain benefits from meditation ubiquitously. It's just something that you should probably do as a daily practice, just like you should probably exercise. Like, I mean, I guess you can maybe exercise as much as you meditate. Like, you should probably exercise like 3 times a week, generally. You should probably meditate 3 times a week, generally. I mean, there's lots of things you should do every week that we don't do, including myself. But yeah, it's hard to stay motivated to like do these things day by day. I mean, as much as I like literally raved to you guys about Wim Hof like 10 seconds ago, when's the last time I did Wim Hof? I think like a week and a half ago. So it's like, I can't. I'm not. I don't think I'm like standing on a pedestal, like preaching down and being like, "You should do this." Like, me too.
How do you go farther than not thinking? How are you getting somewhere farther?
Because not thinking is just the first step, right? So that's kind of like, but it's hard to describe because
you like scuffed audio. Interesting.
So like, let's say that it's dark outside, and I can't see anything, and I turn on a low light, and so when there's a low amount of light, the rods in our eyes activate and are sensitive to low light.
When I'm talking about meditation, yeah, I'm usually talking about deep breathing meditation specifically. So mindfulness in part, but I think mindfulness with the breath matters. Like I actually think a lot of the benefits that we see from meditation are from actively forcing your autonomic system to calm down. Because I just think humans in general, we're so constantly preoccupied by the future that it's hard not to be like anxious a little bit. For everyone. That's literally how our species survived, is because we're the most adaptable species on the planet because we're really, really good at predicting future problems and preparing for them now so that we can get through it. Whereas like other species, they don't predict for future problems, like all of their food source disappearing or the main animal that they hunt and eat migrating, and so they die out because of that. Not entirely. This is like obviously a very reductionist view of evolution. But yeah. There's someone on the Andrew Huberman podcast that said that their perception about how good their exercise was important. They gave an example where hotel workers were told that they were getting lots of exercise and tested them before and after telling them, and their markers were better than when they thought that they were doing a good thing. Yeah, I mean, there seems to be, that's probably a bit of placebo, right? We do see that in general, if you believe something to be good for you, you will have some markers of benefit, which isn't to dismiss it. It actually means that like placebo matters, like believing that something is going to help you. Like placebo can be so powerful. There's a really interesting study that I don't have on me, but I can try to find it at some point. I learned about it in university, but there's a really interesting study where they had 4 separate groups. So they took a plant. Okay, let me just explain it. I'm going to simplify it more. So they basically had a bunch of people, and they had a leaf. And there was 2 leaves. One leaf was actually poison ivy, and another leaf was not poison ivy. It looked like it. And so then the 4 groups was basically, you had there was two groups with the poison ivy. One group was told, hey, this is poison ivy, makes you itchy, and then they rubbed it on their skin. The other group was told, hey, this isn't poison ivy, don't worry about it, and they rubbed it on their skin. So they were basically told a false negative, okay? The other group didn't have the poison ivy. The leaf itself literally wasn't poison ivy. They had half of the group get told, hey, this is poison ivy. It wasn't, and they rubbed it on their arm. The fourth group was told, hey, this isn't poison ivy, rubbed it on their arm. So you can see it's a brilliant study because it's got a built-in placebo for every single level, basically, that you would need. And the results were crazy. Okay, so first of all, people who didn't get rubbed with poison ivy and got told that it wasn't poison ivy, unsurprisingly, never developed hives. Shocker. The group that was told it is poison ivy and it wasn't, developed hives at a very high amount. I believe it was like quite close to the main group who received poison ivy. Obviously, the group who received poison ivy, the true positive, they were told it's poison ivy. It was poison ivy. They got super itchy. But again, fascinatingly, the false negative group, the group who was told it's not poison ivy, but it was. Some of them still developed a rash, but not. I would need to look at the study, but I think it was like the people who believed it was poison ivy and it wasn't, developed rashes at higher rates than the people who thought it wasn't poison ivy and it was, which is like very, very important. It's why when people are like, oh, it's just placebo effect, I'm like, we probably shouldn't underestimate the power of your beliefs, right? Because it seems to be the case that our brains are very much going to determine the neurotransmitter, the chemical layout of your brain is in part going to be determined by the thoughts and beliefs that you have. Now, I don't mean this in like a cringy Carolyn Leaf or like Dr. Joe Spinenza way where I'm like, you can just think away your addiction, right? Like, that's stupid. Are you telling me poison ivy is statistically insignificant? No, I'm telling you nothing. I'm just being stupid. I don't know how to respond to that question. But what it does mean is that like placebo effect matters. What you believe about things matters, and it probably. I read The Secret. Yes. So again, this is why I say like I want to say this while giving the caveats of like I'm not saying that this is The Secret. I'm not saying if you just like believe good things will come your way, they inevitably will. La la la. Especially because The Secret very much like. It builds on the self-fulfilling prophecy, but it kind of also then implies that like the world will respond to your self-fulfilling prophecy because you like draw those things into you. It's very woo-woo and weird. Hello, Freya. My dog's being very cute right now. So it shows how powerful your thoughts are. Yeah, it is a magic trick, but you have to remember that there were still some people who didn't believe it was poison ivy and still did get a hive. So it does seem to vary between people as well, right? Probably in part based on like your immune response. People with a hyper strong immune system is like, I don't give a fuck what your beliefs are. This is poison ivy, bitch. And then they still have poison ivy reactions, right? So, yeah. It's not like a perfect system, and I think it's like really cringe when people are like, just think your way out of things is very similar to like, just don't be sad. And it's just like, bah. Doggo.
Whereas the cones are not. So when it's dark outside, the perception of color,
Okay, yeah.
the perception of color is not there, even though you can see like shapes.
I'll get
So think
a
about when it's
doggo
dark outside,
cam
like, you don't see
someday
the
so you
green
guys
trees,
can
they look the
watch
same
her
color as the
cute
bark,
little
right?
face.
Which is like gray or brown. And then as the
My
amount
dad
of
always sees it all the same color. He's colorblind, but
okay,
I wonder if,
so he's probably red-green colorblind, or is he completely colorblind?
So wait, does it mean that his cones or rods aren't working?
No, so
Which
if
one
your dad
was
is if your dad is color, so cones perceive color and rods perceive black and white.
So his cones of green are not working. I think he sees a tree as one color.
Yeah, so I don't know particularly what's going on with your
Okay,
dad.
okay.
Usually
Yeah.
men are usually red-green colorblind because the gene for color is on, I think, actually one X chromosome. So
So what does red?
anyway.
What does red green mean? They can't see red and green.
They can't tell the difference between red and green.
What?
Yeah.
No, you can tell the difference between red and green. Yeah, I'm using different one. Okay. That's not crazy. Now don't tell the difference between red and green.
Raffle's like,
Goddamn.
false, psychiatrist. That's not what red-green blindness means, fool.
I guess some people are like that. That's a common one.
Yeah, for men.
Red and green are fucking different.
Yeah,
to
but
us.
they
Poor
can't
guys.
perceive it.
I feel
right?
bad. Yeah,
So
I get it. I know.
let's go back to your question.
Yeah, Coffee, you're kind of talking about muscle feedback. So that's muscle feedback system does trick your system to a certain extent, right? So again, you can't like look in the mirror every day and smile at yourself and just cure your depression necessarily. But it is a good way of being like, generally you want to try, like the mood you set yourself on in the morning is really important because it kind of sets like your mental lens for that day. So in general, you want to try to have as like positive of a morning as possible. That's in part why I think probably like the breakfast ritual became so like popular. Not because like you need to be eating a certain foods that are tasty in the morning at 8 a.m. Like I totally reject like the idea of like that you need to like break your fast at like 8 in the morning if you like work like a day job. Like you probably don't. But the idea of like having a really healthy morning routine is probably really important, because it sets your mood, right? So if you start the day by like smiling in the mirror, maybe like petting your pupper and listening to music that like you really enjoy, or podcasts that you really enjoy, something like that that makes you maybe laugh, it's gonna like set the lens. It's not perfect, obviously. If something really shitty happens in your day, even if you're just like driving to work and somebody like almost cuts you off, right? It might just like be enough to like throw your whole day, but it's not a bad idea. Are you saying shifting my bedtime by 3 hours each night isn't a good idea? I mean, I would generally say you want to try to have the same sleep schedule. You want to go to bed and get up at the same times every day. That's generally what would be recommended. Wake up, doom scroll on Reddit about how global warming is going to kill me and how we're on the brink of civil world. Why am I so sad? Yeah, but true though, right? I think it's actually a really important thing, especially for us to be talking about with like Twitch and like social media spaces. Like genuinely, when I listen to some people like who cause drama, when I've like listened to like certain streams with like Destiny and other streamers where they're like having big fights and they're like, oh, but you just like really like hurt my feelings, and I'm like, if you have like this serious of mental health problems, you probably genuinely shouldn't be on these sites. Like, not because I think it's good that these sites can be like so toxic and like full of bullying, but like in general, like if you have a mental health problem, you're already going to be predilected towards like viewing things through like particularly negative. Holy shit, breakfast means break fast, like you're breaking. Yeah, that's actually where breakfast comes from, is breaking fast. Because overnight you are fasting, obviously. That's where, in part, where intermittent fasting kind of makes the argument that you can just move where you break your fast to later in the day, so that you have a longer period of fasting. Which like will cause your body to like use more of its like reserves, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously, but my phone's listening to us. So yeah, I think like, do I fast in the morning? Yeah, I usually fast until like honestly like 2 or 3 p.m. sometimes. I'm just like pretty much used to it. And like it's been part of like what helped me. Like I used to be about 25 pounds heavier. I lost about 20 to 25 pounds in the last like year and a half. And I would say like in part like just shifting my break fast. So if I'm going to be doing like a lot of labor in the day, I'll break my fast earlier, because I recognize like it's not about starving myself. It's about like how many calories do I actually need, and when do I actually really need my gut starting, you know? If I'm going to be doing like sitting at my desk and like doing nothing all day, I don't really need that many calories. So I don't really need to break my fast super early. But if I'm like yeah, it's something you just have to work up to. Honestly, like if you just get used to breaking your fast later, you just stop being hungry in the morning. I'm usually just thirsty, so I drink water in the morning. But I also like I can't have coffee because it just like makes me explode and stuff like that. So what you're saying is there's mental issues that are caused by people on this platform. There are absolutely mental issues, but also like it's really healthy to like be able to adjust yourself of being like, hey, I'm not doing well. Probably not wise to be spending as much time like reading about like doomsday stuff, or like watching like really scary like true crime stuff like that. It's like something even for myself, like sometimes in the morning, not in the morning, sorry, I read in the morning on the thing. Oh my gosh, he is wreckful. My heart is crying. That's fair. I'm sorry. I apologize for upsetting people with the wreckful image. But in general, right, if you're feeling really sad, why would you want to engage with more things that are going to make you more depressed, right? In part, we do it because it validates how we're feeling, but another issue is that it also like ruminates and grows it. So, I think a big thing for a lot of like Twitch streamers that are like have a lot of mental health problems, especially if they're starting to get like shit on a lot and they're just like finding it's bogging them down, is like just take space away from it. Like I get that it's gonna like ruin your streak and it's gonna like cause like a slowing in your flow, or like I don't know any of the lingo, but like it's gonna like slow the hustle basically. But it's like what matters more, like the hustle or like being in like the prime of your life and like so mentally broken that you like can barely go outside, you know? I would argue probably work on your mental health first. So like when I'm like in certain periods, like I really like true crime and like scary movies and stuff like that, but I sometimes, like, depending on where I'm at, like I definitely can notice when I've gone too far. I'll start having lots of nightmares. I'll start being kind of paranoid around the house. I'll be like jumpy. Like anybody who like looks at me weird, I'm like, oh my gosh, they're probably a murderer. Even though statistically I realize that the likelihood of a stranger assaulting you or murdering you is extremely improbable. And the reason why those stories lead is because they're so like crazy and ridiculous and uncommon. Usually I take that as a cue of being like, probably I could chill out a little bit and not listen. So then I just stop listening to true crime for a little bit. Every dark place is a predator. Yeah, absolutely. Flex, show some biceps. I don't have biceps, guys. I just told you I lost 25 pounds. I didn't tell you that I gained muscle. And I'm in a sweater, so I think you're really not going to see anything. The lighting in here also makes me look way more cut than I actually am. Let's see. Oh, I even have a long sleeve shirt. You're getting nothing. Weird flex, but okay. Is it a weird flex to say that I like lost weight but not gained muscle? I don't know. I feel like gaining muscle is in part the goal of working out. Would I consider boxing Mr. Girl? Literally no fucking way. Why would I box Mr. Girl? First of all, I have a brain injury and a neck injury, so anything hitting my head repeatedly is not a good time for me. Second of all, to be honest, I do think there is a very legitimate concern on the fact that, like, you know, broadly with testosterone, men tend to be much stronger than women, and so if he was going all out, I'd probably get fucked up. Also, he's a personal trainer, so he's also super fit. I wouldn't even be surprised if he was interested in like boxing and stuff like that. And so then I'd be especially fucked because I'd be like at a muscular disadvantage, I'd be at like a bodily injury disadvantage, and I'd be at a skill disadvantage. I would destroy Mr. Girl. I would for sure get fucked up. This is why, like, when everyone's like really like super radical and they just like want to like fully tear down the system, I'm like, you do realize like there's a privilege to being like brave enough of being like, I want to tear down the system. Like, I'd fucking die in anarchy. I'd be the first to go. I have like a weird like genetic immuno like problem that causes me to like not absorb water well. I have like IBS. If I eat too many vegetables, I get like really, really ill. I have a brain injury and a neck injury. Like, I'm fucking dead. If the world wasn't anarchy, like, I'm the first one to be dead. I'm like definitely like, I'm not a stability boomer because I like recognize like I've said things like I genuinely think we need to like completely dismantle our education system and make something new. But like dismantling our education system isn't going to cause like all out civil war. I don't want all out civil war because selfishly I'd die. Although if there was need for it, you know, sometimes there are times where you have to like throw off tyrants. So I get that, but yeah, it really is the survival of the fittest, and I am not it. I am not the winner in that contest. Imagine the content from that training arc, though. Could you imagine? Mr. Gold just get famous for killing that random psych chick who like was popular, not even popular, but like pseudo popular on Twitch for like 1 week. What do you want to do to the education system? Well, hold on. Well, let me tell you what I would like to do to the education system. Yes. What the fuck? Was that stressful for everyone? Okay. Yeah, that's another good clip you can get where I'm just like trying to seduce. That's like the best thirst trap you're gonna get from me, probably. True crime word. We have this. Indeed, you have been misled greatly. Yeah. Stardust tactics. Yes. Does she do the zoom in? Yeah. It's so funny. Okay, I saw a question. Oh yeah, what would I do to the education system? I don't have like a specific. I still haven't worked. Okay, so I haven't recreated our new system, right? Because I recognize that I am not a politician or trained in like all of politics, so I realize that there are going to be massive gaps in my understanding of public education. But first of all, I basically just think our public education system is failing us incredibly. I think there's a huge, and the problem is that to dismantle and then rebuild an education system, you necessarily have to change other things like standards around like households. So I think it's really problematic that the schools have become basically the replacements for parents, in large part because they're bad parents and they become increasingly worse parents because there's no amount of consequencing really allowed at school anymore. And look, I get it. There was like problematic consequencing where we were like abusing children. That's not great. But now it seems like we have like the alternative issue where it's like kids basically have no consequences for anything. And kids need consequences. Like structure is important for children. It's how they learn basically like things like self-control. It's how they even just learn like what is socially appropriate and inappropriate. And if you don't teach children this, then they grow up to be adults that nobody likes. And then they're really sad. And that fucking sucks, right? Not just for like everyone around them who doesn't like them, but also for the child who's an adult now who doesn't have anyone who likes them. Like that sucks. Do I think education should be tied to... Okay, so that's a weird American thing. We don't have that at all in Canada. Like in Canada, if you want to drive 4 hours every day to get to school, you can. I think tying education to zip codes is a very bad idea. I think it's led to a lot of redlining, a lot of really, really like actual systemic like racial inequities in education, which is actually causing like serious problems in low income and oftentimes dominantly like black neighborhoods. I think it's a really big issue, and I don't understand why the states does it. I know it's something about like taxing and stuff like that. And again, I don't actually know enough about the taxing of Canadian education stuff to know how we do it differently, but I know basically in Canada you can go anywhere you want. There's not really any like redlining there. I think that the things that we're teaching in school, we've like left behind certain like core things that are really important. So first of all, if we're acting like schools are replacements for parents, right? Children spend more time at school than they will at home with their parents because in a large part of the time that they're home with their parents, they're sleeping. There's benefits to that if you have a child growing up in a highly neglectful home with no structure. School is the only place where they get some structure. But I would argue, first of all, school for young children is way too structured. We put pressure on children to be learning things that they don't need to learn by 3, right? These like really early like preschool where they're like trying to get like 2-year-olds to like fucking know math is so cringe because it's just like all you're trying to do is to make them better at the economic cog. And that doesn't matter as far as like making your kids happy. It doesn't make your kids good people. And I would rather our education like emphasize on like good people and then also teaching them practical skills to like work within our culture and economy. But like it seems like we've gone so far of just like solely focusing on economic benefit from the children that we're training in school that we've just forgotten about everything else. But I recognize that in order to change that system of like not having school being the parents, it means that we would need to reduce work hours and probably pay more or kill the banks so that there's less inflation and stuff like that. But again, now we're getting into like system-wide destruction, which I want to avoid. I think like the fact that we don't teach children any sort of like philosophy basics is a problem. I think the fact that we're no longer really teaching basic things like grammar is a huge issue. They need to be reading like foundational kill the bankers. Yeah, I've killed the banks. What do I have against banks? 4 words, because I think it's 2 ideas that are each 2 words. I'm trying to think. Okay, so it's quantitative easing. That's the first one. The second one is partial reserve banking. Shit, it's 5 words. Grammar ain't being taught anymore. LOL, what? Yeah. Only central banks are the problem. Yes, only central banks are really the problem. I would have loved to learn about nutrition before my 30s. Nutrition is another one. And actual nutrition, not nutrition guides that are influenced by fucking Agriculture Canada. You kind of look and sound like Emma Watson. Well, that's a huge compliment because Emma Watson is bar none the most attractive woman in the world, in my opinion. Yeah, bring back home economics. Yeah, I think we need to be teaching children about money in an actual intelligent way, because right now the only bits that we teach them is the most boomer shit ever, where it's like you need a budget and also credit cards are probably bad, and it's just like, what do you mean? Like, first of all, debt is more like financeable than actual money right now. Kids need to learn math. They need to learn spatial types of math. And also, not everyone needs to fucking learn math beyond a certain point. Like, I'm sorry. I understand the idea because they're like, well, if they don't learn signpost tan, even if they're going to become a librarian, those neurons that are still developing, they're going to lose because they're in developmental phase, and so they're going to lose these core neural networks, blah, 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 who maybe later they're going to want to use it. But it's just like, no, they're going to fucking use calculators. Nobody remembers signpost tan. They don't fucking need it. What we need is like basic math. Like, kids need to know addition, multiplication, the simple shit, you know? They need to understand algebra, formulas. They need to understand square roots and squaring, like the really basic stuff. I'm for that, right? But they don't need to learn like sine, cos, tan and like really obscure like mathematics unless they want to go into a field that needs it, right? Which is why, like, in part, I have an issue with the European education system because they start like streamlining children so young that it's like they're fucked if they don't want to, which is part of why you want to teach math their whole life and have it available. But because you don't want to like force a 16-year-old to like choose their career for the rest of their life. That's like not surprisingly 16-year-olds, just like they try on different personalities and styles every week, they are also probably going to want to try on different careers. Like I remember when I was like younger, I thought I wanted to be like a photographer. I'm terrible at photography. Like that would be such a bad job for me. Lucrative, because it seems like these days to be like a home photographer, you just like, not all of them. I shouldn't talk shit on all photographers because some people who do photography are brilliant. But then most of them, at least the ones I know that do like family photography, they just like take a couple photos and put 2 Canva filters on it and press beautify and then they're done. Which I could do too and make fucking $7.50 an hour. Sorry, I have a lot of opinions about photographers. I bet a Tinder photographer would make bank. True. Everyone who does photography makes bank. Are you kidding me? They charge like $1,700 for like 1 hour of, so I think it's like $350 for an hour. And they're like, but we spend like another hour. We spend more time editing. And I'm like, there's no fucking way that you spend more than like 2 hours editing my shit. And if you spend more than that, figure it out. I don't have to pay you because you're inefficient at your job. Okay? So if I pay you, now let's do some math here. I know I went on a random fucking photographer bent, but I have a lot of feelings about photographers and they make me very angry, okay? And I get very mad. And I always want nice photos of me and my family, and I can't get any because photographers are too stinking expensive. And they're not even that good half the time. But I'm bad at it. Which I get, you're being like, well, that's the point. That's why you need it. But it's like, no, everyone and their fucking dog has usually like one family friend who's a hobbyist photographer. And that's good enough. And I'm actually really good at figuring out like posing. Like I'm really good at like figuring out like, hey, this is how we should do like some candid posing. Like I'm going to tell a joke and you're all going to laugh and pretend that it's funny. And we're all going to look at each other and oh my gosh. Right? That's easy shit. It's just like the pointing part that I seem to have a problem with. More rants, please. Sorry. Let Chap help you with this anger. I know, you guys are feeding this. $300. Okay, I'm still doing the math. Okay, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt. What am I doing? Calculator. So say they charge $350, which is a very conservative price. Okay, that is a photographer company who is like really generous. Okay, let's say they do 1 hour, which is never an hour. It's usually like 50 minutes, and don't have a costume change because they'll charge you while you're changing costumes. So like, be like those, you know, those girls in like magic shows who have the dress on and then like they like drop like a smoke bomb and then they like have a different. You got to be one of those girls for your photography session if you want to change outfits midway through because they charge you while you're changing. So say you do 50 minutes of photos, but we'll give you an hour because you know. Yeah, it's a real life calculator. I mean, real life as in like my phone, which is real life. I mean, what does real life calculator mean? Like on my computer is not real life. It's the matrix in there. And say you do 2 hours of editing for my 70 photos that you took. So that's 3 hours in total. You're still getting paid $116 per hour and 67 cents. Let's see, what is the average wage? Average wage per hour, Canada, of a neurosurgeon. They've got to be making more than 116. Gosh, no. No. It can't be. Okay. So it's about $248 an hour for a neurosurgeon. Okay, so fair enough. Let's see. What about just a professor? Not a professor of neurosurgery. Okay, so they're making more than a professor makes per hour. And this shit isn't emotionally straining. The most strain it is your driving. So let's say let's give them another hour of driving. Okay, they're still making $87.50. And that's including 1 hour of driving, which, bitch, you should be getting paid your hourly rate for driving. You charge for mileage. That's it, which is like 15 cents per kilometer or something like that, right? So, fuck. $87.50 an hour is still more than the average professor makes in Canada. This is why I hate photographers, and I will never pay for them, because fuck that shit. And if you're a photographer and you charge this much and you feel really triggered and you've immediately unfollowed me and you've already left, it's too late, but I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry. But that's the thing. Luxuries cost lots because... question mark. It's not inconsistent if you're in family shit. Like, one of my friends did this, and like, I'm not gonna say names, but like, wasn't very good and had so much work. Like, just posted ads on like Kijiji and stuff and had so much work, like more than she needed. She had like a new baby and stuff like that, so she just like honestly did whatever she wanted. I'm raising my rates to $500 an hour just because you said that. Photographers also don't work constant 8 hours, so they have to charge insane amounts to make do. No, because neither do like personal trainers or anything like that. Like, that's just the nature of it. You don't need to be making $87.50 an hour, right? A lot of personal trainers don't make a lot per hour either. They make minimum wage unless they're actually training. And that's just the way fucking life works. You don't need to be making like a 3-figure income because you point, click, and add a Canva filter. And again, if you're doing more than that, that's fine. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about people who are photographers who like put a lot of work into it. They've got like tons of lenses. They do a lot more editing than just pointing and clicking and like 2 Canva filters. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people that I've known who do expressly that. That's my frustration. Right? People who are like working for National Geographic and all that shit, like that's totally different. Like that's a actually legitimate profession. It's usually super high quality, all that stuff. Like, I'm not talking about people who like do the profession well. I'm talking about like mom and pop. It's usually family. So this is the thing. It's usually people who take photos of families because they absolutely they capitalize on basically the fact that it's like a luxury that people really want and it's emotional. Do I hate editors? I'm not talking about editors. I'm talking exclusively about photographers who use Canva for like their 2 filters. Have I just like worked myself out of? I see a lot of viewers left. They're just like, fuck this bitch. She's still talking about photography. Wait about how much streamers make. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. Should we try to do any more of this? I'm so sorry. I went on such a long rant. I probably made so many people upset, and I'm probably like, somebody's gonna be like, just so you know, you're extremely misinformed about photography, which is fair. I probably am. Here's the thing. I probably had some like terrible selection bias where I just like had a couple. I just probably like had a couple of friends who got into this. And got really into photography and just did that and were kind of slimy and just felt confident in charging these exuberant fees, and probably most photographers are like a lot more legitimate than this, and so I apologize, photographers, if I'm being a dickhead, but it makes me really mad because I like offer like even like a psychometrist only makes like 50 an hour max. That's really good. It's usually more like 32, which is still a decent wage. It's just like you're not going on vacations with 32 an hour, that's for sure. I mean, you could have staycations. You need to do the Wim Hof method to bring yourself back down. I know. Listen to this calm. 15 Canadian per hour. 50 is like the max psychometrists would make. XQC makes 700k on subs alone. Impressive. And again, I'm not even opposed to people getting their yachts. Like, whatever. If there's demand for it. And like, here's the thing with photographers. People are obviously willing to pay it. So honestly, charge what you want. I just get mad. But like, honestly, like if I actually wanted to make money, I wouldn't be in the helper field. You don't break bank. I guess maybe as a psychotherapist if you're like doing pretty bad psychotherapy but charging like max amounts. but it's really emotionally draining. Yeah, my understanding is the majority of streamers don't make anything as well, Fupa. I thought like 50 plus viewers isn't like, I think, your comment went away. I thought like 50 plus viewers is the top 1 to 5% of streamers generally. Is that true? I have no idea. No idea at all. Oh, poor little guy, only 350k a month, I know. Boo. See, here's the thing is like, I want to believe that if I ever actually made enough income to not be under LICO, that I would want to do anything with it, but I really don't critique people for not, right? If you make 700k and you never do a philanthropistic thing in your life, it's neutral. Like, you're not bad. It would be better if you did. It'd be nice if you did. Probably be even good if you did. But it doesn't make you bad to not, right? The problem is like when you have people whose like whole platform is around like tearing down rich people, and then they happen to buy a $2.5 million home, and they don't do a ton of philanthropy. Like, that's the problem that we run into, is when like your whole income basis is on like tearing down these ideas. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are. I wonder who she's talking about. I'm glad that you guys were understanding. And I don't want to like shit on Hasan too much, but in general, like, his whole thing is about being a talking piece of like kind of anarcho-communists, and it's like, it's just weird, right? That's where I'm like, maybe it's bad because it's obvious. 3 million, not 2.5. That's fair. It's being conservative. I wasn't sure. At first I thought it was 5 million, and then I was like, I should probably have that because I bet you that's incorrect. And then if I had said 5 million, everyone's gonna be like, oh my gosh, you're being so like overreactionary. It's only 3 million. So it's always better to underestimate and then be correct. He's not an anarchist though, he's just a socialist. Fair enough. Fair enough. I've just seen a lot of like stuff of his. Anyways, I mean, his opinions are obviously not even his own, so. Hart, the Kardashians. Yeah, he's kind of like a Kardashian. Like, it's like, he's just a talking piece. He's like a pretty talking piece. I don't really like know what he believes for himself about anything. So, yeah. Radical equals dismantling the system. Yes. Anytime you say I'm radical on something, it means that you want to dismantle a system, right? So I am radically, I am like a, I don't know, educationalist. I have radical perspectives on education. I want to dismantle it. Whereas I don't have radical perspectives on most things. I don't want to dismantle most things. I want to work with the system we have and correct it. For most things, but not education. And also not the foster care system, because fuck that system. I don't think he knows what he believes either. Yeah, he just like, he lost Destiny to like hand him better talking points, and now he's just kind of like, I don't know. Is it trendy aesthetic with Zoomers? That's true. Actual radicals are the opposite of exponents. Math. I would know that if I had done my math well. For all of his controversies, Hasan is quite informed about Marxism basics than most people in the West. That's true. That's true. But as somebody who's been like, he's apparently like an investigative journalist. He's worked with the Young Turks. He's worked with like Destiny for a really long time. I would hope that he is more informed on it because it's something he wants. But I will give it to you that a lot of people who claim to be Marxist don't know anything about Marxism. Are you calling me a radical religionist? Yes, if you want to topple all like structured, like institutionalized and structured forms of religion, then I guess you could call yourself a radical. Am I for defunding the police then? No, it seems to be the case that it didn't work anywhere. I'm absolutely for police reform within America, particularly the 8 can't wait. I think that is fucking brilliant. You can actually find it in my link tree. But I am not for defunding the police because broadly in like cities where we saw it implemented, it was an abysmal failure. So that's why I'm not for it. Didn't seem to work. It does seem to be the case that we need some sort of like hand of the law exerted. But I would like to see like, you know, what link tree. It comes up in my stream elements every now and then. It'll pop back up eventually, probably. Most of the things people want from police change requires more money. I don't actually think the education that the 8 Can't Wait asked for would require more money. It would require changing in policing training. So defund the police as far as like maybe we should shift around a little bit where money goes to is something I'm for, particularly in the States. Now in Canada, policing in Canada and policing in the States are very different. A lot of people in Canada like to pretend like it's the same, which is very strange because they're definitely not the same. Like in most, so broadly, RCMP as our main form of police. So policing is both federalized and provincialized, whereas my understanding of American policing is it can pretty much change, create a link tree command. I know, I have a lot of things to do. Martial arts, yes, martial arts, some sort of like de-escalation techniques, all sorts of like education. In Canada, my understanding is that you need a bachelor's. It's a lot of training. It takes a really long time to get into policing. Whereas in the States, my understanding is it tends to vary by jurisdiction. So like some places require like pretty high levels of education. They have pretty rigorous training, and then other places are like, oh, you're my like high school buddy's son. Sure, you can have a badge. I'm sure it's not quite as like that, but I'm sure that's literally happened as well. But there are also municipal police departments in Canada. Yes, but they are held to very rigorous standards as well. My understanding, I'd have to look again, but my understanding is something like, say you have like Calgary Police. There are certain policies that the RCMP implements that they have to follow as far as like training and stuff like that. And you don't seem to see this like city by city like gap in like training and stuff like that. You just get a lot more consistent. You even see that in like the effects, like seeing like police shootings, any like kind of police error ratings and stuff like that. You don't see massive jumps from city to city with even municipal police, whereas it seems like within jurisdictions you've got people like LAPD, but then you have like other PDs that you never like hear of because they like actually do like pretty solid like work. I heard somewhere that here school is way longer than training hair school. So again, in the States, I've heard that is sometimes true. In Canada, that is distinctly not true. The police training is very long. It's very extensive. In fact, my friend just finished RCMP training after literally trying and like working at it for like 2 to 3 years. Again, these are just my conjectures. I could be wrong about some of the numbers and dates, but broadly, my understanding is training in Canada is pretty across the board, pretty standardized, and also extensive. My understanding in the States is it really varies. Where does maple syrup factor into this? That's what we feed our police. That's why they're so nice. Just kidding. Body cams, increased more diverse training. I would say like rather than diversity training, because it seems like there's no evidence that diversity training is super effective, mostly because people hear the word diversity training and then they cringe and then they don't listen. And if you've ever gone to diversity training, depending on like, I've had some diversity training with an educator that it's like fucking bomb. And then I've had diversity training with other people that I'm like, this is literally terrible, and I have learned nothing. I've just learned like basically stereotypes about cultures. More diverse sense and well-rounded. Yes, so more well-rounded training. 8 Can't Wait has a bunch of policies that are brilliant. Lots of de-escalation techniques, martial art techniques, stuff like that. Right? You don't I would also say like certain levels of like if you're a beat cop like doing like street work, you need to have a certain level of athleticism, right? So that you don't just have to rely on like getting out like a ranged weapon, but you can like chase and pursue and like and you like trust your body enough, right? Because you're working out and stuff. I think it like physical, like just like how firemen have to stay in a certain level of like physical performance, obviously I would say beat cops pretty obviously, and I would argue their managers as well should probably have a certain standard of physical fitness that they have to stay within because their job is necessarily oftentimes highly physically demanding. Well-rounded, ooh. Do you know the difference between grade A maple syrup and grade B, and which to prefer more? I do not. And I don't have a preference. Is grade A like real and grade B the stuff that they boil down? That would be my assumption. Because I know some maple syrup they boil down. I don't know if this is interesting to anyone. Sorry, I'm talking about maple syrup. Police reforms. 8 Can't Wait. Yes, so good. Do you have any strong opinions about poutine? I have mixed feelings. If it's done really well and you eat it quickly so it doesn't get soggy, I like poutine.
Yeah.
Which was how is something possible beyond shutting off?
The purpose of today's
So
stream.
I would describe. So I'll use an analogy first, then I'll kind of give you a simple answer. So like if we think about the perception of light, there's complete blindness, and then there's low level light. And qualitatively, being able to see or not see shapes is different from qualitatively being able to see colors. As the amount of light in the room increases, you start to differentiate color, where before between black and white, between darkness and light, all you could see was shapes. You with me?
Darkness and light, all I can see was shapes. I'm trying to follow you, but I keep thinking about other things, and I'm really not wanting to do that. I really want to focus.
Okay.
So while you were talking, I was thinking about how it'd be nice to get Talbar in a call on stream sometime. My friend, my lead designer on the game. And then I was also thinking about how he would know how to fix my chair so I could be more comfortable. And then, oh, there's construction. And then I'm really having a hard time focusing. And I was thinking how I have to pee. And I was thinking about how I wish I could overcome all these thoughts and just focus on what you're doing. And then I was thinking about how you can probably do that kind of stuff because you've meditated a lot.
Okay, good. So it's good that you noticed the flow
You
of your thoughts.
Yeah, but you weren't listening at the very end.
Sure, I was.
You sure you were?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just
misunderstood.
I just don't, just because you involved me with the last statement doesn't mean I'm going to treat any of the other, that statement is different from any other thoughts, right? Those are
Yeah.
the thoughts, they're just random thoughts. Some of them involve me, some of them don't. That's fine.
Oh, yeah. That's not what I was talking about. Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay.
I'm messing this up. Okay, so
Okay, that's
how do I
okay.
stop messing I keep messing this up. There's fucking construction, dude. Okay, what do I do? So can you drown out this construction noise and can you help me meditate through it and just listen to
Sure.
what you're saying?
Yeah, but if you're meditating, you're not listening to what I'm saying, right? Because
No,
the goal,
meditate now, and then it'll help me learn to focus.
Okay, let's
so I
do-
can focus, and then I can.
if you want to focus and you want to calm down an active mind, we're going to give you a different technique, okay? So this is one we've done before. It's alternate nostril breathing. This, I think, will calm down your mind.
Okay.
So sit up straight.
Uh-huh.
Let me see this symbol. Okay.
Dude, I
Good.
have.
That's okay. You can be like that. It's not, for the record, for anyone who's confused about not being able to do this, the tendons in your hand are not all individual for finger control. So like there's one
Can you
tendon
do it?
that controls like these two fingers.
It's
Which is-
like if you were in physics class. Ba-dow! But it's the meditation physics handshake. Is anyone ever in physics class where you would like pretend to be cool by being like, look at, we have a cool handshake, but it's actually like this? I don't know why he's got 3 fingers going on. Where does this one go? I should not be doing this. So many inappropriate clips can be made from this. Is this a dosha thing? I'm not sure. Let's see.
Which is why like it's hard to not do. It's just because your fingers aren't actually individually controlled by the tendons.
I'm very
in your hand.
sad that this is the farthest I can go.
That's
and I'm
okay.
trying to push it. I
It's
know, I
hard-
get it. The tendon, yeah, I get it.
Oh, he's
yeah.
doing it
So it's really actually
wrong.
complicated.
No,
So you have, like some
wait,
tendons
is
that
it?
control multiple fingers, then you have smaller tendons that control individual fingers.
It's like
so it's not like a deficiency. It's just
this?
wide. So
Yeah.
sit up straight. So thumb on the right nostril, and breathe in through the left.
Thumb on the right nostril and breathe in through the left. Yeah.
And then switch to the other side, block the other nostril, and breathe out.
I'm blocking it with these two.
Uh-huh.
Fucking motherfucker. Why is that my initial thought? There's somebody. It's his job to do construction on the one above me.
He can't. He's so distracted right now. That's the right hand rule. He's electromagnetic. Yes, thank you. Physics.
To make it look nice. And my thought was this fucking motherfucker. That's not a good thought. That's not. Why did I think that?
Yeah. So
Okay, we'll keep going.
okay. So
I'm really sucking at it. I'm really terrible. I'm sorry.
no,
Fuck.
no, no.
Let me take a piss.
okay, go take a piss.
Tell them about how terrible I am.
So I guess the question, chat, because we talked about this last time, is does psilocybin produce the same effect as meditation? And I think my initial answer to that is that I think that you can have similar experience.
It's interesting. Okay, so the fact that this all happened, you could see he was getting frustrated. He definitely seems to get frustrated when people can't like settle down and focus. Probably because in part he's meditated so much that it's really, really easy for him to do. And it's interesting. I could be nothing, but he disappeared, and the thing he launched into was psilocybin. Now, it might have just been because he got prompted by something in chat, quite likely. But it's also potential that he's wondering if part of his lack of ability to focus is due to the psilocybin use. That would be my suspicion.
Of consciousness in terms of derealization and depersonalization, but
I remember trying to do this when I was going live. My nose is just constantly too clogged. Yeah, that's why like that breathing technique's not a bad idea, but for a lot of people that have like nasal constriction and stuff like that, it's not great. But in general, part of why we think this works so well is because it's bi-directional stimulation and breath. So what you could do is some sort of like tapping as well, where you tap on both sides while you're breathing. So you could go like and tap on one side and then go and tap on the other side, because part of it is just getting basically literally bidirectional, both sides of your brain starting to fire in rhythm to your breathing. It just, for some reason, not totally sure why, I'm sure some neuroscientist is smarter than me knows why, it seems to bring down your autonomic system even better, having that bidirectional stimulation. Hyperbaric treatment is the future of medicine. Interesting. Yeah, I've been having a lot of people recommend hyperbaric chambers to me and stuff like that. Isn't this part of the theory of why EMDR works? It is exactly the theory behind EMDR, is that for some reason we seem to think with the eye movements, which is why EMDR has actually moved away from just eye movements. A lot of times they'll just do tapping now, where either your therapist will tap your knee or they'll get you to tap yourself on both sides. For some reason, it seems to bring our brains down and stay in a calm state, which is the whole purpose of trauma reprocessing, is you're trying to remain in a calm state while also like going through a traumatic memory. Because how treatment, if you're curious, how trauma treatment fundamentally works is when you recall a memory and bring it into your consciousness, you actually change it every time. So when you bring it into a memory and say it's traumatic, so it really distresses you, you don't just get the fear of the traumatic moment from the distress, but every time you brought it into memory and it's distressed you more, that extra level of distress has been tagged on top. That's why when we fear things and we avoid them, but we still think about them, they often tend to grow in how fearful they are for us. And so, with trauma therapy, what we're doing is it seems to be that bidirectional stimulation particularly seems to like tap into some like pretty deep, somewhat meditative or hypnotic soothing patterns. Not totally sure why. It doesn't always work for everyone, but as long as you've kind of had the proper training, it seems to be the case that if you're doing these kind of bidirectional stimulations and then you're pulling a traumatic memory to the front, it seems to keep you pretty well in a calm state. And then you actually attach a calm state to that traumatic memory so that the next time you pull it forward, it probably will distress you a little bit less, because you've got all these like little like tags attached to it. Basically, like if you think like every time you pull it forward, it's like a file being brought forward. Well, in the past, all the tags that got added to it was like fucking scary, holy shit, worst time of my life. And then when you're going through trauma treatment, you might add on wasn't too bad, was kind of calm, right? So you start adding that, and the point of trauma therapy is actually to basically have more of these tags of like calm, this is okay, I'm safe, I'm not having that happen to me now, I'm in the present, this is in the past. That's basically the goal, is to get your brain to kind of consolidate those in the past. And then with EMDR and PTSD specifically, part of the consolidation and part of the problem with PTSD is there's a problem in your system, because usually when you store events that happened to you in the past, when you recall it, you can at least remember that it's a past event. With PTSD, something strange happens where the system that basically says this happened in the past fails. And so every time it gets brought forward, it feels as though it's happening to you right now. That's what a flashback is. It's happening right now. And flashbacks can be so severe that they're actually like somewhat psychotic, in that they literally don't realize it's not happening right now. And sometimes it's less psychotic and they're able to recognize it's not happening right now, but it doesn't change the fact, like at like a higher cognitive level, but their body and their brain seem to mostly be reacting like this is happening right now. And so again, with EMDR, it seems to be able to like put that stuff back in a way. Mr. Gro's reaching out to Pokemon to ask her some questions. Interesting. Sorry, I did not ignore you. I was just on a rant, Bone Monkey. So what are your thoughts of Dr. K so far? I think Mr. Girl brought up some good points about how coaching claims to decrease depression, but also says that they cannot treat it. Okay, so here's the thing. Depression is a tricky word because the etymology of depression is confusing. We do this thing where psychology sometimes borrows from common parlance, and then also sometimes common parlance borrows from psychology, right? And so I'm not sure what direction it is with depression, but I'm pretty sure depression, when we change depression from a feeling into a mental health disorder, I think psychology borrowed from common parlance. Because before then, we were considering something like melancholia as the actual major depressive disorder, like the disordered form of depression, whereas feelings of depression is a feeling. So you can have feelings of depression without being diagnosed as depressed. And so saying something has alleviated depression, so what I saw specifically was the claims is that it decreased feelings of depression. That isn't a clinical treatment. That is a feeling treatment, and you absolutely can affect that with just peer level counseling. That's not a false, that's not like a false narrative or anything like that. Have I watched Robert Sapolsky talk about depression? Yes. Everyone needs to watch Robert Sapolsky talk about depression, because he talks about biological versus stress depression, which is very new research. It's very, very important. But to kind of go back to Bone Monkey and stuff, I do think Mr. Girl has some really legitimate critiques. I would like to talk with him about that. We're talking about it Thursday, February 3rd at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 8 p.m. EST. However, I don't think that that's actually a valid critique. And I can't find the link for it anymore. So yeah, watch Robert Sapolsky talk about everything. Literally though, he's so brilliant. When I was feeling like cognitively like dry because I like COVID had hit, I wasn't in school, I was just kind of doing my same addiction counseling like work, and I'd like been doing it for a long time, so I like really knew what was going on. I just listened to like most of his talks because I was like, I want to get refreshed on like what's going on in the world of psychology. So I just watched him, and it was great. He's super brilliant. Okay, we got something. Thank you for sending me this link. Maybe I'm wrong. If they say that they treat depression, if they say that, and I'm wrong, I'll own it that I'm wrong. But let me check. Do you think people visiting the website make that distinction? I don't think they do. Does it matter? I don't know if it does. It will only matter if then they go to their coach, and then their coach is like, oh, I can't do anything. But like I said, the coach that Mr. Girl talked to, there was something weird going on. I don't know what, and I get that seems like I'm insinuating a lot with that, because I am, but I don't know what I'm insinuating, but there's something really weird with that conversation and the coach specifically. Like, it was like, are you whistleblowing? Are you anti? It feels like you're characterizing some things in like the worst way possible, but it doesn't seem obvious that you're super anti. It was super weird. Maybe the paid relationship between the coach and Mr. Girl. That explains, makes sense. Yeah. They do not say that the distinction you made is 100% correct. Okay. When? Where is it? Let's just find depression. Okay, right here. I'm stupid. I just didn't want to read. I was expecting it to be on an infographic, because they've got like lots of cool, vibey infographics. So increasing self-worth and motivation, definitely, while decreasing feelings of depression and anxiety. Yeah, that's completely in line with peer coaching. The peer coaching anywhere will say that, because it's true. Mild to moderate, like even diagnosable. Okay, so diagnosable mild depression can also be pretty effectively treated just with peer support groups, because a lot of times when you have just like minor stress depression, one of the best ways to deal with it so this is his guide, and he has the credentials to say that he's taking you a journey through depression, anxiety, and meditation. But again, is he talking about the diagnosis, or is he talking about the feelings? Who knows? Psychology is stupid for not separating the words. And to be honest, if common parlance even stole from psychology, probably when the DSM-4 came out, we should have just changed the word major depression to melancholia, so that common parlance could keep the word depression to talk about the feelings, whereas melancholia was the label we used for major depressive disorder or major depressive episode. Go for a walk outside, decrease feelings of depression. It's literally true though, right? There's lots of things that decrease feelings of depression, and peer support is one of them. Absolutely. And even if you have to pay somebody basically to like be your nice friend who will only talk about you and your needs, that's fine. Like, at the end of the day, like, I don't know, like, obviously I wish society was different, that wasn't the case, but if that's the that specific doesn't make much sense then. Yeah, and that's an easy thing to misunderstand. So I'm not going to like come down hard on Mr. Girl either. But that's, yeah. Alexithymia. Eastern perspectives. Yeah. Interesting. How the Gamer literally just does a survey that asks people how depressed they are, and the average score at the end is lower than at the beginning for people at the beginning, which seems reasonable to promote. She said society. Yes. I will say, having your data, collecting data for mental health treatment on the last session is the worst way to collect data. Okay. If you want to prove that your therapy was beneficial, it's the best way to collect data, because you're going to have the biggest effect. But the problem is that people aren't taking your sessions to feel better by last session. They're taking your therapy because they want to feel better 6 months from now. They want to feel better 1 year from now, right? And the problem is that when we start measuring, not just peer counseling, by the way, any form of therapy, the effects seem to get dismal. over time, which is why I actually advocate really strongly that we need to stop having a medical view of mental health, because the idea that we need to like go in for treatment for a number of weeks and then we're good doesn't seem to be the case. It's probably more the case that we need to have like regular mental health checkups where you're checking in with a therapist, or I would argue group therapy is probably more effective, regularly, like once every like 1 to 2 months, depending on the severity that you started with and what you need. And if you're starting to like go down, you should probably just book another one. Just like how if you're like starting to get really knotted up, you're just gonna book a massage, right? To just like, it's something that you probably need to do like regularly. You should probably view mental health like massages. Is that gross? Is that a like gross comparison? I feel like it might be. Massaging your feelings. Gross. But maybe not wrong. Like at least the model of treatment, I should say. The model of treatment of mental health should probably be similar to the model of treatment for massage, which is that more so massage is something that you like need to just keep up and check in with pretty regularly. And then if something really terrible happens and you get really like knotted up again, you should probably get some more massage, right? Just like if something terrible happens, like your relationship of 5 years ends really suddenly, maybe you got really great treatment for anxiety and maybe you've been doing really well. But man, if anxiety is like your brain's go-to mental health problem after your breakup, there's a good chance you're going to experience a lot of anxiety, especially around dating. So you should probably go see somebody before your anxiety has caused you to like never leave your house in 2 weeks. Do I have to though? It sounds like so much work. I know, being healthy, that's the thing. Being healthy is a lot of work, which is annoying because our like it's like a modern day problem of like as our society has gotten more complex, really simple things that just like tribes used to just like naturally take care of, like mental health and loneliness. Now we have to like book actual appointments to like address our loneliness, which is super annoying. Sopranos describes therapy as taking a shit. Gross, but fair enough. If like your idea of therapy is like it's just a place for you to like express all of your fifis basically, then yes. I had no idea Dr. K was an Eastern traditions guy until today. Yeah, it's interesting because when you go through like the Reckful stuff, which is the stuff I've been going through the most, he doesn't talk about it. You should not be finding ways to justify and encourage Dr. K to continue what he does currently. What he does currently on Twitch would not be ethical. But here's the thing. Unethical doesn't mean immoral. Because the reason it's unethical is because of insurance. And I don't give a fuck what insurance companies say, to an extent. I'm not going to take insurance companies as my barometer for right or wrong, right? Does he gray through ethical lines around, like, again, liability? Totally. But he fucking owns it. Like, Dr. K doesn't talk, doesn't pretend like he isn't being, like, he literally openly says with Reckful multiple times that like his coworkers are like probably shouldn't do it, and he talks a lot about like DTR, like we got to figure out a relationship because this could get ethically muddy. Like what is our relationship, right? The problem is that basically Dr. K has said, I think what I'm doing helps people more than is basically like the risks I'm taking ethically is worth the good that I think I could do. And so the question of is he doing that good is like hard. Who knows? It seems like it at face validity, but that could be selection bias, you know? He crossed the line with Reckful and that was enough. I don't know if he did. Okay, he did in one place. He promised too much and then he took it back. That's the line he crossed. He promised to be Reckful's hero, and if you're gonna promise that something, you fucking follow it up. And if you can't, you never promise it. Because for somebody like Reckful, who is desperate for family, when you promise to be his family, that means the world to him. And if you take it away later, it's not good. That is the biggest thing he did to fuck up with Reckful. That was not good. Do I think that that means he's like responsible for Reckful in any way, like where it ended? No. Absolutely not. But that would be his biggest fuck up, in my opinion. Dr. K's Patch Adamsing? How so? It's been so long since I've watched that movie. It's such a good movie. Basically, he's driving drunk to the pharmacy to buy insulin for his diabetic family member. I don't think it's quite, because driving drunk is illegal, and he's not doing anything illegal. He's doing things that liability-wise is gray. He's not doing something illegal, right? Is he going to buy insulin? No, he's like driving. He's driving a car that he doesn't own. He's got a license, but he doesn't have a license for the level of axles that this vehicle has. And he's driving it to basically to drive food to a village in Africa that he has heard is starving. And he's pretty sure there's food in the truck, but he's not sure. He's hoping there's food in the truck. But he's not legally supposed to be driving that truck, but not because he can't drive. It's because he probably shouldn't be driving that many axles. That's more like what's going on here. I know that's a terrible, like that's kind of what's going on now. That's illegal though, isn't it? No, it's not illegal. It's so legality has to do with like crimes and fines, right? So he's not going to get fined from like the state of Massachusetts for what he's doing. He might run into like ethical issues with his governing body, his professional body, of saying this is outside of our ethical line, but that doesn't make it illegal. That makes it unethical to a governing body, which is confusing, right? Because usually when you Google ethics and morals, they say that they're the same thing, but they're different. They're different most of the time, and you have to disentangle them. Creationist versus reincarnation. That's the line. Does he... Okay. Creationist versus reincarnation. I probably haven't got to that code, Matt. I'm at episode... I'm at session 5. Because one thing I will say as well is he doesn't really address hypomania. And if you have somebody who's diagnosed with bipolar type 2, you need to be addressing mania, because the most likely time for somebody actually suiciding is during those hypomanic states. In large part when they're coming down because they don't want to go back into that depression. But if they're hypomanic edging into manic, they can end up doing suicide by potentially delusional thoughts like reincarnation or freeing themselves from the matrix or God is going to catch me, stuff like that. Isn't that Mr. Girl's problem that it's unethical? I think Mr. Girl is taking it more than that. He's also saying it's immoral. What does it mean for something to be unethical but not immoral? So this is kind of the like distinction between like so when I talk about liability, I'm talking about an insurance company, right? I'm talking about basically things you can sue over, because you can sue for damages and stuff like that. That doesn't necessarily make something illegal, right? The issue is that based on insurance policy, there are certain ethics within psychological fields that have been made that back up insurance policy, because basically you want to protect yourself from being liable. You don't want to be able to be sued or found culpable for something, particularly in a field that has high risk for clients engaging in forms of self-harm, right? You want to make sure that you're not liable in any way for that client self-harming and then blaming you. That's one of the biggest ones, basically. So that would be an ethics that we have created for an insurance policy to protect psychologists from getting sued for damages. So that's an ethical line, but that doesn't make it a moral line, right? Because the thing that is unethical here is that he's probably engaging in a form of therapy with multiple people and is saying it's not therapy. That's the unethical line. Is he's basically doing therapy while not saying it's therapy. And so in general, with psychotherapists and anyone in the mental health field, once we're licensed, we have to be a lot more careful about the types of even volunteer roles that we go into, because arguably, as a licensed addictions counselor, if I volunteered at a local nonprofit drug rehabilitation program and I volunteered my time to run a group for them, but I was just a volunteer, this leads to the question of, am I volunteering as a professional or am I volunteering as an individual? Say I'm like, you know what? Say it's even different. Say I volunteer at a peer support group just for broad mental health, so not specifically addictions. So it's not something I'm licensed in it, because addictions and mental health always correlate with each other. But it's not technically my professional body. I'm not technically a mental health therapist. I'm a addictions counselor, right? And so obviously when I do professional work with my clients, I get into mental health all the time because it's important to talk about with addictions clients. Now, when I volunteer with a group about depression, am I volunteering as a lay person who just has personal expertise in something, or am I volunteering as a professional? Now, my insurance company might say, just don't volunteer. We don't want you to be liable. That's broadly what they say. And so we make that an ethical thing. Don't volunteer in any, don't get into muddy situations where it's not clear what the relationship is, because you don't want to be liable. But that doesn't make it immoral for me to volunteer. It makes it potentially unethical. If I have lots of one-to-one meetings with my friend to help them get them through an addiction, but I'm not charging them or anything, but I'm doing a lot of therapeutic stuff, again, liability would say, don't meet with that friend. That's unethical. It goes against ethics. It's a muddy client professional relationship. That doesn't make it immoral for me to help my friend. It makes it questionable with ethics. That's the distinction I'm trying to make. Does that make sense? What if you volunteer as an individual with the purpose of marketing your company that charges $45 for not therapy but kind of therapy? So that is assuming intent. That is assuming, and I don't think we can assume that intent. Dr. K was doing these sessions with people for a long time before he ever had this coach system set up. The coach system got set up as a natural extension of a need that he saw that even he couldn't fully address, right? So to say that he's marketing it implies an intention that he got into Twitch, started doing all these goals, all these conversations with the goal of creating this coaching thing to be lucrative and to make him money. And that's not necessarily true. That's not therapy, but kind of therapy. I mean, it sounds like his counseling, his coaching stuff is particularly not therapy. At least with the coach that Mr. Girl talked to, like his communication skills seemed, he basically practiced like mirroring, like really basic things that like it isn't therapy. It's just like a skill that it seems like nobody fucking has. Like, to be honest, the fact that coaches even can exist to basically be like a professional friend shows me like the state of our like social milieu in all of like, I don't know if it's just like North America, but it seems like in most like modernized countries, which is that like you literally have to train people at how to just be more or less a really good friend, right? Like, yikes. So like, fair enough that we have questions around like the coaching, but like there's lots of companies that do this. The problem is that like, yes, they don't have Dr. K at the front doing the Twitch stuff, but he's also stepped away from doing a lot of these one-on-one interviews as a response to being like, okay, fair enough. If it seems like I'm doing this to market towards it, I don't know if that's why he stepped away, but he does a lot less of those one-on-one as a result of something. He's obviously decided that they're not always the wisest thing to do, which is true. They're not always the wisest thing to do. To be honest, a big critique I might have for him is you should probably be vetting who's coming on your live stream more, because there are some clients that absolutely will be able to manage having their therapy, not therapy publicized. And there are absolutely people that will say yes who should never be allowed to do it because they're going to say really damaging things that people won't be able to give them grace for, right? I thought his session with Destiny was great, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, Destiny's a good example of like somebody who like could probably benefit a lot. It didn't get super deep or emotional. He like had a pretty good like understanding of Destiny, but Destiny like didn't like, he's a good vet, right? And I haven't watched all this stuff, but like if you have somebody say who's like been through a lot of trauma, has been abused a lot, maybe tends to be like highly neurotic, so they feel negative emotions really strongly, and they're kind of impulsive, so they might say things that are like not great and don't sound good. You shouldn't have those people on a public stream for the therapy not therapy, because there's a high chance that they're going to say something that they regret and they can never live down because now it's public, right? That would be the only thing. And I don't even know. I can't even offer it as a solid critique, because it's like maybe Dr. K does vet people. I have no idea. I haven't watched enough of his stuff. And so if you guys come up with stuff and you're like, here's an example of somebody that he absolutely should have vetted out, but to say like he should have vetted out Reckful, I don't think that that's true necessarily at all. Everything that Reckful had shared in the stream with Dr. K, he had shared elsewhere. And this isn't me trying to come to like pure defense of Dr. K. Like I didn't even know much about Dr. K until like Mr. Girl wanted to talk about it. This is just like genuinely my position as like somebody who's trying to like look at this from all sides. Mr. Girl as a parody. Okay, just one of those happy coincidences. I don't know what you're meaning, Todd. I think that's in response to something I said, but I probably have blabbed past it, so I apologize. If you help your friend with a lot of therapeutic related practices, but you aren't charging them, what is the ethical concern or what is the bad outcome of that situation? Basically, it muddies the relationship, which could cost them a friendship. What's the bad outcome of him? Obviously, like in Reckfield's situation, like there was a really terrible outcome, but I think we're all going to be honest. Nobody here is blaming Dr. K for Reckfield's passing, and if you are, honestly, that's a really big jump. Like a really big jump that I think is really, really as like ungenerous as you can possibly be, and I don't think that that's a good presumption to begin with. Absolutely blaming Dr. K to some extent, though he won't outright say it. Yeah, that's kind of my understanding, which I think is like actually like you can't do it. Like the timing doesn't add up. You've got somebody with like bipolar type 2 who's had multiple like histories of it. He won't own it. Okay, yeah. But maybe he just genuinely doesn't believe it. He just believes in like everything else up to it. I don't know. Hard to say. But it's not good. It's definitely a dicey situation, and I this isn't me shitting on Mr. Girl either, by the way. Just so it's a girl. I also really like Mr. Girl. Like I'm really looking forward to our conversation because I think it'll be informative. So yeah, this isn't me to like just shit on, like I'm not trying to like just shit on Mr. Girl, which I don't think I am at all. I just think like we have to like try to give people charitable interpretations. We don't have to. I like to because I find that it usually comes to a more closer to reality interpretation in my experience as somebody who has worked with like genuinely like some really unpleasant characters. Given the wording of his message to the ethics board or whatever, I don't think he blames him. I think he said as much. He would own it, I think, if he did. I do too. When you two gonna have a talk? February 3rd, 8 p.m. EST. Does this stream have a schedule? Not yet. I'm going to commit to Wednesdays, but I haven't decided a time firmly, just because I have to. I'm still waiting, basically. The reason I haven't come up with a schedule is I work. I do a lot of public speaking. I am waiting to hear from one of my contacts, because I think I'm going to be doing an intensive addiction course for them. And I think they might be booking it for Wednesday nights. And I want to commit to Wednesday for stream, but I would then commit earlier. If it's not that, then I will commit to later in the evening, more like after work hours, so you guys can watch it. Because I find 4 Mountain Standard to like 8 Mountain Standard is a really good time to stream. This face on the pause video. This is a really good face. Should clip it. That'll become my new profile picture. Just kidding. That would be mean. When he talks and interviews people, he doesn't pay attention to chat. Intermittently, he will engage with his chat, but often, if stuff is said that is toxic, you should probably look to the mods. 4:30 on. We're 45 minutes into this video. I know. I'm terrible. So bad. This is also a good face that I've paused on here. I got a lot of goodies. I'm really looking forward to some really terrible emotes of like my face like contorted, especially because I like have a bit of like some nerve delay, so this side of my face tends to be a little bit slower, so I get lots of crooked faces when I talk. Have I seen Mr. Girl's tweets? He claimed that Dr. K tried to conceal that he advised Reckful in days before. I haven't seen that tweet. I've seen a bunch of his tweets. I haven't like read them all super closely. In part because I like I'm going to be talking to Mr. Girl, so part of it I just like want to ask him about. I want to like be decently versed on what's going on. But yeah. Already milking content for as long as possible, like an expert. I hope it doesn't seem like I'm milking just to like waste your guys' time. I just genuinely, I get on long rants and I don't know what to do about it. I just can't focus. I cannot do. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys some stuff that's coming up. So, February 3rd, I'm going to be talking to Mr. Girl. February 2nd, I'm going to be talking to a viewer called Skylar. We're going to be talking about mental health, relationships. I don't know, relationships, mental health, crazy stories from mental health. I worked in like a non-voluntary lockup and stuff like that. So, yeah, we're gonna be talking about that. Just so you know, I also do have a TikTok. I have a Twitter, but I barely use it. I should prep a Dr. K video. I've done so much. My TikTok is called k.turnaround. It's actually in the link tree that comes up pretty regularly. So if you want to check that out, I actually usually talk more about like gender relationship stuff. But once I transferred into Twitch, people seem to actually care about psychology. I find on TikTok people like they don't care about like they don't want to hear about psychology. It's boring. I know, TikToker. Well, that's why I came on to Twitch and like YouTube, because the long form suits me more. I've been really frustrated with TikTok recently. Oh, apparently I changed my TikTok name to Not So Erudite and then forgot about it. But it is in the link tree. Thank you, Bastony. So you can check it out there. What was your partner yelling? Tell him what your TikTok is. Yes, that was. And then he came and he's a great manager, I have to say. There's my TikTok. So you can check it out there. I've been frustrated, so I haven't been posting as much. So if you're from TikTok, I apologize. When I read the comments section of like pretty reasonable, like in one video, I literally just talked about how it's like probably important for women to like learn how to like reject men in like just like socially amenable ways, and to like know how to assert their boundaries in ways that like de-escalate situations if they're worried about their safety. And like the responses was just so damn toxic. It was just being like, you're blaming women for assaults, and I'm like, literally nowhere did I blame women for assaults. I'm like actively trying to educate people on like how to like de-escalate situations as somebody who has worked with lots of really angry men in forensic and lockup settings. So like, chill. Why do that when you could ruin his life over a bad day? True, right? And so I like advocate a lot for like issues in like men's mental health, and just dating relationships, things that I think like women could do better. And the response has been beyond frustrating. But you can check it out there if you'd like to. I do have an Instagram as well. You can message me on any of those things. I respond to my emails, my Instagrams, and my Instagram probably the most slowly though. You can also join my Discord. It is also in my link tree. You can come on in. We have book club. We have, although I'm pretty sure we keep booking book club when I keep streaming, so I'm a bad person. But we do have book club. It's not led by me, it's led by somebody else, but it's going to be good. We're doing A Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. There's also video clubs. We watch movies sometimes. Apparently I need to read some DMs. Yes. If you would like to, I just recently reached affiliate, so if you would like to sub and tip and whatnot, that brings me closer to being a full-time streamer. There is no pressure or expectation, obviously, but if that's something you'd like to do, you can now do that here. And, as always, we are going to raid somebody and scream trash goblins at... Let's do Stardust. I did Prime K's last time. Let's do Stardust. Remember to scream trash goblins at her. 3, 2, 1, go! Bye guys, thanks for coming out. Bye!
Thank you for the raid, Not So Erudite. Okay, I'm gonna be up for a bit longer then. Yeah.
Natsa, Rudak rated with 160 viewers.
I was getting ready to go to bed in the next 30 minutes, and then you raided me. Thank you for the raid, though. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, guys. If you like the content, please remember to subscribe. I'm here 7 days a week. Maybe you'll hit the goal. Doubtful, but welcome, party people.